Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
The Select Committees welcome before their hearing this morning the Honorable George P. Shultz, the Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, we're very pleased to have you this morning. Would you stand, please, and raise your right hand to take the oath? Mr. Secretary, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Secretary, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, but with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a few remarks.
Please proceed.
I have testified on the general subject of these hearings on 4 different occasions. First, I believe in this room in an open hearing in December the 8th, then before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, later in December, then in closed session before the House Foreign Affairs Committee in mid-January, and before the Tower Board. You have that testimony, and it's basically the same testimony. So I don't choose to read it out again. You've got it available, and I think it's been declassified, so it's available. In addition, Mr. Chairman, I have, as instructed by the President, made available to the committee, as well as to other designated investigative groups, the FBI, the Special Prosecutor, and so on, my records, cables, memoranda, my notes of my personal recollections made contemporaneously with events. All of the material that I have has been made available, and you have it. This includes material about conversations that I had with the President, and all of this is pursuant to the instructions of the President, who, right from the beginning of these events, took the position that all of the facts about what transpired should be made available as quickly as possible. I supported enthusiastically that decision on the part of the President, and I think it is to his everlasting credit that he took that position and gave that instruction. I want to make one point about it, however. I have on numerous occasions, including I think before your committee right here, Chairman Fasel, been asked about what advice I gave the President on this, that, or the other subject. And I have always taken the position in 10.5 years as a member of the Cabinet that those conversations are privileged and I would not discuss them. This is an exception, and I have made this material available at the President's instruction. But I mention it because if I'm testifying before you on some other subject sometime and you try to use this as a precedent, I won't buy it. I'm just putting you on notice right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We'll begin the questions this morning with Mr. Belnick. I want to remind members that unlike previous formats, Mr. Belnick will be the only attorney questioning, and after he completes his questions, we'll go immediately to the 4 principal questioners. Mr. Belnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning.
Before commencing the examination, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chairman, I would like respectfully to call the panel's attention to Exhibits GPS A, B, and C. Those exhibits are chronologies of certain key events pertinent to Secretary Shultz's testimony, which have been prepared by the staff and by the Secretary's office. The entries in those chronologies are based on the Secretary's recollection and his records. The Secretary has approved these chronologies after reviewing them as accurately reflecting his knowledge of or participation in the events which are summarized there. I should note, however, that these chronologies are intended, Mr. Chairman, solely as a convenient reference device and summary of highlights. They are not intended to be, nor are they, complete or exhaustive of the Secretary's recollection, knowledge, or involvement in any of the matters before the panel. With that, Mr. Secretary, you are, as Secretary of State, the President's chief foreign policy advisor and foreign policy spokesman. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You are a statutory member of the National Security Council. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I might say there are 4 statutory members: the President, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense.
Mr. Secretary,
There are also 2 statutory advisors.
Excuse me for interrupting. Mr. Secretary, you'll have to speak right into that microphone. It's voice activated.
The statutory advisors are the Director of Central Intelligence and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And there are 2 other statutory advisors, on other occasions the Director of the Arms Control Agency and of the U.S. Information Agency. I say that because I find in these discussions often people refer to the NSC when they really mean the NSC staff. There's a difference.
and sir, as I understand, as Secretary of State, you are responsible, second only to the President, for the conduct of the foreign relations of the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With these points in mind, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to begin this morning by reviewing certain key events that the panel has been considering in order to establish when the Secretary of State was first informed of those events. Now, with your permission, I'll come back later, and I know members of the panel will, to discuss the events in some detail. But for now, I'd like simply to establish, as I said, when you were informed of them. So with that, let me begin with this question, Mr. Secretary. When were you first informed that the President of the United States had signed a covert action finding authorizing the sale of U.S. arms to Iran?
On November the 10th, 1986, at a meeting in the Oval Office with the President's principal advisors during a briefing by Admiral Poindexter on what had transpired over the past year or so.
Mr. Secretary, when were you informed that there was more than one such covert action finding signed by the President?
When I was testifying before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, I believe it was Senator Cohn, during the question period, asked me about a January 6th finding. And I said to him, Senator, I think you must be thinking of the January 17th finding. I believe it was you that. And you said, no, January 6th. I said, well, that's the first I've heard of a January 6th finding. So that's when I heard about it.
And when were you first informed, Mr. Secretary, that the President had signed also a third finding on December 5, 1985?
When it emerged in the course of these hearings.
Mr. Secretary, when were you first informed that this nation had sold weapons directly to Iran?
Well, it depends upon what you consider being informed, but when this all started to break in very early November 1986, there were press reports of arms sales that seemed authoritative. And so that was my information, literally on an arms sale from the U.S. to Iran.
Prior to then, prior to those reports in the press, had any member of the United States government informed you that the United States had sold weapons directly from the United States to Iran?
No.
Mr. Secretary, when were you first informed of the McFarland mission to Tehran?
It was after the mission, but I think shortly after it was completed.
And were you given the details of the mission at that time?
I was told that it had fizzled, and that with those events in mind, the fizzling of that initiative, that the whole project had been told to stand down.
Were you told at that time that Mr. McFarlane had brought U.S. weapons with him to Tehran?
No.
Mr. Secretary of State, when were you first informed that country number 2, a major Middle Eastern nation, had provided $31 million to the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance, which I shall refer to as the Contras, between 1984 and 1985?
In June, I think it was June 16th, according to my records, I received a telephone call, a secure phone call from Mr. McFarlane, who gave me that information.
June 16th of what year, sir?
1986.
And when were you first informed that country number 3 had contributed $2 million to the Contras in 1985?
I have to get out your code here.
Yes, sir.
This has emerged here during the course of the hearings, and that's as I learned it.
You never were informed of that fact prior to these hearings?
No.
Mr. Secretary, when were you first informed that country number 4 had been solicited by the NSC staff to provide lethal assistance to the Contras in 1984?
These things have all emerged during the hearings, and that's when I learned of them.
Mr. Secretary, when were you first informed that United States negotiations with the Second Channel in the early autumn of 1986 had produced agreement on a so-called 9-point agenda which provided for additional arms sales to Iran in exchange for hostages, and which contained provision also with respect to actions directed at the government of Iraq?
On December 13th of 1986, but if I may interrupt your questioning, I'd like to expand on that.
Please.
In the course of the effort to come to grips with what was taking place, the President put the management of Iran matters into my hands by that time. We're talking in December. Sort of at first a little bit, but then for sure. And I discovered that the CIA had a meeting scheduled with an Iranian for that date. And so we considered what to do. And we decided that we should go ahead with that meeting, that the CIA representative who was scheduled to be the representative there, Mr. Cave, should go, but we would have accompanying him Mr. Charles Dunbar, who is a Foreign Service officer and Farsi speaker. And we would have instructions, carefully written, designed to use the meeting as a means to tell that channel that there would be no more arms sales discussed in that channel or anywhere else. But we wanted to get it through that way as well as other ways. At the meeting, the message was delivered, but also as our representative listened, there was back and forth discussion about this agenda, 9-point agenda. And so gradually then, and in discussion with Mr. Cave, Mr. Dunbar got a reasonable idea of what was on this agenda. And then he called that back on December 13th, which was a Saturday, to the department. And I saw it on Saturday afternoon. And it was astonishing. So I called the president, or I called the White House to get an appointment with the president. And there was a lot of back and forth. What did I want to see him about, and so on. And I didn't seem to be getting an appointment right away, so I picked up the phone Sunday morning and I called the President. I said, Mr. President, I have something I should bring over here and tell you about right now. So he said, fine, come over. He happened to be in Washington. I went up to the family quarters, and Al Keel, who was then acting National Security Advisor, went with me, my request. And I told the President the items on this agenda, including such things as doing something about the Dawa prisoners, which made me sick to my stomach that anybody would talk about that as something we would consider doing. And the President was astonished, and I have never seen him so mad. He's a very genial, pleasant man, and it's very easygoing. But his jaw set and his eyes flashed, and both of us, I think, felt the same way about it. And I think in that meeting, I finally felt that the President deeply understands that something is radically wrong here. There's more to all this than that, but I thought it was important to expand on that because that was not just another event in this chronology that you're going through.
It is an important event, Mr. Secretary, and we'll come back to it later. Senator Rudman will be questioning you further about that event during his period with you. Mr. Secretary, you've testified to facts which, on one interpretation, would indicate that you and the State Department were kept in the dark regarding the Iran initiative and matters pertaining to the Contras by those who knew the facts. On the other hand, there's been testimony here recently by Admiral Poindexter, for example, that to the extent you were not informed, it was because you asked not to know or to be involved, particularly with the Iran initiative, after you lost the argument with the President regarding that initiative. In particular, Admiral Poindexter testified that he did not withhold anything from you that you did not want withheld from you. With this in mind, Mr. Secretary, this testimony in mind, let me ask you first whether you ever told Admiral Poindexter or any other member of the administration that you did not want to be kept informed of the Iran initiative.
I never made such a statement. What I did say to Admiral Poindexter was that I wanted to be informed of the things I needed to know to do my job as Secretary of State. But he didn't need to keep me posted on the details, the operational details of what he was doing. That's what I told him. Now, the reason for that was, that is the gist of what I told him. I don't remember the exact words I used, but that was about it. The reason for that was that there had been a great amount of discussion of leaks in the administration, and justifiably so. I think it is a terrible thing that goes on in Washington. Leaks from everywhere, constantly. And we are all very concerned about it. And there had been, in connection with what to do about it, discussion of the idea of giving very large numbers of people who had access to classified information lie detector tests on a regular or random basis, which I opposed. While I was on a trip abroad in the latter part of 1985, a directive encompassing that idea was signed. So I didn't comment on it when I was abroad, but when I got back here, I did comment on it, registered my opposition, talked to the President about it, and it got changed. Now that, I recognized, put me at odds with the intelligence and national security community, to put it mildly. So what exactly would be done, and I'm sure we'll go into this after the January meeting, remained to be seen. But in terms of particulars, like who is going to go someplace to meet somebody and so forth, all of this kind of operational thing, it seemed to me, in the light of the suspicions cast on me as a result and the hostility, that I would not know that. So I felt it would probably leak, and then it wouldn't be my leak. So that was the background of this. It had to do with the problem of leaks. But that doesn't mean that I just bowed out insofar as major things having to do with our foreign policy are concerned. And in your previous question, the things that were being talked about, to consider that that statement would mean that I shouldn't be informed of things like that is ridiculous.
The main events you wanted to be kept informed of.
Yes.
And that was true not only with respect to Iran, but with respect to all areas of foreign relations activity, including activities engaged in by the NSC staff in Central America.
Not only did I want to be informed, but when I found out things, sometimes by chance, I did my best to act on those things.
With these claims in mind and Admiral Poindexter's testimony, let me review.
Well, they're not claims, they're just descriptions of what I said and my view of what I said.
Yes, sir. Let me review certain events with you. Do you recall, Mr. Secretary, being briefed by Admiral Poindexter when he was about to assume the position of National Security Advisor on December 5, 1985, concerning the Iran initiative?
Yes, he called me on the secure phone and he gave me a lengthy briefing. And I felt very good about it. And I remarked to my executive assistant who was there that he told me more than I had known before of what went on in the latter half of 1985, and I felt this was a good thing, and we were off to a good start.
And do you recall what you told Admiral Poindexter about your views concerning the Iran initiative as he described it to you in that briefing?
Well, I told him that I thought it was a very bad idea, that I was opposed to it. That doesn't mean I was in favor of doing things that had any potential for rearranging the behavior of Iran and our relationship with Iran. But I was very much opposed to arms sales in connection with that.
Did you tell him at that time that in your view the proposed policy amounted to paying for hostages and had to be stopped?
Yes.
In that same conversation, sir, on December 5, the day that Admiral Poindexter briefed you on the initiative, did he tell you that on the very same day the President had signed a covert action finding authorizing an arms shipment to Iran?
No.
Did Admiral Poindexter brief you about that finding 2 days later, on December 7, 1985, when you met at the White House with the President and other senior officials to discuss whether the proposed initiative ought to go forward?
No, I'm sure that was not mentioned in that session.
And we'll return to that December 7 meeting subsequently, but let me ask you now about a subsequent meeting with the President and other senior U.S. officials on January 7, 1986, also concerning the Iran initiative and whether it ought to go forward. Were you informed by Admiral Poindexter at that January 7 meeting that just 1 day earlier, on January 6, the President had signed another finding with respect to arms shipments to Iran from the United States?
I was never mentioned in that meeting.
Then 10 days later, on January 17, 1986, according to the chronology, you attended a family group luncheon with Admiral Poindexter and others, at which there was a discussion of the legality and wisdom of the proposed Iran initiative. And I understand you argued at that luncheon that the initiative, in your view, would be both unwise and unlawful.
That's correct. I came back to my office and I told my assistant that we had had another discussion of this, and I had once again said that I thought it was illegal and unwise.
And am I correct, sir, that at this January 17 luncheon, the Admiral did not inform you that on that same day, January 17, the President had signed the third of the findings authorizing U.S. arms shipments to Iran?
I would hardly have come back from the meeting saying that it was illegal if I had been informed that the Attorney General had provided a proper legal basis for proceeding.
Now, do you recall another briefing listed on the chronology by Admiral Poindexter a month later, on February 28, in which he discussed the hostage situation and advised you then of a possible high-level meeting between Bud McFarlane and certain Iranian representatives?
Yes, I do. He told me that as a result of the discussions they had been having, that the Iranians had said they wanted a high-level meeting. And if there were a proper high-level meeting discussing our future possible relationships, that would be the occasion in which the hostages would be released. I said, well, that sounds almost too good to be true. But anyway, if that's the case, I'm in favor of it. But I said I believed that he told me that Mr. McFarlane had been selected by the White House to conduct this mission, that I believed there should be written instructions. And that was agreed to, and so-called terms of reference were drawn up, which I saw and which I thought were fine.
Did those terms of reference or instructions that you saw say anything about delivering U.S. weapons to Iran at that time or in connection with a McFarlane meeting?
I believe they had at the end of them the suggestion that at some future time, under the right circumstances, it would be possible to resume an arms sale relationship. And of course, we have always taken the position that if we have an end to the Iran-Iraq war and an end to terrorism coming from Iran and so on, well, then we could resume the relationship that we'd had at an earlier time, possibly.
Well, did Admiral Poindexter tell you that the agenda for any meeting between Mr. McFarlane and Iranian representatives would include current deliveries of U.S. arms?
No. In fact, I regarded this written terms of reference that I asked to be drawn up and which I reviewed as a kind of reassurance to me that after all of the discussion, this negotiation had been taking place in a manner consistent with what I thought was proper. And I thought, well, maybe I won the argument after all with the President.
In that light, did Admiral Poindexter tell you on February 28 that only one day before, that is on February 27, the United States had shipped 500 TOW missiles to Iran, and that about 10 days earlier, the United States had also shipped 500 TOW missiles to Iran?
No, he did not.
Did Admiral Poindexter tell you or inform you of the scheduled date for McFarlane's trip to meet with the Iranians?
Well, what I was first told was that this was scheduled to be in Frankfurt, and I've forgotten whether there was a precise date attached to it. But the following month, I think, according to my records, on March 11th, he called me and said that the discussion had continued, and the Iranians wanted to meet on an island in the Persian Gulf, and that in the end the meeting hadn't come off, and I got the impression because Mr. McFarlane objected to it.
And were you told by Admiral Poindexter that the trip was off, period?
So it was off.
Did there come a time, Mr. Secretary, in May 1986, when you were advised by the United States Ambassador to Great Britain of an approach to a British entrepreneur by Mr. Neer about getting involved in an arms deal to Iran which had White House approval, which supposedly had White House approval, which had John Poindexter as the point man, and which included participants such as Mr. Adnan Khashoggi and Mr. Ghorbanifar?
Yes, I was in Tokyo for the economic summit taking place there in early May, and I received a cable from the Undersecretary of State, Mr. Armacost, who had been called by Ambassador Price reporting a conversation that had been volunteered to an officer in the embassy in London, the officer obviously having reported it to Ambassador Price. And the cable detailed more or less what you said. I received it there in Tokyo.
And if you look in your exhibit book, please, Mr. Secretary, at exhibit GPS number 20, is that a copy of the cable that you received?
Yes.
We know from prior testimony that you've given that once you received this information, you spoke to Don Regan, the President's Chief of Staff, and Admiral Poindexter. Am I correct?
That's correct.
I understand that in those conversations you objected strongly to any such deal, to the United States being involved, insisted that if there was such an operation it be called off, and warned that the President was seriously exposed and at risk if this information you had received was true. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's a fair summary. You can imagine how I felt when I read this cable. And so in the way we were staying, we were in the Okra Hotel, and I was in one area of the hotel, and the President and his immediate staff, including Mr. Regan and Admiral Poindexter, were in another part. So I just walked over to the President's part of the hotel to talk to whoever was available. We were getting ready for the next meeting of the summit meetings. And I found first Mr. Regan and then Admiral Poindexter. I wasn't able to reach the President. And I went through this and I said more or less what you said. Don Regan seemed to me to be very upset about it, said he would take it up with the President when he saw him in his own staff time. Later told me that the President was upset and this was not anything he knew about. And Admiral Poindexter told me, I think his words were something like, "We are not dealing with these people. This is not our deal." He told Ambassador Price, who called him, that there was, I think his words were, only a smidgen of truth in it, something like that.
So was it your impression from what Admiral Poindexter told you that there was no truth to the information you received, that we were not involved in that kind of transaction?
I couldn't know whether or not the people mentioned were involved in some kind of transaction, obviously, but from what Admiral Poindexter told me, I concluded that, as he said, this is not our deal. This is maybe going on, but it's nothing that we have to do with. So the representations that this is something that's been explicitly endorsed by the U.S. government were wrong.
Well, when Admiral Poindexter told you that this was not our deal in that conversation, which I understand from the chronology was on May 4, 1986, did he inform you that our deal involved an upcoming mission which by then had been rescheduled to Tehran, which would be led by Bud McFarlane and which would include a shipment of Hawk spare parts to Iran.
No.
Now, the conversation, again, between you and Admiral Poindexter about the information from the London Embassy was on May 4, 1986. With that in mind, sir, would you please turn to Exhibit 21, GPS 21, in your book? That exhibit, Mr. Secretary, is a prof note from Admiral Poindexter to Oliver North, sent one day after you informed him of the information that you had learned from the London Embassy, and after he told you that there was no truth to it or that it was not our deal. In that prof message sent on May 5, 1986, Mr. Poindexter...
I must have the wrong one. I'm not...
It's GPS 21.
Well, that's what I've got here. Go ahead.
Do you have it now?
This says, note from John Poindexter. Have you talked to Casey about this?
That's the bottom one. I'm referring to the note on top. There are two notes on that page. I don't want the one on the bottom, the one on the top. In that note from Poindexter to North on May 5, 1986, he instructed North to bypass the London Embassy during a trip to London, and he said, quote, "Do not let anybody know that you are in London or that you are going there. Do not have any contact with the embassy," close quote. That, as I said, was one day after you informed Admiral Poindexter that the London Embassy had informed you of the approach to the British entrepreneur. I take it that Admiral Poindexter did not tell you he had immediately instructed Colonel North to bypass the London Embassy.
No, he didn't.
Also, Mr. Secretary, if I could, let me ask you to turn to Exhibit 24. That exhibit, sir, is a prof note dated May 17, 1986, a few weeks after your conversation in Tokyo. It's a prof note from Oliver North to Admiral Poindexter about the McFarlane mission to Tehran, which was then being planned and about to lift off. And you'll notice that near the end of that prof note, Colonel North suggests to Admiral Poindexter that there be a quiet meeting with Bud McFarlane and the President prior to the departure of the mission, and he queries whether the participants in that suggested meeting ought to include you and the Secretary of Defense and the DCI. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
If you turn then, please, to the next exhibit, GPS 25, you'll see Admiral Poindexter's reply to that suggestion in the last sentence of the prof message that he sends back, and I quote, "I don't want a meeting with R.R., Shultz, and Weinberger," close quote. I take it you were unaware of this exchange as well.
Obviously.
And again, sir, when you spoke to Don Regan and Admiral Poindexter at the summit in May of 1986 about this information, nobody told you that a few weeks later, the former National Security Advisor was heading to Iran with U.S. arms.
No, they did not.
Now, sir, there came a time on July 26, 1986, that Admiral Poindexter, according to the chronology, advised you of the release from captivity of Father Jenko. Did the Admiral inform you that this release had been achieved in any way as a result of the U.S.-Iran initiative?
No.
At that time, sir, in fact, were you operating under the assumption that there was no initiative?
I was operating under the assumption, after the stand-down discussion, that we would continue to work at the problems presented by Iran and we had normal ways of doing that. And I think by that time we had initiated one additional one that you never know what may have some promise, but anyway, it was a different and official, proper way of trying to have a sensible discourse with them. So that I didn't assume that we had lost interest in the Iran problem. We never lost interest in it, but it's a question of how you do it.
By the way, the stand-down discussion was in late May or early June 1986, am I right?
That's my recollection. I don't have a note in my records about it, but that is what is in my head.
But you understood when Admiral Poindexter told you that the people involved had been told to stand down, that it was over.
Yes.
Now, Admiral Poindexter has testified that in parlance, the term stand down means that there's only a temporary hiatus. It's an intermission. But that's not how you understood it.
That's not how I understood it, but I'm a Marine, I'm not a Navy man, so I may be wrong about that. Somebody looked it up in the dictionary,
Yes,
though.
sir. What'd they find?
Stand down means it's done, according to the dictionary, but
Dictionary doesn't
that's
take
not
sides
necessarily a
between the
naval
services.
dictionary, so I cede to Admiral Poindexter on that. But what I understood that to mean was that this has been conducted and worked at, and they went all the way to Tehran, and it fizzled, so enough.
But whether Army, Navy, or Marines, the Admiral did not say to you, we expect this to be rejuvenated within the next several weeks or any particular point in time.
No, although the initiative or effort that I mentioned a moment ago, I think was something that he suggested, and I thought it was a good suggestion. And I worked on it, and a few of the key people who knew a lot about Iran in the State Department worked on it. And so it wasn't as though things were dead, as I said.
But to be clear, as I understand your testimony, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this other initiative did not include or envision arms shipments to Iran. Mr. Secretary, you testified earlier when we began this line of questioning that you had told Admiral Poindexter that while you didn't need to be informed of what you called operational details, you did want and need to be kept informed of those facts which you needed in order to do your job. Correct?
Correct.
Sir, in order to do your job as the nation's chief diplomat and as a statutory member of the National Security Council, at a time when, through Operation Staunch, you were in charge of attempting to persuade our allies and other nations throughout the world not to sell arms to Iran, did you need to know that the United States itself was selling arms to Iran, that the President had signed covert action findings authorizing those sales, and that the President's former National Security advisor was in Tehran on a diplomatic mission, bringing with him the first installment on a delivery of U.S. Hawk parts? Did you need to know those facts?
Well, certainly. One of the many arguments that I used and Secretary Weinberger used in opposing having an arms sale dimension to the Iran initiative, one of the arguments was that we felt that one way of getting the Iran-Iraq war to come to an end was to do everything we could to deny weapons to the country that was refusing to come to an end. And so we had a rather vigorous program called Operation Staunch. Ambassador Fairbanks was in charge of it for a while, and when he left, Ed Derwinski, now Under Secretary of State, then Counselor, was put in charge of it. And we made a very considerable effort to persuade people, and with some success.
Were there any facts, Mr. Secretary, concerning the Iran initiative that you chose not to know and wanted not to know?
Well, I chose not to know the operational details of how they were arranging meetings and so on, and I think Admiral Poindexter, if he understood that he didn't need to tell me about that, was perfectly proper. On the other hand, when you go beyond that into these more substantive matters, that's a different matter altogether.
Mr. Secretary,
At
I'd
least
like...
that's the way I saw it. He obviously saw it a different way.
Mr. Secretary, now I would like to turn in greater detail to your recollection of the key events, some of which we've summarized, involving U.S. policy towards the Nicaraguan opposition and the Iran initiative in the period 1984 through 1986. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to start with events involving support for the Nicaraguan opposition and specifically non-U.S. government support for the Contras. And again, these events are summarized in the chronology, which is GPS Exhibit A. Mr. Secretary, you recall discussions in the spring of 1984 in our government, in which you participated, concerning seeking support for the Contras from certain third countries, correct?
Yes.
And one of those countries, as the chronology indicates, is the country we've given the number 1 to, and you opposed going to country number 1 for Contra assistance. Am I correct as well?
Yes, I did.
And by April 18 of 1984, according to the chronology, you had made clear to Bud McFarlane, who was then the National Security Advisor, that you were opposed to approaching country 1 for Contra assistance, correct?
Yes.
You had also said and expressed your position that in no event would you agree to the United States government serving as an intermediary or a conduit for aid to the Contras from any third country source. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I questioned, without being a lawyer, I questioned the legality of any such arrangement.
Now, after expressing that position, and those positions rather, did you then learn in May 1984 from our embassy in country number 1 that Mr. Teicher of the National Security Council staff had in fact approached country number 1 for a contribution to the Nicaraguan opposition and had said that the United States government would serve as a conduit for any such contribution?
Yes, we had that from the ambassador, Ambassador Sam Lewis.
And prior to then, did you have any information from the National Security Advisor or staff that a member of that staff was going to make this approach, the same approach that you had expressed opposition to?
No, I didn't.
I understand that after you learned from our embassy of the information, that you saw Mr. McFarlane at the White House at the beginning of May and confronted him with what you had learned, correct?
That's right, I objected to it.
And what did Mr. McFarlane tell you regarding what you had learned of Mr. Teicher's approach and suggestion that the U.S. government serve as a conduit for any contribution from country 1?
Well, as I recall, and I think my notes to this effect are that he said that Mr. Teicher was not operating on instructions. He was there on his own hook.
Subsequently, did you hear otherwise as to whether Mr. Teicher was there on his own hook?
Well, Mr. Teicher, as I remembering that this is all something that can be looked up in these records, but as I remember, Mr. Teicher went to Ambassador Lewis and said that he wanted Ambassador Lewis to know that he was there under instructions.
And that what he had said was the result of strict instructions he had received.
That's what Teicher told Ambassador Lewis.
And I gather then that Mr. McFarlane did not tell you at the time, after he told you that Teicher was there on his own hook, that he had both asked Mr. Teicher to make the approach to country number 1 and that after you had expressed opposition to any such approach by April 18th, Mr. McFarland had sent Mr. Teicher back to the official of country number 1 with further instructions to make another approach. I take it you were not informed of that.
No, I wasn't.
In that connection, sir, would you please look at exhibit number 58 in your book? Which is a redacted version of a memorandum from Mr. McFarland to Mr. Teicher, dated April 20, 1984, and I can represent to you that the country name which is blacked out is the name of country number 1. Mr. McFarland, under the heading Help with the Contras, says to Mr. Teicher on April 20, as we discussed, please reaffirm to the official of country number 1, as he has already heard, 1, we will not press them on the question of assistance to the Contras. 2, it is an important matter to us and we face a temporary shortfall in goods. 3, we are of course very conscious of the vulnerability it would create for the government of country number 1. 4, if they should decide that they can help, it ought to be done bilaterally, although we would be pleased to provide a point of contact, which is blacked out. And 5, please also let it be known that in your view, I am a little bit disappointed in the outcome, but we will not raise it further. Was that an approach which you had authorized, Mr. Secretary?
No.
Was that an approach you were informed of?
No.
Have you ever learned of it before now?
No, this is just stuff coming out here.
I'd like to turn your attention now, Mr. Secretary, to an NSPG, National Security Planning Group meeting, which took place on June 25, 1984. You have in one of the books, I hope, before you, excerpts of the minutes of that meeting, which are still, it's one of the thin ones. That's too thick.
These are your books, so
I take no responsibility. I think that's there.
Be the librarian and tell me where to look.
I'll inform you that I didn't put those books together. So these are excerpts of the minutes of the NSPG on June 25, 1984. They are still classified, but they can be referred to for purposes of refreshing recollection. The subject of that meeting was the situation in Central America, and specifically insofar as we've excerpted the discussion, whether to obtain third country support for the Contras. And am I correct that your position at that meeting on June 25, 1984 was that you did not believe it would be lawful at that time to seek third country assistance for the Nicaraguan opposition?
That's correct. What I must have had in mind is that there would be ways of doing it that would be unlawful, and I perhaps had, I'm not sure about this, but in mind the proposal I had seen for us to be essentially a conduit.
Did you have a view then as to the wisdom of the policy of approaching third countries for assistance at that time, June 84?
I am a very strong supporter of the idea of helping those people in Nicaragua who are ready to fight for the freedom and independence of their country to do so. And I'm convinced that it is very much in the interests of the United States and of the new democracies in Central America to provide that kind of help. And I hope and pray that when we come to act on this matter, we'll continue to do what was put into place last year. So I've always been a very strong supporter. My feeling always has been that in the end, to provide that kind of support that really will do the job, it will be necessary to do it with the support of the Congress. I felt and feel today that the Nicaraguan democratic resistance is a genuine force and that somehow they would hold themselves together. And as Tony Motley put it, they could wrestle up their own money somehow, at least enough to keep going. But our major concern should be to conduct ourselves so that we maximize the chance of persuading the Congress to come back on board and give support. And if I felt that if we actively solicited third countries, we would be cutting against those objectives in our arguments with the Congress. And beyond that, it seemed to me that since this is a matter of vital interest for the United States, we didn't want to get ourselves in the position where we have to rely on what we can persuade other people to do to serve our vital interests. We have to step up to those ourselves. That was my thinking.
On the legal side, did you conclude and express the view at the NSPG meeting that you ought to get an opinion from the Attorney General as to whether the United States could help the Contras with assistance from third countries?
Yes, there was a back and forth argument about the subject of legality, and I'm always a little hesitant to express myself on those subjects, surrounded by lawyers as I am here and everywhere.
Sir, there's never enough.
But I have noticed in my experience in the government that when you go to an official professional lawyer who is holding office and you say, I want an opinion, I want you to write it down and sign your name to it, that gets their attention. It's better than a casual, I guess it's okay kind of thing. So I said, well, let's have a formal opinion, and then we'll know what we can do and what we can't do.
Do you recall what Mr. Meese, who was not Attorney General at that time, but who was present at the meeting, do you recall what Mr. Meese counseled with respect to obtaining an opinion from the Attorney General?
No, I don't recall the back and forth of the discussion particularly. It was quite a while ago.
Would you look at page 4, please, of the excerpts of that meeting and tell me whether it refreshes your recollection, top of page 4 under the heading Mr. Meese, whether it refreshes your recollection of the comments that Mr. Meese made about going to the Attorney General for an opinion.
Well, I don't remember that, but I see that he is saying that we want to tell the Justice Department that we want a proper and legal basis. So I don't have any objection to that, but I don't remember that.
Do you recall that Mr. Meese also indicated that if you went to the Department of Justice for an opinion, it would be important to tell the Department of Justice where you wanted to come out?
No, I don't recall that he said that. Maybe you can get that implication from that sentence, but I don't think that, I don't remember that at all.
All right, sir. Do you recall that at the conclusion...
Actually, I don't think it works that way, at least based on my experience. I remember a time, I think I was the director of the budget, and one of the big issues of the time was impoundment and presidential authority to impound funds. I see some of the old-timers here are remembering that fight or issue. And it was obvious that the president had, right going back to George Washington, had impounded funds that the Congress had appropriated. But the authority had been used sparingly, so it had never been a subject of much debate. but there was in mind an effort to use it much more aggressively in an effort to cut down spending, which we were trying to do. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? And the question was whether the President could refuse to spend funds that the Congress had appropriated, could impound them. So the answer seemed to be, well, let's make it, be sure we're legal. We'll ask the Justice Department for a proper and legal basis. And so we would ask our good friend, who is the Assistant Attorney General for whatever it's called, legal rulings or whatever, to do it. And so they did put the question to that man, who happened to be Bill Rehnquist. And they got back an answer that they really didn't want. So that registered, as you can see, very deeply with me, and that is why I say that you take a top-notch lawyer who is in office and you ask him for a written opinion that he signs his name to. That's a pretty good way to proceed.
Okay, and at the end of the June '84 meeting, as I understand it, Mr. McFarland proposed that things be held in abeyance and that there be no authority for anyone to seek third country support for the Contras pending receipt of an opinion from the Attorney General.
I believe that's right.
While Mr. McFarland so proposed at that time, Mr. Secretary, did he inform you that at the same time or thereabouts that he, Mr. McFarland, had met with an official of country number 2 and obtained a contribution of $1 million per month for the Contra cause?
No, he didn't.
And is it the fact, sir, that the same information was withheld from the State Department when the Undersecretary of State, Mr. Armacost, asked Mr. McFarland on August 7, 1984, how the Contras were being funded?
We were having a discussion of that fact among a group of people, and then I have some notes on that that says who, but Mr. Armacost did raise the question, where are they getting the money? And Mr. McFarland said he didn't know, but they seem to have money coming in at a rate of about $1 million a month. We didn't think that was particularly surprising. That is, it seemed to us quite possible that the freedom fighters could raise that much money.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Belnick, a vote is pending in the House, so House members will be leaving to vote. I think we should continue with the questions.
Yes, sir.
You may
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Chairman. Did you ever receive the legal opinion from the Attorney General that was discussed at the June '84 meeting?
No, the subject seemed to die down.
Do you know if the opinion was formally sought from the Justice Department?
I don't.
I'd now like to turn, Mr. Secretary, to another NSPG meeting which occurred almost exactly 2 years later, minutes of which are excerpted in the same book. That meeting was held on May 16, 1986, and the subject was again the need for money to sustain the Contras at that time. Now, at that meeting, as I've read the notes, you were a forceful proponent of soliciting third country assistance for the Contras, even as a more desirable alternative for the temporary period, for the bridge period, than trying to rely on getting reprogrammed funds from Congress. And my question, if that's a fair characterization of your position, is why your views had so changed in the 2 years between June '84 and now May 1986.
The whole atmosphere had changed. Congressional attitudes had changed, and the law had changed. And so I thought, under those circumstances, it was perfectly proper to do it. In fact, perhaps even desirable if we could do it in the right way.
And the change in the law to which you refer was the change which expressly provided that the State Department could solicit humanitarian aid for the Nicaraguan opposition, subject only to the strictures of the Pell Amendment. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Now, the meeting in May 1986 ended...
In fact, I think
I'm sorry.
it's important to recognize that the Pell Amendment, which has the structure of a restriction, is in effect an authorization so long as you pay attention to the restriction. There was later a different and very much more direct authorization, but the Pell Amendment we regarded as a clear authorization. And since we were particularly involved in the negotiations about that amendment, we felt we had a very clear notion of what the congressional intent was.
The May 1686 NSPG meeting ended with you being asked to prepare a list of countries which could be approached to make donations or contributions to the Contras. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you were asked to undertake that assignment, did anyone inform you then of the prior solicitations of countries number 2, 3, 4, or any others?
No.
But subsequently, as you testified earlier today, you heard from Mr. McFarland on June 16 of 1986, a month after the NSPG meeting when you were asked to come up with a list, that country number 2 had given $31 million, correct?
That's correct.
I take it that at that time, when Mr. McFarland so informed you, you were unaware of an exchange of messages between Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter on June 10, to which I'd like to direct your attention. They appear at tab 28 of your exhibit book.
I turned this paper over. I don't know where the television cameras are.
I
know this is a very secret code here, and you don't want anybody to know it.
We're going to... The second page of the exhibit, 28, is a prof note from Colonel North to Admiral Poindexter dated June 10, 1986. And near the end of that last several lines, he says, "I have no idea what Shultz knows or doesn't know, but he could prove to be very unhappy if he learns of the," and country number 2 is one of the countries named there, which has been blacked out, "of the country number 2 aid and that has been given in the past from someone other than you. Did RCM," that is Mr. McFarland, "ever tell Shultz?" Now, if you look, sir, at the first page of the exhibit, that is Admiral Poindexter's response to Colonel North's prof note the same day, and he says, a few lines up from the bottom, actually a few lines down from the top, "To my knowledge, Shultz knows nothing about the prior financing. I think it should stay that way." You obviously were unaware of those messages and of the fact that subsequent to sending this message, Admiral Poindexter talked, as he's testified here, to Bud McFarland, who then called you in June of '86. You were unaware of those events.
I was unaware of that, but I was mystified as to what was the reason for this call out of the clear blue sky from Mr. McFarland, so this seems to explain it.
And
But I didn't know that at the time.
And Mr. McFarland gave you no context for the sudden information about a $31 million contribution.
No.
Now, sir, after the May 1686 meeting, did you pursue the assignment you had been given to come up with candidate donor countries?
Yes, I did, but it's not that easy, at least given the way it seemed to me you should think about it. It seemed to me not a particularly good idea to go to countries with which we had a big military or economic assistance relationship. because it could be too easily misinterpreted. And I didn't think it was a good idea to go to a country where we would, in a sense, be giving them a major marker, and where we had things that were very difficult and delicate to deal with, or to a country that was being run in a way that we found essentially undesirable and somehow could wind up compromising us. So by the time you place all these restrictions down, you eliminate a lot of countries.
Among which would have been countries 2 and 3 and 4 for various of the reasons you mentioned.
Probably. I think it was questionable, but at any rate, you ought to try to think of something else first, I thought, and rack your brains about that.
And what country did you come up with?
It wasn't my idea, but I think it was a very good idea. And I will say the name of the country, although I've been resisting it all this time because we told them we wouldn't. But they have made their own announcement, and we came up with the idea of Brunei, or Elliott Abrams, I think, at least to my knowledge, thought about it, and it seemed perfect.
And you tasked Elliott Abrams with the assignment of attending to the details of approaching Brunei at that time, of getting things set up so that the approach could be made. Let me be specific. You knew that Mr. Abrams obtained an account number from Colonel North into which a contribution from Brunei, if it were obtained, would be deposited.
Well, I think what happened was that he made this proposal. I thought it was a good idea, kind of in the abstract or in principle. This was just before I was about to go on a trip to Asia, an annual meeting with the ASEAN foreign ministers. And when I do that, I always try to go to one country in the ASEAN group beyond the one where we happen to meet, so that I go to all of those countries. And I had planned to go to Brunei as part of this effort, and everybody knew that schedule. So the question was, should I bring this up when I was in Brunei? I decided it wasn't appropriate for me to do that, but at any rate, I raised the question with Elliott. Well, suppose I am there and they agree, then what do I tell them to do next? How do they make this contribution? And that is what brought forth the bank account number.
And am I correct that you were informed that the number was the number of a Contra account?
The idea was that we were making a solicitation for humanitarian aid to help the freedom fighters, and that the way to do it was to deposit the money in an account that the freedom fighters controlled, and then that transaction would have been made. That was a way of having that happen so that the money didn't come to us and then go to them. It was a direct contribution of Brunei to the freedom fighters.
And were you informed that the account you were given was, in fact, an account that the Contras controlled?
That was my understanding, which I got from Elliott, and he has told me that's the information he got from Colonel North, from whom he solicited, or whose advice he sought, and who gave him this number.
And as I understand, Secretary Abrams gave you the account number on a card, which you carried with you to the conference in Asia in the event you were going to see the Chief of State of Brunei and the contribution was discussed. You were to give him that card, or at least the number on it. Is that correct?
That was the idea. I don't know that I carried it around personally, but anyway, we had it on the trip.
And had you, on that trip, seen the Sultan or a representative of the government, and had the contribution been discussed and agreed to, you would have given him the account number that Secretary Abrams had given you?
Yes, but I didn't.
I understand, sir.
It turned out.
But those who sent you with the account number, Colonel North, others, knew that that account number was one which the Secretary of State might hand to the Chief of State of Brunei in connection with seeking a humanitarian contribution to the Nicaraguan opposition, correct?
Well, with that, I don't want to overdo the niceties of things, but I doubt that in the end I would have handed it to the Sultan. I think probably that would have been, if I had done it, it would have been discussed and some way would have been found to give them the number, a proper way.
But the number was intended...
Not relevant, but I think I wouldn't want the Sultan to think that I would try to conduct that level of business with him.
The account number was intended to get to the Sultan.
Yes.
All right.
Well, get to the government in an authoritative way.
All right. And nobody informed you at that time, not Colonel North or not Admiral Poindexter, that the account number you were given, which was intended to get to the government of Brunei for the purpose of a humanitarian contribution, was the account number of Lake Resources, which was an account that was used for buying arms and furnishing lethal assistance to the Contras, as well as for other purposes, and was under the control of Messrs. Albert Hakim and Richard Secord. You were not informed of those facts, were you, sir?
No, we were informed otherwise, that this was an account controlled by the Nicaraguan resistance.
The remainder of the...
I would say Elliot was informed of that, and that is the information he gave me. I wasn't that much involved directly in the discussion about that number.
Mr. Secretary, I don't propose to go into the remainder of the Brunei story. That's been testified to by the panel, testified to by other witnesses before the panel. Members of the panel may have questions for you on it, and I would just point out that the record that the committee has before it on Brunei is now augmented by the exhibits which appear at 56A through U, which make up the account number and the cable traffic between the State Department and the government of Brunei concerning this matter. But I'll move on. Mr. Secretary, during his appearance before the panel, Colonel North testified that you were aware of his activities, knowledgeable about his activities in assisting the Contras and in coordinating what was referred to during his testimony as a full-service operation of resupply and lethal assistance to the Contras during the period of the various Boland restrictions. Let me read to you some of the precise testimony that Colonel North gave on that point. In questioning by Mr. Niels, Colonel North said as follows, in response to questioning by Mr. Niels, quote, "As I said yesterday, Counsel, it was fairly well known, certainly to those men, although they may deny it, what I was doing. There came a time when the man at the top of that list," and he was pointing to a memo, sir, which had your name at the top of the list as a recipient. "There came a time when the man at the top of that list, at the occasion of the retirement of Ambassador Robert Oakley, took me aside just weeks before I was summarily fired, put his arm around my shoulder, and told me what a remarkable job I had done keeping the Nicaraguan resistance alive. There is no doubt that they knew what I was doing, and yet I didn't think it was necessary that the hundreds of staffers who would see that memo on the way to their front officers had a clear recognition of what I was doing," close quote. In response to further questioning by Mr. Niels on that same point, Colonel North then testified as follows, quote, "Now, as I just indicated to you a few moments ago, when Secretary Shultz took me aside at Ambassador Bob Oakley's retirement, I knew what he meant. He didn't have to say, 'You did a great job on the L-100 resupply on the 9th of April.' He knew in sufficiently eloquent terms what I had done," close quote. Did you, sir?
No.
Would you describe this event as you recall it, at Ambassador Oakley's retirement, at which time you spoke to Colonel North, if you did?
I hardly know Colonel North, although, like everybody else in America, I feel I know him well by now. But I hadn't any direct contact with him other than seeing him occasionally in meetings, which he sometimes, but not very much, spoke. So I had no direct knowledge. But I had heard a lot about his devotion to the cause of the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, and particularly from Mr. McFarland on various occasions, but various occasions that he had worked very hard to keep up the morale and work with the leaders of the Nicaraguan resistance during the period when they weren't getting any support from the United States. And that effort on his part, which was rather personal, had been an important element in keeping their spirits up. That was what mainly Bud McFarland had told me. And I had no reason to doubt that, and in fact, I think it's probably true. So we had a little, I think I gave Ambassador Oakley an award and a little reception, and people were invited who he had worked with. And Colonel North was there in a sort of a room in the State Department where we do that, and I noticed him, and I went over. I don't remember putting my arm around him, but anyway, as I do go around, particularly to people that I don't see much, and say hello, and I did, and I said to him, I don't know precisely what, but that I knew that he had extended himself to keep up the morale of these leaders, and I appreciated it, and I do.
So
but that was the sum and substance of it. To build on that remark, this superstructure of implication is entirely unwarranted.
Would you look, sir, at Exhibit 31 in your book, which is a prof note to Colonel North from Mr. McFarland, dated July 29, 1986. And I refer you to the sentence at the end which states, quote, George Shultz finally realizes what an enormous job you have done. If he didn't before, he does now. After 4 hours this evening at his place, with just the four of us preaching the gospel to him, to include Eliot's key role, close quote. Do you recall that occasion with Mr. McFarland?
Yes, it was an informal supper at my house that our respective wives had arranged, and he came over and we talked about this and that, and I don't remember it precisely, but this perhaps was one of the occasions when he talked to me a lot about the work of Colonel North and the fact that he had been singled out by people who were very much against our help to the Nicaraguan resistance and was taking a beating on that accord and so on. He had made the same presentation, and Admiral Poindexter had, as questions had been raised about Colonel North's role to us and to members of Congress. And I think there were a couple of occasions in which questions were raised and it was looked into, and on one, Mr. McFarland and another Admiral Poindexter weighed in heavily, and I think with you, Mr. Chairman. So these questions had been raised, and people satisfied themselves that everything was being done in a proper way.
And you were not informed by Mr. McFarland or Admiral Poindexter, as I understand your testimony, or anyone else, of the extent of Colonel North's activities regarding the Contras, except to the extent you've testified this morning.
That's right.
Sir, did you ever express the view that Colonel North was a loose cannon?
No, I didn't. What I said, I think what you're referring to is an incident toward the end of a staff meeting in my office in which I told Elliott Abrams, the question was, where are the freedom fighters getting their arms, as I remember? And I said and Elliott said he didn't know, and I said, well, you're our point man here, you should find out, or something like that.
As I understand, that conversation took place on September 4, 1985. Secretary Abrams has described that conversation here based on a note that he took in which he said you told him to, quote, monitor Ali, close quote. Is that your recollection of the instruction you gave him?
Well, my recollection is based on a note that was taken by somebody else who was in the meeting about what it was that I said, and what I said is the way I put it, but no reason why Elliott shouldn't have taken it that way, because Colonel North was commonly seen as a principal contact with the freedom fighters.
Did you have a view at that time that Colonel North, because of any information that you had about him, was someone who had to be watched closely, or that Elliott ought to monitor?
There was talk around about erratic behavior on his part, but I had no particular knowledge about it and didn't want to pass judgment. And I can't get myself in the position of supervising people down the line working for others.
But you did expect, based on what you told Secretary Abrams September 4, 1985, that he would keep himself informed about the activities, and as I've read the notes, specifically about how the Contras were getting supplied with arms, and not simply shut his eyes to that.
Yes.
All right, sir, in light of what you now know or have heard from the investigations regarding, for example, the role of Colonel North and other NSC staff members in assisting the Contras during the period of the Boland restrictions, the involvement in the Hassenfuss flight, the involvement of at least one of our own ambassadors, Mr. Tams, in negotiations for an airstrip to be used in Central America for Contra resupply, and in helping, as he testified to this panel, on instructions from Colonel North to open a southern military front against Nicaragua during the period of the Boland restrictions. In light of those facts and others that have come out during the investigations, is it your view that Secretary Abrams carried out your instruction to keep himself and you informed?
What has been brought out in these hearings about all of the activities you mentioned has surprised a lot of people. It surprised me. It must have been a surprise to Chairman Hamilton, who looked into this a couple of times and had assurances. So I imagine it has surprised the President. So things have come out that we didn't know about. It wasn't too long, I think, after I had that conversation with Mr. Abrams that the results of inquiring into Colonel North's activities, and at that time I think Mr. McFarlane was the National Security Advisor, concluded with our feeling, and I think Chairman Hamilton's feeling, that we had looked into this matter and there was no problem. So this was part of the general understanding, and that's what Elliott thought, and that's what I thought.
Mr. Secretary, Senator Rudman will have additional questions concerning Secretary Abrams and other matters relating to him, including his testimony before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence last year. So I'll move on, and I'd like to go now to the more detailed discussion of events involved in the Iran initiative, your participation and knowledge, beginning in the summer of 1985. And from the chronology, I understand that the events begin in connection with what you began to learn roughly at the end of May 1985, when Ambassador Lewis reported back to Washington that Michael Ledeen was then in Israel talking to Israeli officials about obtaining intelligence concerning Iran, with the twist being that Mr. Ledeen was there without prior notice to the U.S. Embassy in Israel or the State Department. Is that correct?
But seeming to represent himself as being on a official mission.
And when you received that information, you got in touch with Mr. McFarlane, complaining and asking him to explain. Am I correct?
Well, I think there is a detailed chronology that you can pull out of my notes, and I'm not sure I can remember it all right out, but basically Ambassador Lewis, who is a terrific ambassador and as a point of pride felt he should know everything going on in the country where he was ambassador that involved the U.S. government, and tended to find out, called upset that this meeting had taken place and he had no information about it, and he called my executive assistant and said, "Do you know anything about it?" And we said, "No, we don't know a thing about it." And then the process proceeded from there in a series of back and forth statements that wound up in the form of cable traffic, because it wasn't long after that I left for Europe. But I think if we go through these notes, my memory isn't good enough to remember precisely each event.
Mr. Belton, excuse
Yes,
me for interrupting. Would now be an appropriate time for recess?
Yes, sir.
All right, then we'll stand in recess for 10 minutes. The joint hearings will come to order, and Mr. Belnick, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, if I could ask, would you please turn to Exhibit 5 in your book? And I believe you'll be able to identify that exhibit as the cable that you sent to Mr. McFarlane at the beginning of June 1985 concerning the Ledeen visit about which you were testifying at the break. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 6, the next exhibit, so that we don't have to take time on the testimony, I believe you'll recognize as McFarlane's cabled response to you dated June 7, 1985, in which you'll see on the last page in a PS that Mr. McFarlane said to you that Mr. Ledeen was, quote, there on his own hook, close quote, and that McFarlane was, quote, turning it off entirely, close quote. That's what he informed you, correct?
That's what it says.
And likewise, a year earlier, Mr. McFarlane had informed you that Howard Teicher was in country number 1, in effect, on his own hook.
Yes, but what is happening here in your interrogation of me is something like this. There's a huge flow of events that's going by me daily, weekly, monthly, every year. It's gigantic. And we have a pretty good record-keeping system in the State Department. And I have a practice of trying to keep my own personal notes when something important happens, or just dictate off something that gets written down, so if I can keep track of what's going on, and if there's something I need to do, I remember what somebody told me and I'll go do it. So we have this gigantic amount of stuff, let's call it a big haystack. And now comes this investigation, and I want to find out everything I can about these events. And so we scout around in the department for all the records we can find. And I look through all of my notes, or have my executive assistant do it, since he wrote them down mostly. And it's like you're going into this haystack, you're finding a needle here and a needle there and another needle and so on. And then you get all these needles out and you lay them out one after the other. And it's possible to make more coherence out of it than perhaps there really is. You're connecting an incident involving Mr. Teicher in 1984 with an incident involving Mr. Ledeen, both in Country 1. And so those things happened. But it isn't as though in my mind I'm saying, gee whiz, I remember back in '84 about Teicher. That had left me. I'm not making this statement in any critical way. That's the way you have to go about it. But I think you can link these things up too much. Or perhaps you could say, maybe I should have been linking them up more, but it's not so easy as you're coping with all of these things going on.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Secretary, and on this occasion I was not meaning to suggest that when you heard this in May 1985 you immediately thought back to what you had heard in 1984 about Mr. Teicher. There is a coherence and a pattern that sometimes does emerge after the fact that's not seen prospectively.
Exactly. So that's what's happening.
And it's something, though, that we do see and are trying to bring some coherence to it.
Yes, I agree.
But I wasn't trying to suggest more than that with that question. To move along with the events, getting to the first meeting that I want to discuss with you, you'll recall that there was a draft National Security Decision Directive circulated by Mr. McFarlane in June of 1985, as your chronology indicates, which, among other things, provided for a change in American policy towards Iran such that there would be provision of military equipment on a selected case-by-case basis. Your comments on that draft NSDD appear at tab 7, dated June 29, 1985, and in those comments you objected certainly to that portion of the proposed NSDD that dealt with loosening the restrictions on arms sales to Iran, and you recommended that the President not sign the NSDD as drafted. And I take it, as far as you know, that NSDD was not signed by the President. Am I correct?
That's correct. There were two things that I objected to. One was the intelligence analysis that was stated in it, because I thought they were not reading the Iran situation right. And the other was the suggestion that basically flowed from the intelligence estimate that it was desirable to change our policy on arms sales. So the two things were connected.
The next event, sir, involving this, as we've obtained it from you, was in July of 1985, July 14, when you received a cable from Mr. McFarlane in which he discussed with you proposed Israeli-Iranian contacts, which might include a delivery of tows from Israel. That cable appears at Exhibit 9 of the exhibit book. You cabled back Exhibit GPS 10, saying that, if anything, Mr. McFarlane ought to express a positive but passive reply, that we ought not to get actively involved, and that Mr. McFarlane ought to inform the Israeli emissary who had brought this proposal to him that you and Mr. McFarlane would be in close contact every step of the way on that matter. Is that a fair summary? If not, feel free to add.
Well, I think what took place was an emissary to Mr. McFarlane that came from the Prime Minister. And the burden of it was that they thought there was a way in which the relationship with Iran might change, and that at the same time we might be able to get our hostages out, but that it might very well involve some sales of arms by country one to Iran. Now, if you get something from the Prime Minister that has that kind of suggestion in it, and having marched up that hill and thought it was stopped at least 2 times by now, it seemed to me, well, he's probably going to explore this anyway, so let us try to. I wanted to be sure I had some kind of control over it or association with it. So I said, well, all right, let us give a passive reply without commitments. Let's find out more. What exactly is it that they have in mind? That was the idea. Without commitment. And also that I expected to be kept fully informed at each step. And that was explicit in the cable.
About a month later, on August 6, 1985, you attended a meeting with the President. Mr. McFarlane was there as well, at which Mr. McFarlane reported on 3 contacts which had by then taken place between the Israelis and the Iranians, and he reported also that the Iranians wanted a dialogue with the United States, arms from the United States, and then 100 tows from Israel in exchange for what he reported would be 4 hostages. He also talked about the deal being totally deniable. Mr. Secretary, can you give us your recollection of that meeting and specifically what you said in response to Mr. McFarland's report and his assertion that if our government blessed this deal, it would be, in his words, totally deniable?
I think your summary of that meeting is taken from my own notes that I wrote after the meeting. But I believe that that was one of my regular meetings with the President. I have an arrangement whereby, assuming we're both in town or not traveling, I meet with him a couple of times a week, and the National Security Advisor is present. And I think it was one of those meetings, but I'm not absolutely sure about that. At any rate, the substance of what you read out was discussed, and I said that I thought this was a very bad idea, that I was opposed to it, that we are just falling into the arms for hostages business, and we shouldn't do it.
Did the President express any views?
He didn't. As I remember, he didn't seem to push one way or the other. He listened and seemed to be relatively new information for him.
No decision was reached?
No decision was made.
But you did challenge Mr. McFarland's assertion that any such deal, if it went forward, could be kept secret or be made totally deniable.
Yes, I didn't think it could be kept secret, but I thought it was undesirable, even if it were kept secret, for all the reasons that I had laid out in my cables and in my response to the draft NSDD. Everything, there are lots of arguments strewn in through there, and those are the same arguments.
Now, sir, subsequent to the August 6, 85 meeting, did Mr. McFarland inform you that he had heard from the President approving the proposed deal and approving the Israelis going forward and shipping tows to Iran?
No, I have no recollection of being so informed.
Were you informed of the Israeli tow shipments themselves in the early fall, September of 1985?
No, I wasn't. I believe, according to my notes and recollections, that at a meeting in December, I think December 7th, a general meeting on the subject, that Mr. McFarland said that there had been that shipment, but I didn't know it at the time.
And you were not informed that Reverend Weir's release was in any way connected to a shipment of arms to Iran from Israel?
No, I tended to take the statements of Reverend Weir about his release and the use of it by the hostage takers to carry a message as more or less at face value. If you look through the history of the taking and releasing of American hostages going back to Mr. Dodge, it's an odd sort of history, but people get taken hostage and then they've been released or probably allowed to escape, as in the case of Mr. Levin. And it's not easy to see exactly why these different things happen, but at any rate, there was a note in this case, and I thought that probably was as good an explanation as any. That's what Ambassador Bartholomew thought as well.
Moving ahead, in November 1985, you were with the President at the summit in Geneva, correct?
Correct.
You had a conversation at that time with Mr. McFarland about what we now call the Iran Initiative. Can you recall that conversation, sir?
Yes. It came in the form of a secure phone call that I took in the little box that goes around with me with a secure phone. And my executive assistant was present in the box with me. And it came just before we were getting ready to go to the last kind of occasion in the meetings between the President and Mr. Gorbachev. We'd had very good meetings, and this was a social dinner that the President was the host for. But it was very clear to me that as far as I was concerned, it was going to be a working dinner, because while we had made headway and I thought we had things pretty well understood, they weren't nailed down as to exactly what was going to happen the next morning and we had a big negotiation going on about a statement. So that was what I was preparing myself for, how to make that into something productive, which it turned out to be. And this phone call came in, kind of out of the blue, about a hostage release and arms sales to Iran.
And did Mr. McFarland tell you that it was then proposed that Israel would send an air shipment through a European city of some 100 Hawks to Iran?
Yes, that was, he described the structure of a deal in which a plane would go from, I think, someplace in Portugal, as I remember, and it would be contingent on release of the hostages, a rather complex arrangement.
But the burden of it was that if the hostages came out, the weapons would go to Iran. If they didn't, the weapons wouldn't.
Exactly. It was a straight-out arms for hostages deal.
What did you tell Mr. McFarland?
I told him I hoped that the hostages would get out, but I was against it, and I was upset that he was telling me about it as it was just about to start, so there was no way I could do anything about it. But anyway, if it was happening, I hoped the hostages would get out.
After you objected, though, you learned within the next several days that no hostages had been released, and your information was that the deal had therefore collapsed.
Exactly.
Your notes indicate in the chronology that you told your executive assistant on November 23, 1985, it's over.
That was what I understood.
Now, did Mr. McFarland tell you during this period, November 18 to 23, 1985, that our embassy in the European country had been approached to contact the foreign minister or other officials of that country to try to get flight clearances for the Israeli plane that was intended to go with the Hawks to Tehran?
No.
Did Mr. McFarland or anyone else inform you that in addition to having the embassy in that European country make those contacts, the embassy was also asked and directed by the NSC to send a diplomatic note to that European government, which appears at Exhibit tab 14, saying thanks but no thanks for that country's declining to provide the flight clearances?
No, but I believe what happened was, as I now understand it, this is all news to me since this came out, that the communications were via a non-state channel, and that Ambassador Oakley, who was then our ambassador at large for counterterrorism, was approached and asked to help on this, and he authorized a cable to the chargé about it. So there was that, the State Department was in the loop to that extent.
To that extent.
Not in describing to Ambassador Oakley what was being shipped, but just that there was a sensitive shipment that they wanted to get cleared, as I understand it. But you would want to talk to him about that.
We have, and if you look at Exhibit 55, Mr. Secretary, you will see, and the panel will see, a copy of an affidavit from Ambassador Oakley in which he records what he was told at the time in November 1985 by Colonel North, so that he would contact your embassy in the European country. And you'll see on the first page of that affidavit that Colonel North told Ambassador Oakley that he had become aware, Colonel North, had become aware of Israeli arms shipments to Iran, that he had discovered that relationship when somebody from his staff had tumbled to an arms warehouse in the European country while there to try to obtain arms for the Nicaraguan resistance. And that's how Colonel North learned of the Israeli shipment, according to what he told the ambassador, and then said, if you turn to page 2, we're having trouble getting flight clearances. You'll also see in paragraph C of the affidavit that Colonel North advised Ambassador Oakley that you were aware of this matter and had been contacted in Geneva. There was no statement, however, to Ambassador Oakley that you had objected to the proposal. And also, sir, as I understand from your testimony, no one had said to you that this originated with somebody stumbling upon an arms warehouse in a European country while they were seeking arms for the Nicaraguan resistance.
Later on, as I believe Admiral Poindexter was describing this to people, he stated that it all started with stumbling on a warehouse.
That was in November '86.
But since I had personally seen what I regarded at the start of it with the Ladine visit and so on, I thought that was a cock and bull story.
And the record will show, Mr. Secretary, that that story was told by Admiral Poindexter on November 10, 1986, to you and the President of the United States in a meeting at the White House. Moving from November, your conversation...
This statement of being aware,
yes, sir?
I don't know whether that was presumably a reference to the phone conversation that I had with Mr. McFarland that we talked about earlier or not, but presumably it could have been said.
In any event, Ambassador Oakley was only informed to the extent that his affidavit indicates, as he's testified to us, and you were informed to the extent of what you have said this morning.
That's correct.
Sir, on December 5, 1985, you received your first briefing from Admiral Poindexter about the Iran initiative. We covered that earlier this morning, and I won't go through it again, except to note from your chronology that in speaking to Admiral Poindexter on December 5, you pointed out to him your objection to the fact, which you had learned, that the State Department had been cut out of the cable traffic relating to the hostages, correct?
Correct.
Could you please, sir, tell the panel what you had learned about the State Department being cut out of that intelligence traffic?
Well, only that there was a certain class of cable traffic that I don't particularly want to go into that we had been, that those who manage it had told us we weren't getting, told to Undersecretary Armacost.
When you brought that up with Admiral Poindexter, what did he say?
I don't, I'm not recalling very well what, you probably have my notes and can say what it says there.
It doesn't indicate, but I take it that Admiral Poindexter did not rectify the situation. You didn't start receiving cable traffic after you spoke to him.
No, I didn't.
Sir, has there been any other instance in your experience since 1982 as Secretary of State when, to your knowledge, the State Department was deliberately cut out of intelligence and cable traffic regarding a foreign policy initiative or program?
Not that I know of.
On December 7, there was a meeting at the White House, and you've alluded to that meeting earlier, at which senior officials were present, you, Secretary Weinberger, Donald Regan, and Admiral Poindexter, and of course the President, in which the subject was the Iran initiative and the proposed dealings with Iran. You spoke at that meeting, and as I understand from your notes and prior testimony, expressed forceful opposition to the proposed policy.
That's correct, and just as forceful was Secretary Weinberger.
If I could ask you please to turn to tab 16. And tell us whether the document at that tab is a copy of the talking points which you prepared for the December 7 meeting, and whether those points are a fair summary of the arguments you made against the Iran initiative to the President and others at that meeting.
Well, these were the talking points that I had and I worked from. In the flow of a meeting, you try to make your points as effectively as you can, and so I used these as a basis for my comments.
Who spoke in favor of the policy at that meeting?
Well, I felt that Don Regan shared the view of Secretary Weinberger and I, and Mr. McMahon, who was representing the CIA, seemed to be, as I recall, rather passive. He didn't seem to push one way or another, but I may not be remembering that just right. Mr. McFarlane and Admiral Poindexter seemed to be more pro doing this. The President, I felt, was somewhat on the fence, but rather annoyed at me and Secretary Weinberger, because I felt that he was very concerned about the hostages, as well as very much interested in the Iran initiative. So it was a very vigorous discussion, and it took place in the family quarters in a rather informal kind of setting. And I think Secretary Weinberger started off by saying something like, are you really interested in my opinion? And then the President said yes, and so he gave it to him. And so did I.
And was the President fully engaged in this conversation?
Oh, yes. This idea that the President just sits around not paying attention, I don't know where anybody get that idea. He's a very strong and decisive person.
Was he a strong proponent of the proposed policy at that meeting against your opposition and that of Secretary Weinberger?
Well, I don't remember that he sort of argued with us. He listened, and you could feel his sense of frustration. He said at one time, because Cap, as I guess a good lawyer particularly, said there are legal problems here, Mr. President, in addition to all of the policy problems. You know how people get sometimes when they're frustrated. He said, well, the American people will never forgive me if I fail to get these hostages out over this legal question, or something like that. And and then he said, but visiting hours are Thursday, or some such statement. And so there was that kind of banter. I know that people have looked at those notes and wondered if the President was advocating violating the law, and there was no such tone to that at all. It was the kind of statement that I'm sure we all make sometimes when we're frustrated.
Where did you understand, that the matter stood when that meeting ended on December 7?
Well, I wasn't sure, but I felt that between Secretary Weinberger and I, we'd made a real dent, and that with the Don Regan seeing it the same way, we having talked through various aspects of what might be done, that perhaps we had won that argument. And in fact, I think it turned out that way, because Mr. McFarlane was dispatched to London to talk to his contacts about a different kind of relationship and our hostages out, but no arms. So that was the right way to put it. I thought I was very much in favor of doing that. But he got nowhere with that, which wasn't surprising.
And in fact, you received a cable from Undersecretary Armacost, which appears at tab 17 in December '85 after the meeting, in which he told you, as you've testified now, that, and I'm quoting, Bud's recommendation upon returning from his latest discussions was to drop the enterprise. That has now been agreed. But the President wants other possible avenues for securing the release of the hostages to be energetically pursued. So that by the end of December, your understanding again was this initiative, to the extent it involved arms for hostages, was done.
Right.
Did you then hear, in the words of the movie, that they're back in the beginning of January 1986?
Well, I received information from Admiral Poindexter about a visit that he had, again, I think purporting to be, or presumably was, on behalf of the Prime Minister of Country One, about another proposal.
And that was on January 4, 1986. Mr. Admiral Poindexter advised you that Mr. Neer had come forward with a proposal which would involve the release of certain Hezbollah prisoners, the sale of 3,000 tows to Iran, and the release of American hostages. And my understanding from your chronology is that when Admiral Poindexter put this to you on January 4, you objected.
It's the same proposition, basically, with the same problems. So I said the same things.
And then again, on January 7, 1986, there was a meeting at the White House among the same, pretty much the same principals who had attended back on December 7, except that Attorney General Meese was at the January 7 meeting, as was Director Casey. The proposal that Mr. Neer had brought was put on the table, and you and Secretary Weinberger argued against it again.
Right.
What was the President's position?
Well, it seemed to me that as people around the room talked, that Secretary Weinberger and I were the only ones who were against it. And so that included everybody who was there on the other side of the issue, which surprised me. And it almost seemed unreal. And I couldn't believe that people would want to do this. I thought it was a bad idea.
When you left that meeting, did you feel that a final decision had been made by the President to go forward?
Well, it was very clear to me that he wanted to push in that direction. But, of course, I had been there before, in the sense of things starting and not really gelling. And so I went away puzzled and distressed. Again, reminding you of the difficulties I had with the intelligence and security people about lie detector tests. I was continually concerned about that. I didn't debrief, so to speak, at the department to my executive assistant, so I don't have any notes on that meeting, but I do remember it
Mr. Secretary,
pretty well.
Mr. Secretary, feeling as you did at the time that the President may have reached a decision or was heading towards a final decision in favor of a policy that you thought would be disastrous, did you seek to speak to the President alone about that matter?
No, I didn't, but there was no doubt in the President's mind about my opinion. It wasn't as though there was something that I had missed or I felt that he hadn't quite gotten. I felt I had made myself very clear.
On January 16, 1986, as your chronology reflects, you attended a cabinet meeting at the White House from 2 to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Admiral Poindexter and others have testified that subsequent to that cabinet meeting, there was a post-cabinet discussion among various senior officials about the Iran initiative, including the finding which the President would sign the very next day. You were not at that meeting?
I have no recollection of being at such a meeting, and my records show that I arrived back in the department at 3:20, I believe.
Yes, sir. Now, just to take this one more step, Admiral Poindexter testified that while you were not at the meeting, the post-cabinet meeting at which the finding was discussed, that you had been invited to it by Admiral Poindexter, that he had told you what the subject matter would be, but that you had said to him in words or substance that you had another engagement, that in any event, the President and he, Admiral Poindexter, were aware of your view and you were opposed to it, period. And then you didn't attend the meeting.
Well, I don't remember that, but if I was recorded as being opposed to it, that was certainly accurate.
Do you recall Admiral Poindexter telling you at the time, however, that they were going to discuss that day a proposed presidential finding that would authorize the very policy that you had been arguing against for 6 or 7 months?
I don't recall him using that term.
If Admiral Poindexter had said to you, we're planning to discuss a finding, would you have considered that a watershed event, notwithstanding that you felt the President was in favor of the proposal as of January 7?
Yes.
Why, sir?
In the sense that, as it had been argued, that without any new finding, an arms sale from the United States to Iran would be a violation of the Arms Export Control Act, then without that, we're still basically in the area of talking in general about an Iran initiative and the kind of effort that Mr. McFarland made in his London mission or other similar kinds of efforts. And you wouldn't have arms connected with it directly. So a finding that specifically made it legal to do that would have been a change in the situation. It wouldn't necessarily mean that arms were going to be sold, but it would have clarified the legal point that was involved.
Was there, in addition to that, Mr. Secretary, did a finding itself have other significance in terms of the process that it would have had to go through, the proposed covert action finding, before reaching the President's desk for signature?
The normal way in which a finding is produced is that there is the policy part of it and there is a legal part of it. So in the case of the State Department, I rely on my legal advisor, and I happen to be blessed by having a very good one. So the legal advisor would look at it, and I would look at it, and presumably the same thing would be done in the Defense Department and the CIA, and the Attorney General, of course, is the Chief Law Officer of the United States. He would be involved. And then there would be a discussion of that, and the President would then, in the light of the advice, both on the policy side and the legal side, make a decision on signing the finding or not. That's the general process that you presumably go through. I don't think it's required by law that you do that, but certainly as a statutory member of the National Security Council, I would expect that we would go through a process of that sort, and I think it's very desirable to do it that way.
And it's been your experience that that was the process that was followed with
Yes, that's
other
in
findings?
general the way it goes.
That process, though, was not followed, so far as you know, or the State Department was concerned, with respect to the finding that you discovered had been signed in January 1986, that you learned about in November.
I'm sure it didn't go through that process.
And that would be true with respect to what we now know were two other findings as well on the same matter, insofar as you know.
The other two that you have mentioned didn't go through that process either, and I didn't know anything about either of those other two. I want to be... The subject of legality was discussed periodically in all of these discussions. The precision of a finding is something different from that.
It would have mooted the discussion. That is, on January 17, for example, the day after the 16th meeting, as you testified earlier, you were at a family group luncheon in which the subject of the legality of this initiative came up again. And you would not
Yes,
have...
and so there's no point in discussing it, or I wouldn't have argued about it or reported back to my assistant when I debriefed on that meeting that I had said that I don't mean that I'm trying to act like a lawyer here, but that it was my sense that there were still legal problems and that it was unwise.
And
That was the net of the meeting as far as I was concerned.
nobody told the Secretary of State that those legal problems, in the view, at least of some in the administration, had been solved because the President had signed a finding the very same day.
Not to my recollection.
Sir, I don't want to go through all the events that take place between then and November concerning Iran, because we've summarized them earlier and they're listed in the chronology, which is in the books. But to summarize the summary, they included information that you received from Admiral Poindexter that the initiative was over, the proposed trip by McFarlane that he said didn't take place and then told you had fizzled, some information that McFarlane had been in Tehran after the event, but without knowledge imparted to you of what he had done there or what he had brought with him, the incident involving the information that you received from our embassy in London, your conversations with Admiral Poindexter and Don Regan. I just want to pause on that one, though, for a moment. That is the response to the information you received from the London embassy. You testified earlier today that you spoke to Don Regan about it and to Admiral Poindexter, who told you it was over. Did you also speak to Director Casey? Did you also receive a call from Director Casey in that time period?
I had a conversation or a phone call with Director Casey later, and I can't again place just when that was, but the gist of that call, and I think it was after the trip by Mr. McFarlane to Tehran, was that along the same lines as Admiral Poindexter, that this had fizzled and it was I don't think he used the word stand down, but some equivalent.
And that was in late May or early June after you returned from the Philippines.
Yes, but I got back from the Philippines. From Tokyo, I went to Korea and the Philippines, so I got back to Washington sometime after the President and his party did. But I had been back from the Philippines. I don't know exactly when it was I got back, but certainly by the middle of May.
So would you look at Exhibit 27 in your book, which is a memorandum to Mr. Platt, Executive Secretary at the State Department, from Ambassador Oakley, dated June 2, 1986. Did you receive a copy of this memorandum or a report to recall on what it contained?
I don't recall seeing this memorandum or hearing about it particularly. If I see a memorandum in the system that we have, it comes in a folder and I read endlessly through these cables and memos and so forth. and put it in the outbox, and then somebody goes through and they have a little stamp, GPS on it, so that's how it's known by the record that I've seen a particular memorandum, and I don't remember seeing this. However, I, of course, was aware of what had been contained in the cable I got from Mr. Armacost following his conversation with Ambassador Price, and I'd had my conversation about that. And then I think about this time I had been told that this matter had been stood down or whatever. And so if I had seen this, I probably would have regarded it as something that had already been dealt with as far as I was concerned by these statements.
Sir, would you then turn, please, to Exhibit 29, which is a copy of a memorandum you received, or at least was sent to you, by Undersecretary Armacost dated July 2, 1986, and I think your records reflect that you did receive this memorandum. And in it, the Undersecretary tells you that there's renewed conjecture about an NSC-sponsored search for a U.S.-Iran deal for hostages, and that it will would produce an early result. The Israelis were involved, etc. Did you take any action on this information from Undersecretary Armacost, or did it square with any understanding you had of what was in progress at the time?
Well, as far as my understanding was, the whole thing had been stood down, so this didn't seem to fit with that.
Yes, sir.
And I don't recall what, if any, conversations I had or inquiries I made on the basis of this. But I know I did see it, but my recollection is not there on that.
Do you recall whether you were concerned by the information that Secretary Armacost was giving you in July?
Well, certainly I would not want to see this get started again. On the other hand, I had been given a pretty firm assurance, and it made sense in terms of how many times do you strike out, that this had ended.
Subsequent to that, as we discussed earlier this morning, you were apprised of hostage releases and not told that that release, including the release of David Jacobson on October 31, thereabouts, was connected in any way to a program of supplying American arms to Iran. And that brings us then to the beginning of November 1986, and November 4, 1986, when the Lebanese press disclosed U.S. arms sales to Iran. And if you'll turn, please, to Exhibit 35 in your book. That should be, and I think you'll recognize it, Mr. Secretary, as a copy of a cable that you sent to Admiral Poindexter as soon as the Lebanese press article broke and you had had an opportunity to see it, or be apprised of it, on November 4, 1986. And in that cable, you advised him, among other things, to get out all the key facts as promptly as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, the cable also talks about, or conveys your suggestion, that in getting out the facts, our government could make clear that this was a special one-time operation, I'm quoting from the cable, based on humanitarian grounds and decided by the President within his constitutional responsibility to act in the service of the national interest. What operation were you referring to?
Well, I had seen the reports of an arms sale connected with the most recent release of Mr. Jacobson. And so that was, I was presuming that took place. And as far as I knew, there hadn't been any other arms sales. But Naturally, you wonder when you see this. But at any rate, I had been thinking about this, of course. I was in a different place than the President, Admiral Poindexter, and their party through this period, and I was on my way to Vienna stewing about what was taking place, and so I just weighed in out of the blue that this is a potential problem, and the way to handle these problems is to get the facts out. Whether you embarrass you or don't embarrass you, get them out as fast as you can.
You recall Admiral Poindexter's reply, which you'll find at tab 36, in which he said that he didn't think it was time to make the facts public.
Yes.
He also told you in that cable, in paragraph 6 of Exhibit 36, that he was establishing 2 compartments to deal with an ongoing program to try to get the hostages out. One that would be operational and one that would be essentially limited to intelligence. What I wanted to ask in connection with that, Mr. Secretary, was whether you, by this point, had been briefed or obtained any knowledge on what we've come to refer to as the second channel with Iran.
What I knew about were 2 things that, again, were reassurance to me that our efforts with Iran were being conducted in what I regarded as a good way. One was the initiative that I mentioned earlier, and a second was in the form of a call that I had received in September, the middle of September sometime, from Director Casey, telling me that they had made contact with another person who seemed to be more authoritatively connected with the government of Iran, whereas the earlier people they were dealing with were not so official, and that he felt that this would be potentially useful intelligence information. And I was very pleased to hear that.
Now, did Director Casey or anyone else tell you that this second channel or new opening was being pursued by Colonel North, Albert Hakim, Richard Secord?
No.
Did anyone ever tell you that Richard Secord or Albert Hakim was involved in any way with the Iran initiative, first or second channel?
I never heard of Mr. Hakim until these hearings came about, and I had only heard vaguely of General Secord, and I've never met him.
And I take it you would have had a position to express on whether General Secord or Albert Hakim ought to be negotiating for the United States with the Iranians.
I certainly would.
Now, sir, early in November, after your exchange of, well, may I ask, what would that view have been?
Negative.
Okay. I didn't want the record to be unclear. After the exchange of cables with Admiral Poindexter, you received a proposed press guidance, which appears at tab 37. If I could ask you, Mr. Secretary, to look at that exhibit. And it was a statement made in response to the question, quote, does the U.S. still have an arms embargo against Iran in the Iran-Iraq war? The answer in the press guidance was, quote, as long as Iran advocates the use of terrorism, the U.S. arms embargo will continue. Moreover, the U.S. position on the Iran-Iraq war remains that the fighting should stop and the 2 sides should reach a negotiated settlement of their dispute. We favor an outcome wherein there are no winners or losers, close quote. You recall receiving that?
Yes.
What was your reaction when you received it, Mr. Secretary?
I thought it looked great.
And did you then rethink that position when you focused on the answer, the beginning of the answer that I had just read to you?
Then I began to look at it a second time, particularly as this unfolded. I found great resistance to saying flat out, no more arms sales. And started hearing what kind of intelligence was being put forward. And then it dawned on me, maybe they are saying Iran is no longer advocating the use of terrorism, and therefore this means they can sell arms. That set my alarm bells ringing hard, because it was a kind of tricky and misleading statement that looks great on the surface, but then you start looking at it more carefully and you say, it's going in a different direction entirely.
From whom had you received the press guidance containing that statement?
I'm not sure
Do you know if
how it arrived, but this was a period of great turmoil, and the question is, what is to be said to the press? I had been instructed from the White House that they would take the questions on this subject and I would have no comment, so I didn't have any comment. Things were being said in the press. I said no comment. That was the White House instruction, and this was issued, so we issued it.
Sir, in the period of from November 4 till roughly November 10, when you attend the meeting at the White House that I'll go into in a moment, there are indications in the records that we've seen of you expressing the view in substance that you weren't deceived or weren't cut out of events. This, again, as I say, is in the period between the 4th and the 10th of November. In light of the facts as you began to get them after November 10 and have them now, is that still your view?
We were discussing, I believe, what my role was, and people said, well, you didn't know anything about this. I said, yes, I did know something about it. I knew quite a bit about it. Because, after all, you've related quite a few things that took place in 1985, 1986 that I knew about and weighed in on. So I didn't want to say I was uninformed. I was informed. I said my information at some point along here was fragmentary and sporadic, or some such words. And of course I now know that was the understatement of the year. But at any rate, I didn't ever take the position and wouldn't have taken the position that I was totally uninformed, because that was not accurate.
Let's move then to the meeting on November 10, 1986 at the White House, which you attended with the President, the Vice President, Admiral Poindexter, Don Regan, Mr. Keel, who was Admiral Poindexter's deputy, Director Casey, Secretary Weinberger, and the Attorney General. And at tab 39, Mr. Secretary, is a set of Mr. Keel's notes of that meeting, which we've previously made available to you, and if I'm correct, you think is a fair summary of what transpired at the meeting.
Yes, and it's reasonably consistent with the notes that I gave to my executive assistant.
And if I may, for the sake of time, summarize what we understand from you in those notes, Admiral Poindexter gave a briefing concerning the operation with the President present, as I said, and he informed all of you at that time that a total of 1,000 tows and 240 Hawk spare parts were sold to Iran. And also told you that this whole operation, as you said before, had started when an Israeli arms warehouse was located in Europe. That comports with your recollection.
Yes. Shortly thereafter, at another briefing, he said there were 2,000 tows. So I was very uneasy about these briefings.
And at this first briefing on November 10, as you listened, notes indicate that you criticized the entire operation, and saying that it sounded like arms for hostages no matter what face was put on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But the President said that he disagreed with that view at that time.
The President's view, as I have heard him express it, and I believe that he felt very clearly, was that this was basically about an initiative toward Iran, and that as an aspect of it, we would get our hostages back, and that a small sale of arms to Iran as a token of good intentions might or might not be part of that package, but he had no objection if it were. That is the way his mind was arranged on this, as I've heard him talk about it, and I'm sure that is what he does believe.
Later in the day, after the meeting,
And I think it's perfectly possible to see it exactly that way. The only trouble is, as you look at particular things that happen, when you get down into the dirt of the operational details, it always comes out arms for hostages. And at least as I saw it right from the beginning, that was what was going to happen, and that's why I objected to it so much.
and as I understand from the notes and discussions, during that period from November 10 on, in various conversations with the President and his advisors, some of which we'll talk about, you continued to argue that the record would not support an assertion other than that this was arms for hostages, or at least the record would not support an assertion that it was not arms for hostages.
That's correct, but the President felt that he didn't authorize an effort that was simply and purely an effort to trade arms for hostages, and so we went back and forth on that quite a bit.
And did you begin developing the view, particularly as of November 10, and we'll talk about the additional press guidance that you got on that day, that the President's advisors were misleading him and not giving him the facts concerning what had actually transpired in the Iran initiative?
I developed a very clear opinion that the President was not being given accurate information, and I was very alarmed about it, and it became the preoccupying thing that I was working on through this period. And I felt that it was tremendously important for the President to get accurate information so he could see and make a judgment. His judgment is excellent when he's given the right information, and he was not being given the right information. And I felt as this went on that the people who were giving him the information were, in a sense, I think I even used the word with some of my advisors, they had a conflict of interest with the President. And they were trying to use his undoubted skills as a communicator to have him give a speech and give a press conference and say these things, and in doing so he would bail them out. At least that's the way it was. I don't want to try to attribute motives to other people too much, although I realize I have, but that's the way it shaped up to me. So I was in a battle to try to get what I saw as the facts to the President and see that he understood them. Now, this was a very traumatic period for me, because Everybody was saying, I'm disloyal to the president. I'm not speaking up for the policy. And I'm battling away here. And I could see people were calling for me to resign if I can't be loyal to the president, even including some of my friends and people who had held high office and should know that maybe there's more involved than they're seeing. And I frankly felt that I was the one who was loyal to the president because I was the one who was trying to get him the facts so he could make a decision. And I must say, as he absorbed this, he did. He made the decision that we must get all these facts out. But it was a battle royal.
Mr. Secretary, in that battle royal to get out the facts, which you waged and which the record reflects that you waged, who was on the other side?
Well, I can't say for sure. I feel that Admiral Poindexter was certainly on the other side of it. I felt that Director Casey was on the other side of it. And I don't know who all else, but they were the principals.
Mr. Secretary, if you'll turn, please, to Exhibits 38A and 38B. I think you'll recognize the first of those exhibits, 38A, as a draft press guidance that you received after the meeting on November 10 from Admiral Poindexter as you were en route to an OAS, Organization of American States meeting in Guatemala. And in that proposed press guidance, the statement was made that, as has been the case at a number of similar meetings with the President, referring to the meeting earlier that day, with his senior advisors on this matter, there was unanimous support for the President's decisions. You found that statement misleading, correct?
That statement wasn't misleading. That statement was inaccurate.
And you told Admiral Poindexter to take it out?
I got this meeting that we talked about earlier was in the morning, I think, in November the 10th.
Yes, sir.
And I was leading our delegation to an OAS meeting in Guatemala and left in the late afternoon sometime. And this proposed press statement was cabled to me on the plane. I got it on the plane and responded from the plane.
And your response essentially was to tell Admiral Poindexter, as you said, it was inaccurate and take it out, that you supported the President, and that could be stated. But it could not be stated that there was unanimity on the decisions regarding the Iran initiative. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct. I think I said in the meeting itself, somebody said, well, we should all go out and say we support the President's decision, as we have in the past, or something like that. And I said no in the meeting. I said, I support the President. You can say that anytime you want, because I surely do support the President. But I didn't support that decision. So don't. And this, it was part of the concern I had, going back to the press guidance that I got when I was in Vienna, I guess, was when I got that. That there's a tendency to put out statements that are misleading and are false. And that's the way you get yourself in a jam. So don't do it. Get the facts out and get them out accurately. So that's what was in my mind here when I objected to this seemingly innocent press guidance.
And did Admiral Poindexter tell you that your objection was most unfortunate?
He said this had been cleared by everybody who was at the meeting, and they were coming to me, and I said I won't clear it, and it has to be changed. And he said, well, that's very unfortunate, but they did change it. I wasn't altogether comfortable with the way it was changed, but anyway, it was changed. On
November 12, the record reflects that you asked and urged the President's Chief of Staff, then Don Regan, to assist you in persuading the President to turn Iran policy over to the State Department and end the Iran arms, or end Iran sales of arms to Iran. On November 13, the President made his speech concerning the Iran initiative, and on November 14, you met with the President after the speech. Do you recall the substance of that meeting between you and the President on November 14, day after he spoke to the nation?
Well, I need to go back and look at my notes to refresh myself on that particular meeting, but I imagine it was more of the same.
As I understand
That is,
the notes,
there was a constant back and forth between me and the President, and I sought him out to change this around. And going back to something you read out from an earlier cable about the compartments that were being created, I didn't want to become in one of Admiral Poindexter's compartments. I wanted to get this out where I could see it for myself and get it managed right. So that's what I was driving for, and to get the statement made flat out, no more arms sales.
And continuing with that, on November 15, which was a Saturday, you gave a draft paper to Don Regan to give to the President, again calling for an end of arms sales. And Regan informed you that he understood the position, but the White House was not then in a position to adopt it. Correct?
Correct. Earlier, as we had been discussing this, I had been asked by the White House to respond favorably to an invitation to appear on Face the Nation. And I was very reluctant to appear because I didn't see quite what I was going to say about the arms sales question. And at the same time, I wanted to support the President. And this is one thing. You're investigating this in great detail about Iran, and I want at some point in this hearing, if I can, to at least register the fact that there are other things going on in the world that are very good and represent a strong, positive, effective foreign policy that the President has structured. But at any rate, Don Regan said, well, please go on. We need to have administration spokesmen and so on. So I said, okay. But I kept battling about this. Now, the Saturday that you mentioned, Mrs. Thatcher was a visitor to the United States, and she met with the President in Camp David. And so I went up for that meeting. And Mrs. Thatcher likes to have meetings with her opposite number, and she doesn't need anybody else around. So she likes to meet with the President by herself. I remember once when I went to meet her. I was a private citizen, but I was on a government mission. And she invited me to come to Chequers to meet her. And I didn't realize what was going on, but obviously she wanted to meet me alone. And so there was, but everybody likes to come to these meetings. So she said, well, we'll have a lunch at Chequers and everybody will come. But why don't you come at 11 o'clock and we'll talk. So I transmitted that, and the embassy gave me a car and took me out there because I was on a presidential mission. And one of the officers in the mission went with me. And we got out of the car, and I had known her and said hello. And I introduced my colleague, and she said, "Oh, yes," and she said, "and here is Mr. So-and-so. And I know he's here to take notes, and so-and-so can take notes," but she said, "Have you ever looked at the notes?" She said, "We don't need them. Why doesn't he show your friend around Checkers, and you and I will go off in the corner and talk?" So that's the way she likes to do business, and I admire it. And I think at some point in this development, if you ever get around to talking about what are the implications for the way the government ought to work, I think one of the messages that we can get from Mrs. Thatcher is that the government ought to work by the accountable people in it talking to each other, and not having everybody and his brother's staff talking to each other all the time. And that's her. Anyway, to go back to this story, we go up to Camp David, and of course, most of us stand around and talk to each other, the staff, me, and the President and Mrs. Thatcher meet, and then they come and join us, and we have further discussion, and there was a nice luncheon, and then left. So I had no real shot at talking to the President, but I knew that Don Regan would probably get a word with him, so I wrote out, and I gave it to Don and said, "See if you can't get this cleared." And he said, "No, I can't." I felt he agreed with me, but he said, "I can't make it." So there I was, appearing on the television. And I was asked, I thought the interview was, many people said it was a tough interview. I regarded the interviewer as doing actually an excellent job, but because that's their job to smoke out the story. And I said on that interview, yes, in my opinion, there should be no more arms sales to Iran under current conditions. And then she said, "Well, do you speak for the administration?" And I had to say, "No, I don't." It was a sad day for me, very sad. But it was the truth. However, the next day, the White House put out the word that I did speak for the administration, and there would be no more arms sales to Iran. But this was the kind of battle that was going on.
Sir, on November 18, you gave directions to the Undersecretary of State, Mr. Armacost, and your executive assistant that your department had to get access to all of the facts concerning the Iran initiative. Notes reflect that this was part of your continuing concern that those facts were being twisted and misrepresented. On the same day, the State Department legal advisor, Judge Sofair, attended a general counsel's meeting at the White House, and as his testimony before the panel is indicated in your notes show, he reported back that the NSC's counsel, Commander Thompson, had declined, per instructions from Admiral Poindexter, to give the full story either to Judge Sofair or to the President's counsel, Mr. Wallison, who also attended that meeting. On the next day, the 19th, the President was set for a press conference that evening. And your record reflects that you spoke to the President earlier in the day before the press conference and told him, "We've been deceived and lied to, and you have to watch out about saying no arms for hostages," close quote. Do you recall that meeting with the President before the press conference?
Yes, that was, I think it was one of my regular meetings, and I used the meeting to focus on this. And I think it was at that meeting the President said to me, he said, "You're telling me things that I don't know, that are news to me." And I remember saying, "Well, Mr. President, I don't know very much, but if I'm telling you things that are news to you, then you are not being given the kind of flow of information that you deserve to be given," or something like that. I think it was at that meeting I said that, because I made a note afterwards.
Do you recall also at that meeting that you said to the President that Mr. McFarlane had once told you, alluding back to the November '85 conversation that you had with Mr. McFarlane in Geneva, that Mr. McFarland had once told you about a plane load of arms that would go to Iran provided that the hostages were released. This in connection with your point that it was dangerous to say that this did not involve arms for hostages, and that the President replied to you that he had known of that shipment and that he had known of that proposed shipment and had approved it.
Well, I don't know whether it was at that meeting or one subsequent to his press conference, but I did use that illustration because I didn't know about the structure of the various deals and still don't know them clearly. But I used that illustration to say, now, here is one, and this is arms for hostages. And he said, yes, I knew about that, or I know about that, or something like that. The President with me, as he discussed, was always very ready to say, yes, I knew this, I didn't know that, and so on.
The press conference was that evening. What was your reaction to what you heard?
Well, I called him after the press conference. I always do. And I knew that he had been urged to have this press conference. And I told him that I thought it was a personally very courageous thing to do and to take on these subjects, but that I felt that there were many statements made that were wrong or misleading. So I thought it was a very unfortunate press conference from that standpoint. And I said, if you would like, I would welcome a chance to come around and go through it with you. And I'll go through these points and tell you what I think is wrong with them and why.
And what did the President say?
He said, well, I'll welcome seeing you. So the next day, and I met with him in the family quarters. It's a little more good setting for that kind of discussion than in the office, and I asked Don Regan to be with me. I went through the things that I thought were wrong in the press conference with him. And it was a long, tough discussion, not the kind of discussion I ever thought I'd have with the President of the United States. But it was bark off all the way.
Did the President say he disagreed with you?
The President, he didn't disagree with me. He corroborated things like the November 25 thing. It's very open, strong discussion. But he had in his mind that what he authorized and what he expected to have carried out was an effort to get an opening of a different kind to Iran, and the arms and the hostages were ancillary to that. That was not his objective. And I'm sure that is what the President felt. He wasn't just saying that. That was his idea. And I kept trying to say, well, I recognize that, Mr. President, and that's a good objective, but that isn't the way it worked, at least insofar as I can see. And then there were other things that were said that I was very concerned about. He was being given information that suggested that Iran was no longer practicing terrorism. That was wrong. And I don't know, various other things, but the gist of it was that there were things that he had been given as information from the people who were briefing him and providing him with the information in the press conference preparatory session and so on that were not, in my view, correct. And I didn't think that the people doing that were serving the President. In fact, I know they weren't serving the President. And I was trying to get that point across in as strong a way as I could with not just sort of listing the arguments, but saying, you got to look at these facts.
On November 21, the President authorized the Attorney General to go forward with an inquiry into the facts relating to the Iran initiative. You were interviewed, you'll recall, by the Attorney General on Saturday, November 22.
I was very pleased to hear that the President had decided there should be an investigation. And I remember after my session with him that I described, I came back and I had felt, and I think I told my executive assistant, I didn't make a dent on him. But then when I saw this investigation, I thought, well, maybe he had some second thoughts. Maybe I made more of an impact than I thought.
The notes of your interview with the Attorney General reflect, among other things, your expressing the concern to him on that Saturday that this Iran matter, or fear that this Iran matter would somehow get wrapped into aid to the Nicaraguan resistance. What was the basis for that fear that you expressed on Saturday the 22nd?
Because somebody had pointed out to me that I think it's the Southern Air Transport was used in the Central America situation, and also in terms of the flights of arms. And so I said, well, my gosh, if this gets connected, then we're going to have a problem with our policy in Central America. That's what I noticed.
On Monday, November 24, there was an NSPG meeting on Iran. The record reflects there was continued discussion of points you had been raising about ending arms sales to Iran and criticizing the policy. And I take it there was no discussion at that meeting of the NSPG about what the Attorney General had discovered over the weekend concerning what we now refer to, or what's been referred to as the diversion.
I perhaps don't have my dates lined up, but in my mind, when the Attorney General started his investigation, and I heard about that Friday night, and he asked to see me early Saturday morning, and that's when I had my interview with him. And then I went off for the weekend, and then this all broke open early the next week.
Tuesday was the date of his press conference. Monday was the NSPG, and the discussion, so far as we've been able to see, related solely to Iran, and you have no recollection of the Attorney General discussing what he had discovered during the weekend at that time, before the press conference, before the morning of the 25th.
No, I don't. Perhaps that was the NSPG meeting in which, again, Admiral Poindexter and Director Casey were explaining this initiative, and I think Mr. Cave, that was the first time I saw him in action, came and he explained to us about Iran. And
talking about the second channel.
I think maybe that was the meeting.
And do you recall that later in the day, on November 24, that Admiral Poindexter called the State Department, returning a call from Secretary Whitehead, and at that point, in a seeming reversal of what he had been saying up until then, this was on Monday the 24th, the night before the press conference, Poindexter said that he thought State had to get involved and take the lead in the policy, that he wanted to get out of it.
Yes, that's right.
He didn't tell you what was moving him at that particular point in time.
No, but I was very glad to hear that, and because it enabled us to get hold of it and inform ourselves better on the one hand and do things about it on the other, which we proceeded to do.
The next day, and we're coming to the end, Mr. Secretary, November 25, you learned at a meeting that morning about the discovery of the diversion, that Admiral Poindexter had resigned, that North had been relieved of his duties at the NSC. State was now going to take over administration of the Iran policy, a matter which you, according to the record, discussed with the President the next day on November 26th. There was then activity aimed at setting up what was to be a meeting which State would now attend for the first time with the second channel. And the record reflects that on December 12, Secretary Armacost and Director Casey, December 12, 1986, Secretary Armacost and Casey agreed on ground rules for the upcoming meeting with the second channel, among which was the rule that the channel would be used only for intelligence and not for policy. You recall that?
Yes, and this was one of the things that we were very concerned about, and I have been very concerned about for some time. That is the mixing up of intelligence and operations. And so we, as I described earlier, when I authorized this meeting to take place with a Farsi-speaking State Department officer present, we drew up explicit instructions, talking points, for him to use and read out. Don't just use them as a basis. Read them out. And as part of that, we wanted to get across the idea that the policy, no more arms, but this channel is for intelligence, not policy. And to get the agency separated from policy. That was our object. That was not, I suppose, so important for Iran as it was for us, but nevertheless, we wanted that to be clear. And so, Under Secretary Armacost, in his meeting with Director Casey, worked out an agreed set of talking points. I think I was out of the country at the time. I was on my way back from a NATO meeting, I think.
And those talking points were relayed by cable, Exhibit 49, to Ambassador Dunbar, who was to be State's representative at the upcoming the meeting in Frankfurt that was then to take place with the second channel.
Right.
Now, did the ground rules also include that Mr. Cave would be replaced as a negotiator with the second channel?
Yes.
Did you learn that Director Casey had done something to nullify these ground rules after he agreed to them with Secretary Armacost?
What we learned was that Director Casey called John Whitehead. In the meantime, Mike Armacost had gone to a planned trip to southern Africa. He had left the city. And so John Whitehead was the senior officer. It would have been anyway, but he was there to follow these things. And Director Casey called him and said that he had heard from Kiel that there had been a change in the instructions that had been agreed on, and he should call Kiel to find out what was what. So he did. And basically what was changed was that the policy came back in again. So he said, how did that come about? And the answer was that Director Casey had called Don Regan and told Don Regan that he thought this was not in accord with the President's wishes and he should take it up with the President, which apparently Don did, and Kiel was called in and told to get it changed. So it was changed.
And then, as you testified earlier, at the meeting in Frankfurt on December 13, after Ambassador Dunbar delivered what you believed had been the agreed-upon message that there would be no more arms sales, the Iranian representative said, let's talk about arms sales, and brought out what's been referred to in these hearings as the 9-point agenda, which included a promise to get the Daiwa terrorist prisoners released and other promises that affected the foreign relations and war-making activity of the United States. And that was the first time the State Department learned of the existence of those accords. Am I correct?
That's right. I learned about it via the secure call we got from Mr. Dunbar after the meeting, and he got what he had gotten from the meeting and from his conversations with Mr. Cave. Of course, we then subsequently went to I went to Mr. Gates and he then found the document, which we subsequently, I forget just when, came into possession of, but what Mr. Dunbar reported was the essence of the matter.
And Mr. Chairman and members of the panel, Mr. Dunbar's report and other information which the Department received at the time is reflected in memos that appear at tabs 50 and 51, to which I'll refer the panel's attention rather than review them.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know, perhaps everyone got the point, but I didn't quite get the point about what changed. I don't know whether the Secretary could go back over that. We just talked about a change that took place, and I'm not sure the substance of that change is clear.
Mr. Secretary, the change that the Senator is referring to is the one you discussed, where the ground rules which said that this channel would be used for intelligence only was now put back to be a channel for both policy and intelligence. And the question, as I understand, Senator Nunn, is what was the significance of that change? What did it really mean to say that a channel that you had insisted and thought would be used now only for intelligence was going to be a channel that would be used for both intelligence and policy?
It meant that the battle to get intelligence separated from policy and control over the policy was very much in play. And the Director of Central Intelligence wanted to keep himself heavily involved in this policy, which he had been involved in apparently all along. That's what it meant.
Did it indicate that...
to me, that's what it meant.
Mr. Secretary, did it indicate to you that that State had not, that your belief that State had now been given control over the policy towards Iran might not in fact be the case, and that in fact nothing had changed?
Well, a lot had changed by this time. Nothing had changed, but as you well know, or maybe you don't, you're not a Washingtonian, nothing ever gets
Guilty.
settled in this town.
Yeah.
You have to keep fighting every inch of the way.
But at least on that point, it occurred to you that what might not have changed was that State was still not firmly in the driver's seat when it came to Iran policy.
Well, I felt that we were in the driver's seat all right. On the other hand, obviously, Director Casey had managed to go after having agreed to something and not calling, he didn't call John Whitehead back and say, John, you know, we agreed on that, but I think we ought to change it. He went basically to the President and got it changed and used a rather, I think, deceptive way of letting us find out that it had been changed.
It occurred to you in connection with that and with the revelation about the 9-point accord that the deception that you feared had been in progress before was continuing even after November 25.
Well, I was worried about it. Of course, I got back after this message went out, and I was sitting in Washington when the meeting that Mr. Cave and Mr. Dunbar had with the Iranian took place. I was in Washington then.
But
and still, you know, trying to struggle and keep track of all this.
But nobody had told you, as they informed you that State could now take over the policy and ground rules would be developed, that there was still a proposal on the table to sell arms to Iran, and on top of that, to release terrorist prisoners, to prepare for possible intervention in a war, to undertake opposition to the government of Iraq. Nobody had informed the Secretary of State of that, correct?
Nobody had informed me of this so-called 9-point agenda, but as far as I was concerned, our policy was clear. No more arms sales under these circumstances.
And as you testified earlier and will be gone into later, you reported that your discoveries to the President on December 14, and based on his reaction, you felt that now, at last, you had gotten through.
The President was stunned, and he was furious, as I've said before. And this just had a big impact on him. He had no idea of this at all, I'm sure.
At that point, Mr. Secretary, the argument which had begun in 1985, was finally over.
I hope so.
So do I. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
The joint hearings will stand in recess until 2:30. The joint hearings of the select committees will come to order. The chair recognizes the chairman of the select committee from the Senate, Chairman Inouye. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman.
Before I proceed, I would like to thank you, Mr. Secretary, and your staff for assisting us throughout this difficult period. And I'd like to single out two members of your staff, Judge Abraham Sophia and Miss Elizabeth Kiefer. In case you didn't know, both of them were extremely helpful to us. They spent weekends with us late into the night, and if for a moment you thought you lost them, they were with us, sir. I just wanted the record to show that the State Department has been extremely helpful and cooperative.
Thank you. That was our intent, and I share your high opinion of the two people that you mentioned.
Before I proceed, Mr. Secretary, just in case the people of the United States know you only as Secretary of State, I think they should know something about your background. For example, that soon after December the 7th, when you received your bachelor's degree from the Princeton University, you enlisted in the Marine Corps and soon found yourself in one of the bloodiest battles of the Pacific, the Battle of the Palau Islands. You got your master's degree in MIT and your PhD in industrial economics. Soon after that, you served as the senior staff assistant to the President's Council of Economic Advisors during the administration of President Eisenhower. Then in 1957, you were called by the University of Chicago School of Business. You became dean of this graduate school and a fellow at the Center for Advanced Study at Stanford. Then you served in the administration of President Nixon as Secretary of Labor for 18 months, and thereafter as Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And during that period, you also served as Chairman of the Council on Economic Policy, Chairman of the East-West Trade Policy Committee. And in 1974, you joined one of the most important engineering companies in the world, the Bechtel Corporation, and you soon became president and a director of the Bechtel Group Incorporated. And prior to your appointment in 1982 as Secretary of State, you were the chairman of President Reagan's Economic Policy Advisory Board. You've written over a dozen books of great promise and wisdom. I just wanted this background to indicate to one and all about something about your contributions to this country as an outstanding public servant. Mr. Secretary, at the outset of these hearings, which began about 2 months ago, I made a sad prediction that when the story began to unfold, the American people will have the right to ask, how did this ever happen here? Or how could this ever happen in the United States? And I think at the same time, Americans would have the right to demand that it never happen again. The story we have heard over the past 10 weeks of testimony, to some have been sad and depressing and distressing, and to many of us on this panel, and many of us old-timers, and a bit sophisticated, but we found it shocking and at times frightening. And I believe that made the question that the Americans will ask and the expectations they have a bit more compelling. Mr. Secretary, you and I have lived through the agony and the nightmare of Watergate, and we saw it ruin a president, ruin his senior advisors, demoralize the country, and cause the American people to lose faith in their political leaders. And therefore, it's especially troubling to me, and I'm sure it's to you, to see this nation once again faced with this breakdown of trust between the important branches of government, and more importantly, between the government and the American people. Mr. McFarlane, just before this thing began to unravel, sent a note to Admiral Poindexter, and he said, "I lived through Watergate, John. Well-meaning people didn't intend to lie, but ultimately came around to it." My question is a very general one, Mr. Secretary, but with your background in public service and being at the helm of the State Department, I hope you can give us a response. How did this happen again? And how did lifelong public servants and patriotic Americans like Admiral Poindexter, Bud McFarlane, Bill Casey, and Oliver North find themselves in a position where they misled you, kept information away from the Secretary of State, from the Secretary of Defense, lied to the Congress, withheld information from the President of the United States, destroyed, shredded, tore up, altered important documents, government documents, to hide or cover up their activities, and involved rather shady characters, and that's an understatement, I think, in participating in the formulation of foreign policy and the implementation of such, while at the same time skirting around the people who should be doing that work, to wit the Secretary of State and the ambassadors. And more importantly, Mr. Secretary, if you could also touch upon and advise us as to how we can prevent this from happening again, and thus avoid the suffering of national self-doubt and international humiliation that follows such an ordeal. I realize this may be a big plate, but I'm certain you can fill it, sir.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your very generous opening comments and your invitation to comment on these major questions, and I'll do my best. The first point, I think it's very important to recognize. You spoke about restoring trust and confidence. The first point I think we need to keep before us is that a tremendous amount has gone right for America in the last few years. In fact, in many respects, we're on a roll. And our efforts to help people move toward democracy and freedom, our efforts to show that a form of economic organization and economic policy that emphasizes markets and incentives and enterprise, and things that we have worked for us and that we believe in, those things have gone forward. Our efforts that the President has led to bring about a situation where the agenda, for example, on arms control is not limitation on how much you can increase, but drastic reductions. That is the agenda now. When the President put it forward 6 years or 5 years ago, people said it was unrealistic. It showed he wasn't really interested in arms control, but now that's the agenda. And in Central America, which has a principal focus of attention here, we ought to remind ourselves that things have been going quite well in Central America. And through this process that we have of argument and so on, and I don't know how many times I've testified before this, in this room, before the Foreign Affairs Committee and other committees on Central American issues, and boy, we've had some arguments. But now, what do we see down there? We see that instead of just Costa Rica, we have 4 countries with civilian elected presidents. We have a broad support for them in the Congress, bipartisan. And we have a general recognition that Nicaragua is the odd man out. And we have differences of opinion about what ought to be done about that, but hardly anybody has a good word to say for Nicaragua for very good reasons. And most everybody realizes that the Soviets are pouring stuff in there. So by last year, we had a vote. It had to have a lot of Democrats as well as Republicans voting for it that supported the people fighting for freedom in Nicaragua. So I state that because it shows that our process, with all of its difficulties, can work. And things have been going our way. And the fact of the matter is that the revolutionary idea in the world right now is our idea, freedom. So part of restoring trust and confidence in our system is to recognize that with full recognition of what has been brought forward by your committee, that this is not the totality of government. This is not the totality of our policy. There is a lot more, and it's basically good. And I would say, with respect to the revelations that were brought out this morning and that I have been learning about, of the deception and so on, and people coming and telling you that they lied to you and so on, as they did to others, that's not the way life is in government as I have experienced it. It is the government in the Congress and in the executive branch is basically full of people who are here because they want to help. And they're honest, they work at it, we argue. But I would say, for example, right now in the State Department, the people that I work with, I have never worked with a more able and more dedicated people who just work their tails off when they see the substance and what we're doing and what we're trying to achieve. So government is full of that. And I think, like you, I want to send a message out around our country that public service is a very rewarding and honorable thing, and nobody has to think they need to lie and cheat in order to be a public servant or to work in foreign policy. Quite to the contrary. If you are really going to be effective over any period of time, you have to be straightforward, and you have to conduct yourself in a basically honest way so people will have confidence and trust in you. So I think that's a second point I would like to make to people. I had the great benefit when I first came here in the cabinet almost 20 years ago to have a great American take me under his wing, and many of you know him, Bryce Harlow, a wonderful man, very experienced in the ways of Washington, and boy, nobody was sharper at figuring the angles and getting things his way. He was sensational. But everybody listened to him. Was never any mark on Bryce. Why? He drummed it into me. When I first came here, he said, "Remember, George, one thing. Trust is the coin of the realm. Trust is the coin of the realm. Be careful when you make a promise to somebody, because you want to be sure you're ready to carry it out. And no matter how tempting it may be, if you're trying to persuade somebody to vote for this or that or the other, to say yes to something that they want, don't say yes unless you're prepared to work your heart out to get it or think you can deliver it. So trust is the coin of the realm. I think Bryce was absolutely right about that. And I think you know very well, as you sort out your own colleagues, they're the people who do their homework, and they're the people who basically you have confidence in, and those are the ones that count. I think there are a lot of things to be learned myself reflecting on these events, if not from these events, that seem to me, as I've thought about it, worth mentioning. Some of them were brought out in the discussion this morning. One that I think was most vivid in response to Senator Nunn's question, and that is, I think, the importance of separating the function of gathering and analyzing intelligence from the function of developing and carrying out policy. If the two things are mixed in together, it is too tempting to have your analysis and the selection of information that's presented favor the policy that you're advocating. And even if you are very good at avoiding that, still, when it's known that you are a strong advocate of a certain policy, the people who don't share your view are bound to wonder about the intelligence. What the American people have done, what the Congress has done through your appropriating process, is to create an intelligence capability that is really very impressive at its capacity to gather information, its capacity to analyze it and present it in an effective way. And it seems to me that one of the reflections here should be that that is a very big and important job, and that's enough. Do that. They serve the President. They serve the members of the National Security Council. They serve the Congress. They provide us information. It's up to us to use it. It's up to us to ask them the right questions, so they'll gather information that bears on the things that are on our mind. I figure the way it should be, perhaps as use my business experience, that in a sense the intelligence agencies are out there and I'm their client, and they have to serve me. They're not my competitor. I'm their client. So I think that's one message, and I am very reassured as I've talked with the new director, Mr. Webster, at the way he's approaching it, and I think he believes that this is the right way to go about it. But I think it's a very profound thing, and it's very easy for it to slip away. And I hate to say it, but I believe that one of the reasons the President was given what I regard as wrong information, for example, about Iran and terrorism, was that the agency or the people in the CIA were too involved in this. So that's one point. And I feel very clear in my mind about this point. And I know that long before this all emerged, I had come to have grave doubts about the objectivity and reliability of some of the intelligence I was getting, because I had a sense of this. So that's one point. A second point has to do with accountability. I think the operations of the government, of the executive branch of the government, I'll confine my comments to that, but I want to get to the interactions between the branches. You stop me, Mr. Chairman, if I'm carrying on here. You want to interject. But I think the executive branch ought to be so organized that to the maximum extent possible, the people who are running things are accountable people. Accountable people are, number one, the president and the vice president. They're accountable to the American people. They run for election. Just like in the Congress, the accountable people, in my opinion, are the members of Congress, Senate and House. You run for election. You're accountable to your constituents. In the executive branch, there are also a lot of other people who are accountable in a different way. There are people who get nominated by the president for a post, and they're examined and so on, and they get nominated, and then they appear before you. I appeared and spent 2 days before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee of examination, and then the full Senate votes. So they examine you, and then that's not the end of it by any means. From then on, you are accountable in the sense that you can be called to testify. And it's not only the cabinet officer, but all of the presidential appointees. Judge Saphir, if you have some problem with what's going on in the legal advisor's office or something you want, you have him come up here and testify. He's accountable, and I'm accountable. And there's hardly a day goes by when the Congress is in session if there's not somebody from the State Department who is an accountable officer, an assistant secretary, undersecretary, or deputy secretary, or whatever, that isn't appearing before some committee or some committee of this Congress, answering questions, presenting testimony, and in that sense being accountable. So I believe that the operations of the government should be in the hands of accountable people. Now, I watched as much of your hearings as I could. I have a full-time job, so I didn't watch it as much as I would have liked to. But I heard the question put to Admiral Poindexter, did he tell the President about this fund diversion? And he said no, he decided that he wouldn't do that. And of course the President has said that he had no information about the fund diversion. I have no doubt about the President's word on that matter, never have, because I've heard him say that in private as well as public. But in a sense, when I heard that question and answer, I said to myself, well, that's an interesting question. That's a Washington question, who did what to whom type question. But the deeper question is, how could it be that a staff person was the sole possessor of such a piece of information and had operational control over it, and his colleagues didn't know about it, and he had that decision in his hands? That decision shouldn't be in his hands in the first place. So I believe that the Tower Commission was absolutely right in saying that the staff of the National Security Council should not be involved in operations at all. I believe that the Tower Commission, in its recommendation that the staff of the National Security Council chair the meetings of cabinet officers, the advisor and the deputy, the sub-cabinet, and so on down the line, thereby putting the National Security Council staff at the center of the process. I think the Tower Commission recommendation on that is totally wrong. I think the chairmanship and all that stands for should be in the hands of the accountable departments, whatever the subject may be. And the National Security Council staff should not be anywhere near the size that it is now. It should be much smaller, and it should perform a very, very important job. It's a tough job, and that is the job of coordinating, the job of being up on their toes and running whenever there is a problem and you have a real-time thing that you have to cope with. So I'm doing something here, Secretary Weinberger's over there, we're coordinating with the President, we have somebody to call into. Like, for example, when the decision was made to try to bring down, get forced to land a plane that we knew about that was carrying terrorists, and the President made the decision to get that plane down. That was a good operation in the sense that it worked well together, was coordinated well by Admiral Poindexter. The President was very decisive and very quick, and the job was done and we got the terrorists down. And one of them was subsequently let go, but the others weren't. And we were able to deliver the message, there's no place to hide, Mr. Terrorist. So that was a good operation, and I might say in connection with that, there was hardly a peep out of Congress that they weren't consulted by the President before he made the decision. There was no way he could consult with anybody. He had to decide one way or the other, or the opportunity was gone, and he stepped up to it, he decided it, and it was done. So the NSC staff has an important role to play. But you don't have to be very big to play that role. So I think that the form of organization in which the accountable departments are basically running the operations is the right form. Now, how can that work? It is not so easy. But I took part in an experiment or an effort in my prior time in the government when I was Secretary of the Treasury. The President decided that the Secretary of the Treasury ought to also work for him in coordinating economic policy. And that is the case today. The Secretary of the Treasury is the Chief Economic Officer, and he has a coordinating function, and I support that. And I work under his direction in that regard. And I know enough never to have anything to say about the value of the dollar, even though I once used to have that job, and I have my ideas. I never say a word about it. So I had my office in the as Secretary of the Treasury in the Treasury building, but I also had an office in the White House. And I had as my deputy in the White House role a very able person, Ken Dam, who was Deputy Secretary of State for a while. So there was a coordinating role there, but more important, there was a White House identification. When I was asked by the President to be Secretary of State, I was in London on a business trip, and I flew to Washington and was choppered up to Camp David. It was a Sunday to meet with the President, and we talked things over. And I said to him, Mr. President, I consider myself part of this group. I'm your guy. I'm part of the White House. I am your person designated to manage the State Department for you and to use the tremendous resources that there are over there to help develop policy, to help carry it out as you direct. The President's the guy who got elected. He's the guy who has the right to call the shots. So it's up to the Secretary of State to have a completely confident relationship with him so that I know what's on his mind. I know how he thinks, and talk with him about it. And I think, and I have tried to do that, but I think it would be a good thing if the Cabinet also had offices in the Executive Office building, and they, so to speak, had a White House point of view, the President's point of view, and they worked back and forth between their departments. And there was a plan put forward to the Congress when I was in the Budget Bureau under President Nixon that had this idea in it, and it said every department should have a strong deputy secretary, and you would expect the deputy secretary would basically run the department, and the secretary is working closely with the President. You are the President's person.
Mr. Secretary, excuse me for interrupting you. There's a vote pending in the House, and that's why the House members have left, and I'm informed that there'll be another vote following the one now taking place. I apologize for interrupting you, but I know members want to know that. You may proceed, sir.
I'm reassured, because I thought maybe, that's why I asked Senator Inouye, maybe I'm carrying on and he wants me to stop.
No,
I'm losing my audience.
This is not a good place for us to interrupt you, Secretary, but it's necessary at this point. Yeah.
Where was I? What? So the idea was have the Cabinet close to the President. It's often said here that give a person a couple of weeks. Bryce Harlow used to say this. put somebody in as secretary of one of the services and give the services about 2 weeks and he's theirs. Or the same in any department. There are points of view in departments, but the secretary should have the president's point of view and make the department respond to that point of view. That's our form of government. That's the way it says it should be. So I think there should be a rearrangement of things that emphasizes the importance of cabinet government in that sense. And that would necessitate some shifting around, but I think it would be basically beneficial. And it would be beneficial, among other things, in the final point that I'd like to make in this set of comments, and that is on the interaction between the executive branch and the legislative branch. And we have a lot of problems right now in that regard, is my sense. And probably we're responsible for some of them, and I think you're responsible for some of them. But at any rate, we have a system that is described as checks and balances or division, separation of powers, and it's a good system, I think. Now, separation of powers to me means that there are different functions to be performed by the different branches. The two branches, I'll just confine myself now to the executive and legislative, they shouldn't be trying to do each other's job. They should respect each other's job. It is for the legislature to pass the laws and appropriate the funds and raise the taxes. A legislature can't manage government policy. It's just not wieldy. It doesn't work. It's not constituted that way. That's why there is an executive branch, to manage things and to develop policies and to push them. But the executive branch can't do it unless it gets appropriations, and of course it has to live by the laws. So I think, looking at it from the executive branch standpoint, we have to respect the fundamental duties of our colleagues on the Hill, but we have to expect them to respect ours. And what that means is, as many have pointed out, that while we have a system of separation of powers, in the way it's constituted, it inevitably means we also have a system of sharing powers. And there isn't any real way to say, here's the answer by some kind of a formula. You have to have a sense of tolerance and respect and a capacity to work together and a desire to do it. For us to share information, for you to put forward your ideas, not to keep telling us all the time how to run things, but keep tabs, to have a way of interacting. And I think, as I said this morning, the people you should want to interact with are the accountable people. And the people that we should want to interact with as accountable people in the executive branch are the accountable people. I am a great respecter of staff, and you cannot operate without it. And there's a lot to be done by staff work and interacting of staff work, but that's really not the way for us to do our business together primarily. The way for us to do things is basically to deal with each other. And you can only do that from your standpoint if you feel when you are meeting with the accountable people that they really are the ones who are running things. If somebody else is running things, you're not reading the right guy or girl. So these are some of my reflections. Intelligence separated from policy. Let the accountable people run things. And be sure that the accountable people are tied in with the president. In a sense, the president should feel that the cabinet is his staff. I read in the newspapers the other day that it's inevitable that because the National Security Advisor is in the White House and meets with the president all the time, that he is bound to be the president's principal advisor on national security affairs. I don't agree with that at all. And this is not, I hope, a turf-conscious kind of statement, because I didn't come here to do that. It's a statement about what people regard as inevitable, but which shouldn't be. And if it's true that your influence depends upon where you sit and so on, then I think there should be some places to sit for the cabinet closer to the president. And he might even make a practice of sitting over there some himself, because obviously you couldn't do it all in the White House. You've got to use what some of us old-timers still call the old State War and Navy building. Used to hold that whole shebang. But if we could move some of the staff out, there'd be enough room for the cabinet in there and for the president in there, and we could have more accountable government. So those are some thoughts.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, I have another question, and I ask this with great reluctance because I realize it is rather personal in nature, but I think it is relevant. On that basis, I wish to ask you this question. I've been advised that in August of 1986, you tendered a letter of resignation to the President of the United States. Is that true? And if so, can you tell us something about it?
Well, you must have learned that from the fact that these notes that I have kept have been shared with the committees, and there's something about that in there. That is true. And I have asked the President to let me leave this office on a couple of other occasions earlier. So that is the case. I don't know what you have some question you want to ask me about that, or
Was that in any way related to the Iran-Contra affair?
Well, in August of 1986, I thought that it was over. There was no, I didn't know anything about the Contra side of it anyway, but on the effort with Iran, I thought was basically on a proper track. But it was because I felt a sense of estrangement. I knew the White House was very uncomfortable with me. I was very uncomfortable with what I was getting from the intelligence community. And I knew they were very uncomfortable with me, perhaps going back to the lie detector test business. I could feel it. What I have learned about the various things that were being done, I suppose, explains why I was not in good odor with the NSC staff and some of the others in the White House. I had a terrible time. There was a kind of guerrilla warfare going on all kinds of little things. For example, as you know, the Congress doesn't treat the State Department very well when it comes to appropriated funds. And not only have we historically taken a beating, but we've been cut brutally. This is a pitch I'm making here. It's true, though. And I think in a manner that is not in the interests of the United States. It's no time for us to be hauling the flag down around the world at all. But anyway, one of the conventions that's grown up, because we have no travel money to speak of, and the Secretary of State can't travel around on our budget at all. There's no way. And the convention is that the Air Force runs a White House presidential wing, and when the Secretary of State has a mission, that gets approved, and then I get an airplane, and the State Department doesn't pay for the airplane. It is paid for out of this budget. If I had to pay for that airplane, I couldn't travel. So you have me grounded unless I can get approved. Now, it's not a problem. The system works all right, and it's just assumed that that's the way it's supposed to be. But I started having trouble because some people on the White House staff decided that they were going to make my life unhappy, and they stopped approving these airplane things. And we fought about it and so on. And finally, I hated to do this. I went to the president, and I gave him a little memorandum, check off, yes, no. And that's no business for the Secretary of State to be taking up with the President of the United States. But I found out there was a character in the White House that was in charge of doing this. His name was Jonathan Miller, and you've seen him here. And he was trying to knock me out of trips, which I took the trips. But this was an atmosphere that I felt that I was no longer on the wavelength that I should be on. And so I told the president, I said, I'd like to leave, and here's my letter. And he stuck it in his drawer, and he said, you're tired, it's about time to go on vacation, and let's talk about it after you get back from vacation. So I said, okay. And I guess everybody knows what happened in beginning early September last year. It was a tremendous stretch of activity, and so nothing ever happened on that. So I suppose you could say it was related to all of this, but it wasn't exactly on the point. At an earlier time, in the middle of 1983, I resigned. And that was because I discovered that Bud McFarlane, who was then the Deputy National Security Advisor, was sent on a secret trip to the Middle East, to Saudi Arabia, Syria, Israel, Jordan, Egypt, I guess, without my knowledge, while we were busy negotiating out there. And also, I found some things happened with respect to actions on Central America that I didn't know about beforehand. So I went to the president and I said, Mr. President, you don't need a guy like me for Secretary of State if this is the way things are going to be done, because when you send somebody out like that McFarlane trip, I'm done. In the labor relations business, I used to be Secretary of Labor, and there used to be a lot of intervention in labor disputes, and we used to say, when the president hands out his shingle, he'll get all the business. When the president hands out his shingle and says, you don't have to go through the State Department, just come right into the White House, he'll get all the business. That's a big signal to countries out there about how to deal with the U.S. government. And it may have had something to do with how events transpired, for all I know. But it's wrong. You can't do it that way. And on that occasion, we had a very strong discussion. And that is how these regular meetings that I have with the president got started. And they have been very, very helpful. So the other time I resigned was after my big lie detector test flap. And again, I could see that I was on the outs with everybody, and so I said, Mr. President, why don't you let me go home? I like it in California. And again, he wouldn't let that happen, and that was in late 1985. Mr. McFarlane had resigned, and Mr. McFarlane and I think, worked very effectively together in our efforts with the USSR and in what became that Geneva meeting, and in the end, I didn't feel, with Mr. McFarlane having left, that it was fair to the President of the country for me to leave at the same time, so I didn't. But I do think that in jobs like the job I have, where it is a real privilege to serve in this kind of job, or the others that you recounted, that you can't do the job well if you want it too much. You have to be willing to say goodbye, and I am.
I thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and I'm now pleased to yield to the Vice Chairman of the Select Committee, Mr. Rudman. But before doing, I'd like to announce that the balance of my time will be yielded to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes. Senator Rudman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, I must say, Mr. Secretary, that this morning at about 11:45, as you were testifying about your efforts to exert what you thought were the proper influence over the President and his decisions, and your loyalty to him in a difficult situation, your references to how government ought to operate, your references to how you believe members of the Cabinet should conduct themselves, I think has come pretty close to the essence of really what these hearings are all about. I hope that many Americans were watching that portion, because that is what these hearings are about. Mr. Secretary, as the Chief Foreign Policy Advisor to the President of the United States, I think it would be fair to observe that all during this initiative that this committee is looking into, you had major involvement in matters involving the security of this nation, in the Middle East, in Europe, with the Soviet Union. That was a very busy period of time for the Secretary of State. Am I correct?
Yes, all times are busy for the Secretary of State. It's a very demanding job.
And as a matter of fact,
but a fascinating job.
As a matter of fact, although there is not necessarily linkage between each item, if policies are being carried out that the Secretary of State is unaware of, in the Middle East, in Iran, wherever, there are tremendous problems with that in terms of how that might affect other things that the Secretary is doing. Looking at Iran, for instance, and its geographic position, its relations or lack thereof with the Soviets, the whole Persian Gulf problem, which now suddenly is in the news, that has been on your mind for a long time. And I would have to assume that one of the great risks of what happened here is that harm might well have come in other areas that could have been anticipated had you been aware of what was going on in this initiative.
Well, there's a sense in which everything is connected to everything else. I think the deeper aspect of it is sort of the immediate ricochet, and the emergence of our having said one thing and done another. I think, other than all the ins and outs that you've brought out, that's probably hit people as hard as anything.
Well, I guess if you were to broadly state what you really are about every waking hour, which are many, if you were to try to oversimplify it, I guess the greatest concern of the American people, the two greatest concerns that you hear expressed, for those of us who spend time with our constituents, there are two major overriding concerns in America when it comes to foreign policy. Number one, people are greatly concerned about the whole possibility of nuclear war, and they're very concerned about American young men dying on foreign fields. Those are the two major concerns. Those are, I expect, are your two major concerns. And that is what you are preoccupied with. And it just seems, at least to me, that any action by anyone without your knowledge impairs what your basic job is about. Is that not correct?
Well, if it's taking place in a manner that's inconsistent with our policy, I have to tell you that it's inevitable that there's an awful lot that takes place that I don't know about. There's no way anybody can keep track of everything, and you try. But when something goes in an opposite direction, that's a problem.
I want to go from that to what have been, I think, overly dignified in these hearings, using the reference of one of the witnesses, what were called the Hakeem Accords. You didn't realize, of course, that Mr. Hakeem was a ex officio employee of the Department of State. He may not have either, but certainly the people he was dealing with had the perception that he was speaking for the government. And there is some conflict of testimony here. And I want to just go over it briefly so that everyone understands about the Dawa prisoners and why the President has the intensity of feeling that he expressed to you privately and that he has expressed publicly and to others privately. They are the 17 terrorists who were tried and convicted by Kuwait for the involvement in bombings of U.S. and French facilities in December of '83. Now, that was shortly after the bombing of the Marine compound. Intelligence, without disclosing it specifically, indicates there was a close tie between those Dawa terrorists and those responsible for the two bombings in Lebanon, including the embassy and the bombing of the Marine compound with the terrible loss of life. There's an involvement and a connection with those people with the TWA hijacking, and I might add with the kidnapping and brutal murder of Mr. Buckley. I want to refer to the testimony broadly. The testimony is from Colonel North that he had permission to discuss these 9 points from Admiral Poindexter. Admiral Poindexter was questioned as follows by Mr. Lyman. Did Colonel North report to you that part of the plan was for General Secord or Hakeem to come up with a plan that the Iranians could use to attempt to convince the Kuwaitis to release the Dawa prisoners? The Admiral replied, I believe he did. That was my understanding. That it was not something that General Secord, I can't say that I really remember Albert Hakeem's role, but my recollection would be that General Secord was to come up with a plan which he could give the Iranians, that the Iranians could execute, not that the United States government would do it, or not even the General Secord would actually do anything. Mr. Lyman's question, did you clear that with the President? Mr. Poindexter, my best recollection is I did. And we have, I think, become fairly attuned on this panel to determine absolute answers from what I consider to be equivocal answers. I would say that my best recollection is I did falls somewhere in the middle. Now, I heard you testify this morning, and I've been aware of the President's reaction to your disclosure to him in December. I want to refer now to Colonel North's contemporaneous notes that had part of the so-called Hakeem Accords. And let me be clear that Admiral Poindexter did not represent that these were binding representations of the United States government. What he represented was that these were negotiating positions and that they would have to be approved. I'm not sure, after what I've heard here, by whom, but he said they would have to be approved. And Colonel North's notes read as follows on these.
Bring them to you, Senator, and you could vote whether to ratify them or not.
I think I know how that would come out, Mr. Secretary. His notes say, what must be done to achieve an honorable peace And as for us, an honorable peace means that Saddam Hussein must go. He, of course, is the president of Iraq. And then the two parties will establish a well-defined plan and timetable for the exchange of information and intelligence. The United States government will provide maps and information and deliver 1,500 tows paid for by the IRG, which, of course, is the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, which I might say parenthetically, if they are the moderates, then I don't know the meaning of the word moderate. They are Khomeini's loyalists. Am I correct, Mr. Secretary?
It's my understanding.
Now, my question is simply this. Did you have any indication from the President of the United States when you discussed the Dawa matter with him that you learned about for the first time that he had any knowledge whatsoever that any government officials were talking about it as representations, as inducements, whatever?
I am positive from the way the President reacted to what I told him that he was totally surprised, astonished, furious, just no question about it. I don't have any knowledge about, I don't know about his discussions with Admiral Poindexter, but the President certainly was surprised by what I told him.
As a matter of fact,
And he reacted like he'd been kicked in the belly. So I didn't have to tell him what the Dawa prisoners were. He knew very well what they were. And he knew what that stood for. That stood for the fact that here is a small country in a very vulnerable place, right there next to Iran. And it isn't only that the Dawa prisoners, what they did and why they are in jail, but in an effort to intimidate Kuwait, there have been more than one effort at their government to force them to change their stance, and they have always stood up to it. And in our efforts, our government's efforts, to work on the subject of terrorism, we have well recognized that you can only fight this if you fight it as an international effort. And we have to stand up to it ourselves, and we have to persuade others to stand up to it. And here was little Kuwait, very vulnerable, standing up to it. So we have to support them. They're much more vulnerable than we are. If they can stand up for it, doggone it, so should we.
well, Mr. Secretary, based on your description, which I think, even though you used terms like it made you sick, it was like the President looked like he got kicked in the stomach, the fact is that is maybe even understated, as I understand the President's reaction. The President was outraged, am I correct?
Yes.
So I think we could fairly observe that since Admiral Poindexter said that that was his recollection, that if you had to make, and you don't know, you weren't there, but your view on all of your dealings with the President and that incident would be that as to that event in the so-called Hakeem Accords, that his recollection, based on all that you have seen, is probably incorrect concerning the President.
I am sure of it. I have known Ronald Reagan for almost 20 years, and I have worked closely with him before he was president and during his presidency. And we have our mostly agreements, sometimes disagreements. We've had plenty of discussions, and I think I know him as a human being pretty well. And I know that I have not misjudged his reaction.
Mr. Secretary, this morning, in the course of one of your answers, you made the point that if you present the President of the United States, this President, with facts, and all of the facts, then his instincts are good and he makes a decision based on those facts. He is not one to back away from decisions. Am I correct?
That's right. He's comfortable with himself. He's decisive. He steps up to things, and when he decides, he stays with it. And sometimes you wish he wouldn't, but anyway, he does. He's very decisive and he's very strong.
You also testified that at the time following the disclosure of this entire matter, which in many ways, at least to me, is as disturbing as the issue itself, that you felt that the President did not have the facts in his possession that would enable him to be his usual forthright and direct self to the American people. Am I correct in that?
Well, he was forthright and direct, but he was not, I don't think he was given the correct information.
Well, forthright, correct, and accurate in what he said.
I felt that the intelligence he was getting during that period was faulty about Iranian terrorism. I felt that he was not having described to him accurately the operational aspects of arms for hostages. He had a perfectly good idea in his mind that was the basis for his decision to begin with. She had every right to make a perfectly good decision. I didn't agree with it because I felt that underneath it was arms for hostages, but nevertheless, that's what you get to do when you get elected president. You make those decisions. His decision to make, perfectly proper. But people kept trying to sell him on that when the time had gone by, and he wasn't being given, I felt, the right kind of information. And I also feel that the intelligence that was the basis for the original recommendation was faulty. So, and that it was tied in with policy. So that's why, in response to Senator Inouye, a question about what do you learn from all this, one of the primary things that I learned from it is keep that intelligence away from policy and let those people tell it like it is as they see it, and you don't have to agree with it, but anyway, this is the best. Some very sophisticated people with gigantic capability of gathering information, what they think, so you should know that.
Well, Mr. Secretary, as a matter of fact, one of the major problems that the President had during that period was that from that period until sometime, I believe in March, the President did not believe that it was an arms for hostages swap. As a matter of fact, Admiral Poindexter still doesn't think so, although it is apparent from the President's public statements in March that when presented with all of the evidence that was gathered by the Tower Board and people like the Secretaries of State and Defense and others, that he came to the conclusion that it didn't start out that way in his view, but it certainly turned into something like that. That's a paraphrase. So the President was making statements that were contradicted by the record, but he didn't have the record. Isn't that correct?
Well, that's my opinion.
Now, I want to get to a particular item here, and I want to get to Exhibit 15 in your book, because
I should qualify that some because an awful lot happened, and I'm sure there were lots of discussions between the President and Admiral Poindexter and others that I knew nothing about, so I shouldn't be so cavalier in such a statement. I'm uninformed. I believe that probably what you say is right.
Well, I don't think it's cavalier at all, because I think there happens to be one compelling piece of evidence. Going back to your statement about the President, if you present the President with the facts, then he will decide, and he will look at the facts. And that is Exhibit 15 in your book, which you don't have to look at, but it is the finding that Admiral Poindexter testified that he thought was politically embarrassing, but he also said that it really wasn't accurate because it didn't really explain what the entire initiative was about. Exhibit 15 is the finding of the President of the United States that Admiral Poindexter destroyed. The scope of the finding says hostage rescue dash Middle East. The body of the finding says the provision of assistance by the CIA to private parties in their attempt to obtain the release of Americans held hostage in the Middle East. Such assistance is to include the provision of transportation, communications, and other necessary support. As part of these efforts, certain foreign material and munitions may be provided to the government of Iran, which is taking steps to facilitate the release of the American hostages. Mr. Secretary, had this been put in front of the President of the United States as you know him, on or about the 20th or the 21st of November, 1986, do you not believe that he then would have been armed with the ultimate fact that at least his statements would have been accurate?
Well, that would have been very sobering for him to see that, certainly. And it would have been a good thing.
And as a matter of fact, you believe that this finding, which Admiral Poindexter dismisses as being not important, not accurate, in the view of the Secretary of State, at that point in time, based on your testimony, you believe it is accurate.
Well, I know nothing about that finding, but I believe that the President's conception, as I said earlier, was that he authorized an initiative toward Iran, and that he felt there would fall out of that, if it worked, the release of our hostages, which he felt was very desirable, and I'm sure we all feel is very desirable, and it's very frustrating because it's not so easy to figure out how to bring that about. And he was willing to go along, if it proved to be necessary, with some small, as he regarded it, token shipment of arms. That's the way it's structured in his mind, and I think well, you'll hear from Secretary Weinberger. I won't try to speak for him, but judging from the arguments we had, he and I both felt that, with all due respect to that, what it seemed to come down to, or was likely to come down to, when somebody started doing something, was arms for hostages. And I think that proved to be right.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Secretary, you made a statement this morning which I agree with totally. I think I'm quoting you generally accurately, but it may be a paraphrase. But you said that the people who were giving the President the facts, and I put word facts in quote in what I wrote here at noon, that those people had a conflict of interest, in that in some ways they would have liked the great communicator, to use your words, to bail them out. That really was a major problem during that period. Is that not correct?
I felt that it was, and I feel the President is a very a person who's very good at expressing himself, both extemporaneously and in a prepared speech, and very persuasive. And everybody knows that. He's persuasive in part because he believes the things that he says, and that comes through. The content comes through. And so it seemed to me what was happening was people were trying to use that undoubted capability to sort of carry through this and get rid of the problem and go on with their program.
Mr. Chairman, I have a few more questions. If you wanted to take the afternoon break, I would like to ask one more and then finish up in about 5 or 10 minutes afterwards. So I'd like to just finish one question. I know that members have been sitting here for a while.
Why don't you proceed with the one question, and then we'll take a recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Secretary, again, you're not here to cast aspersions on other people. That's not why we want you here, but there is a basic question here that's been troubling many people on this panel. I will put it to you generally. Do you agree with me, and I think most members of this panel, that a cabinet officer or someone with cabinet rank who assumes responsibility for some sort of a major initiative, I'm referring to the diversion, without presidential authority, has an obligation, law aside, courts aside, has an obligation to his president, who placed his trust in that individual, to tell the president, at the least, of what he did on his own authority?
Well, I think the obligation goes earlier than that. I think a cabinet officer must recognize that I, the cabinet officer, I didn't get elected to anything. The president got elected. And it is one of my responsibilities to be sure that the things I'm doing are consistent with what the president wants. And when there's something of genuine significance, even if I'm sure it's in what he wants, I want to have him take part in it and be sure that he sees it and takes responsibility. And the more difficult it is, the more I should go out of my way to point it up to him so he doesn't miss the point of why it is that I'm concerned about this. For instance, we talked about the Dawa prisoners and Admiral Poindexter thinking that he probably told the president. I think if you were going to do something like that, and I can't imagine that you or I would, but if suppose you were, you had a responsibility to the president, not just to sort of pass it by him, but to go and say, Mr. President, here's something that is proposed to be put on the table, and let me explain to you. These are terrorists. They murdered people, and so on. And it is totally opposed to our policy to do anything about that. And we have assured Kuwait and so on. So, Mr. President, I'm telling you all of these things to be sure it is clear in your mind. If you approve going ahead, that's the way you should tell him, not say, by the way, Mr. President, here's this thing, check here, or something. You have to highlight the problem to the president if you are doing your job right. That's an obligation.
Mr. Secretary,
not to try to get something approved, but to be sure that it is done, I'll say, to use a perhaps pompous term, constitutionally.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I will close it there just with a brief comment that there's a term that is well known around this town and the world about the arrogance of power. Ronald Reagan has never had the arrogance of power, in my view. But it seems to me that some people working for him surely did.
Stand in recess for 10 minutes. The committees will resume sitting, and Senator Redmond is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it is my understanding that there is some misunderstanding about some of your testimony in response to questions by Counsel Mark Belnick this morning concerning the President's policy vis-a-vis selling arms to Iran and the control of the general policy subsequent to the 25th of November. I'd like to give you an opportunity to clarify that testimony.
The President decided, whatever the date was, that there would be no more arms sales. That is our policy. The President's had no second thoughts about that whatever.
That was in November, I believe.
Whenever that was, that I don't have the date in my mind. The question of what was involved in Director Casey's reinsertion of the word policy into the talking points, as I understand it, is the source of misunderstanding. Those talking points continued to say no arms sales. That's what was read out. That's why it basically didn't make much difference as far as the Iranian end of it was concerned. That message was delivered firmly, unequivocally. The President fully supported that. I imagine that the President, and I know the President, felt very strongly about the importance of continuing to pursue the effort to rearrange things with Iran, which we continue. And I think he was just concerned that that not be dropped, and Director Casey was concerned that he stay in the policy loop. And I was concerned that he get out of the policy loop. That was an internal battle, and I think at this point it's no longer any battle, and the CIA is not in the policy loop.
Well, I think it's clear from your answer that the battle was about who would control the policy, but as far as what the policy was, as of that date, and I believe it's about the 25th of November, the President made a firm decision there'd be no more arms sold to Iran. Am I correct?
Absolutely. And of course, who controls the policy? The President controls the policy. It goes back to what I was saying in response to Senator Inouye. But here, beyond who is going to be working on policy issues with the President, is also the issue of the intermingling of intelligence with policy. And I think that is one of the sort of philosophic type issues, or whatever you want to call it, that comes out of this. And I feel very strongly, as I've said, that the two should be separated.
Mr. Secretary, I have used about a half an hour of my hour. I am going to yield 15 minutes of my time to my friend from Idaho, Senator McClure, who I believe is going to follow Senator Sarbanes. But before I conclude, and I do not believe I will use the balance of time remaining for myself, I just want to make just a couple of observations, Mr. Secretary, because I think your testimony has been extraordinarily useful and vital and important for this committee and for the American people. I fear there has been a great deal of misunderstanding about what these hearings are about. You have received a great deal of criticism since last November about your role, which you now have had a chance to truthfully and I think forcefully state here. Members of this committee have received a great deal of criticism from those that are very loyal to the President for being critical. But of course, it is my underlying view that the most serious thing that happened here was a total breakdown of those people who owed the President the most. I do not believe, from what I have seen looking at thousands of documents, that the President was ever adequately briefed on what was going on here. We know that he was purposely omitted from sharing or, in fact, making the decision on diverting proceeds from this arms sale to the Contras. Some people think that this hearing has been about aid to the Contras. To the extent it has educated the American people better about the problems in Central America, that's good. But that is not the purpose of these hearings. The purpose of the hearings, it seems to me, is to show the American people what happened and to also show them that there are people in this government who function the way the Constitution envisions the government should function. I believe that one of the saddest things I've seen since I've been here in the Senate, and it's only a blink in time, 7 years, but one of the saddest things I've seen was watching you stand there this morning and raise your hand and take the oath to tell the truth. That's a sad commentary on what happened in this affair, because I can't think of anyone in Congress who agrees or disagrees with you or your policies or what you believe that thinks that you need to take an oath to tell the truth. You've demonstrated here today, and I hope that people have been paying attention, so that you can have an effective and a tough foreign policy. You can conduct it lawfully, without lying, without shredding, without withholding key information from your president, without compromising the basic trust that honorable people believe in the conduct of government. More really, Mr. Secretary, than the substance of your testimony, which is important, I believe is the fact that you stand for honor and decency and observance of the law in government. I think that is the true importance and what will be remembered about your testimony. Finally, we've had a lot of talk about heroes. I do not believe that heroes are people who deceive their president. I do not believe that heroes are people that protect themselves at the risk of their president. I believe the real heroes are people who speak up to their president, make their views known, and are willing to take great personal risks in confronting their president, who they are loyal to give him the best possible advice that he can get. You are such a hero, Mr. Secretary, and I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much time do I have?
Chairman Inouye agree on everything. Chairman Inouye and I agree on everything, but we can't seem to agree on the amount of minutes you have. I think it's 30, Senator Sarbanes.
Counting my own time, 15.
Yeah, I think it's 30 minutes
All right.
total.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve 10 minutes of that time and use the balance.
Senators recognized for 20 minutes then.
Mr. Secretary, welcome. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to make this observation that perhaps one minor benefit of these hearings is that on the day that Robert Owen testified that he and Jonathan Miller cashed traveler's checks for Colonel North and assisted in funneling the proceeds to the Contras, that a few hours later Jonathan Miller resigned from the White House staff, and that may be just one minor benefit of the hearings in view.
His airplane now?
The Secretary may be able to get his airplane now. Mr. Secretary, I think we've reached the stage of the hearing where we're really addressing the larger questions, and I welcome that, because I think what is at issue is how policy was being made and who was making it and carrying it out, and how the whole policy making function of our government was proceeding, both within the executive branch and in terms of the relationship between the executive branch and the Congress. In fact, I think that whichever way you resolve these contradictions in testimony that we have had between Colonel North and Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter and Colonel North, or Admiral Poindexter and Mr. McFarland, your perception of the President's reaction to the Dawa prisoner point as compared with Admiral Poindexter's statement in the record, even Admiral Poindexter's statement on the question of diversion, that a more important issue than all of those factual determinations is the overwhelming sense that this is no way for a great power to conduct its affairs. I mean, I find it staggering that the President signed 3 findings on the transfer of arms to Iran, and that you didn't, the Secretary of State, and I understand, although we'll have him here to testify, the Secretary of Defense, the 2 officers charged with national security responsibilities in terms of their departments, did not know about it. I mean, you've been criticized by some as not being a good soldier for the President's policy, but how could you have been expected to be if you didn't know, in fact, that that was a formal determination of presidential policy that occurred in early December of 1985 retroactively, and then twice in January of 1986. My concern over how we do our business is intensified by just referring back to Mr. Hakim's testimony. When he was before us, he was asked, when you were told that this agreement that you had negotiated had been approved by the President of the United States, this is the 9-point agreement that Senator Rudman asked about, and that included within it the provision for the trying to work out a plan for the release of the 17 Kuwaitis imprisoned in Kuwait. When you were told that this agreement that you had negotiated had been approved by the President of the United States, you must have felt very proud. Mr. Hakim, I felt proud throughout, sir. I felt proud being part of the time. Question, did you feel like you had been the Secretary of State for a day? Mr. Hakim, I would not accept that position for any money in the world, sir. Question, well, you had it better than the Secretary of State in some sense. You didn't have to get confirmed, correct? Mr. Hakim, I still believe that I have it better than the Secretary, and I can achieve more too. Question, and if this initiative had succeeded, did you ever make any calculation as to how much you and General Secord would make? Mr. Hakim, in what period of time, sir? Question, people tend to think in terms of 3 to 5 year plans. Mr. Hakim, many millions. Mr. Lyman, did it bother you at all that here you, and I say it respectfully, a private citizen was left with this kind of task of negotiating an agreement in which, if it succeeded, you stood to benefit very substantially? Mr. Hakim, Mr. Lyman, what bothered me was that we didn't have the competence within the government to do what I could do. That still bothers me. Now, Mr. Hakim was left there by General Secord and Colonel North to negotiate on behalf of the United States of America with the Iranian interlocutors. It was then that this 9-point plan was negotiated, in effect gearing this involvement on freeing the Dawa terrorists to obtaining hostages. North went on the proposition that all hostages had to come out, and the 9 points had one and a half hostages. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it's clear that doing business this way demeans the power and majesty of the United States. And leaving aside all of the contradictions and factual assertions, it seems to me the overwhelming lesson that comes through is that this is, the overwhelming sense is that this is an incredible way for a great power to have been conducting its affairs. Now, let me turn to 2 or 3 specific questions. I am concerned by the extent to which, in all of this activity, in effect, the State Department itself was being subverted, so that your ability to do your job was being undercut, undermined. And I want to refer just briefly to Operation Staunch and to the question of ambassadorial responsibility. Now, on Operation Staunch, I take it that at the very time that these arms transfer efforts were underway, you and your colleagues in the department, you specifically, for instance, at the UN, when you meet with the leaders or the foreign ministers and the leaders of countries from around the world, were involved in urging, in the most uncertain terms, countries not to ship arms to Iran. Could you tell us a bit about the efforts you were making in Operation Staunch?
Well, it was an effort that took place over a period of years, and it was part of our policy toward the Iran-Iraq war, as I explained this morning. We had a very capable person, Ambassador Fairbanks, devoting a major fraction of his time to it. And he traveled around and he gathered information and had people helping him gather information about where the problems might be. When somebody complained about the possibility of a sale that might go from country X to Iran, we said, give us chapter and verse and we'll go right to work on it, and we did. So it was a very clear and visible effort to discourage and stop, to the extent we possibly could, the sale of arms to Iran. And it was a known, visible, and we thought toward that war important policy. And Ambassador Fairbanks, and many of you know him, he's a person of great individual personal stature, and he had a high position in the department.
I would just observe that reviewing one of Ambassador Fairbanks's memos on this issue, I noticed that he singled out for special attention in trying to stem any arms movement a country which was called upon, unbeknownst to you, I believe, to assist in an arms movement to Iran. So there's a direct conflict between your enunciated policy that you were seeking to implement and what was occurring because of this effort to transfer arms to Iran.
I should add, I talked about Ambassador Fairbanks' work when he left the government. Ed Derwinski, who was counselor and is now undersecretary, and a person you all know because he was a member of the House for many years and is a very good operator. He knows how to get things done. He took this job over and he has also worked on it, and I think he's done a good job of getting it back on the track, and we're in business. And the fact that we had this UN vote recently helps us.
Was another factor for not shipping arms to Iran, in addition to the position we were taking on the Iran-Iraq war, the fact that Iran had been identified as a terrorist nation?
Yes.
And is it correct that it's our view that Iran had ties with the elements in Lebanon that were responsible for blowing up the Marine compound?
Yes.
I'd like to turn to the...
But I think our evidence is that Iran, if it doesn't have absolute control over the hostages, has a very considerable measure of control, and I think that is true.
So we were in the position of sending arms to a country that had supported the elements and, as you've just indicated, had extensive control, that were responsible for the bombing of the Marine compound and the loss of 241 American lives. And also, according to the Hakim Accord, we were going to put on the table the possibility of freeing the Dawa terrorists who had been imprisoned by the Kuwaitis for their terrorist attacks on Americans and Frenchmen in Kuwait. Is that correct?
That is correct. But I don't want to sit here with any implication at all that whatever Mr. Hakim may have thought, whatever Colonel North may have told him, that this was in any way U.S. government policy.
I understand.
It was not. And it could not have been cleared with the President and was misrepresented.
I understand that, but that it could happen is in itself an important comment on how policy was being made, or perhaps more accurately put, how policy was not being made or not being implemented.
It's an example of how something got off the rails when it was being administered by a staff that was not supervisable in the normal accountable sense. And that gets back to a point that I was making earlier.
Let me ask you about the ambassadors. How many instances...
Let me just say that a minor aspect of all this that galls me, as you look at almost any part of it, this is minor, but nevertheless it galls me. Our guys, to the extent that the staff people who were doing this, they got taken to the cleaners. You look at the structure of this deal. It's pathetic that anybody would agree to anything like that. It's so lopsided. It's crazy. People say you can't trust the State Department to negotiate a tough deal. Well, I'll tell you.
Let me turn to the question of the ambassadors. How many instances do you know in which ambassadors in the department operated through a back channel, ambassadors or others in an embassy operated through a back channel direct to the NSC and cut out the State Department and cut you out?
It's a perpetual problem. It's always a problem. It's a problem today. But I have been doing everything I can, and I think the President has been trying to help me. I know he has, in trying to make it clear to the ambassadors, and I give them written instructions, and to say there is a chain of command around here, and the top man in that chain, our boss, is the President. And the next person in that chain is me. And the ambassador takes instructions through that chain of command. They come from the Assistant Secretary in charge of that region of the world. And the ambassador is not to take instructions from anybody else, unless the President decides that he wants to instruct the ambassador personally. Now, no doubt an NSC advisor personally might call an ambassador, let's say, and give an instruction, but I hope it's gotten through people's heads that if that happens, even though the statement may be made, I'm calling on behalf of the President, before he does anything, he is tasked to tell me. And it's got to be that way, and they've got also to be accountable. Now, it's a hard job. You're very familiar, as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, with the nature of an embassy and how it works. But you have the ambassador. Less than 30% of the people working for him are in the State Department. In other words, most of the people are from some other agency. And in this day and age of communications, of course, everybody has a telephone, but some of the agencies have their own channels, and so the flow of information is difficult to control. But the ambassador is charged with knowing. His job is he should know what's going on in the country. He is responsible as the president's representative for administering in that country all of the different things that are part of the U.S. government activity, except for military bases. And there he coordinates with the commanding general or whoever. So all of these people from different departments are, so to speak, responsible to him, but they aren't. They're also responsible to their department. And it's a hard managerial job, particularly when you have all of these channels of communication. And we try to get control of that. And I have said, I've worked very hard on the management of the department since I have been in this job, and on security, both physical security and counterintelligence security, and it's obvious I haven't worked hard enough. But anyway, I've worked hard on it. And particularly recently have said to the ambassador, you not only have this chain of command, but you are accountable, Mr. Ambassador, for anything that may go wrong. And I'm thinking particularly right now of counterintelligence. So if somebody thumbs their nose at you, I expect to hear about it.
Well, now, did you know that Ambassador Tams was opening a southern front, assisting Colonel North in establishing an airstrip, and engaged in the Singlaub-Pastore agreement?
Well, I heard about the Singlaub agreement. That was reported, and that was totally out of line. And Ambassador Tams, his report was that he wasn't involved in that, but he learned about it, and he cabled us about it, and we went back to him promptly and said, you have to tell Mr. Pastore, this is without respect to the merits of the agreement. That particular agreement was okay in its terms, but that that was not an agreement from the United States of America. It was a misrepresentation, and he should in no way think that he has an agreement with the United States.
Did you know that the officials in the embassy in a friendly European country were working to try to move shipments of Hawk parts through that country to Iran in November of 1985?
I didn't know that at the time. On the other hand, in that particular instance, there were some representations, I guess I would have to call them misrepresentations, to Ambassador Oakley in the department. And so in that case, there was a departmental contact which the charge involved I think relied on. So I think that's a little different sort of case.
Now, the actions that Ambassador Kelly in Lebanon took, working with Colonel North, were totally unknown to the department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Secretary, the final subject I want to ask you about are these efforts to establish a sort of on-the-shelf, ready service covert operation. North Secord Hakim had such an operation. Were you aware of it?
No.
I'd like to send you an exhibit, which is not one of your exhibits, but it's appeared twice in the course of these hearings. This appeared once as an exhibit with General Singlaub and again with Colonel North. It's a memorandum found in Colonel North's safe, and it sets up a scheme which is perhaps best understood by this table on the second page, in which the United States would move high technology to country B. Country B would move military equipment over to country A, and country A would then put weapons into this trading company. And the trading company would then allocate it out in various places around the world. So it would be a self-contained scheme outside of any accountability, outside of having to come to the Congress, in fact, outside of even having it known within the executive branch and subject to the checks and procedures in the executive branch. And on the following page, it says as the one example of results, the United States then has at its disposal a large and continuous supply of Soviet technology and weapons to channel to freedom fighters worldwide. This is the third paragraph on the page following the table. Mandating neither the consent or awareness of the Department of State or Congress. Now, I assume this is the first time you've seen this.
Yes, it is, and I hope you feel you're in good company, being linked to the Department of State.
Well, I'm frank to say to you, I do, as a matter of fact.
Thank you.
I think that this proposal, which was never implemented, instead, of course, what they did was they took a different approach, which was the one that Secord and North and Hakeem established, whereby they would get the money from private parties, from contributions by third countries, and through the overage on the selling of arms, then build up their reserve in what Secord called the enterprise, and then engage in covert activities anywhere and potentially anywhere and everywhere in the world as they chose, without responsibility and with accountability, is one of the most dangerous matters we've looked at in this entire hearing.
Well, I can tell you without having talked to him about it or anything that the President Reagan wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. It's totally unacceptable. And you know that, and I know that.
Let me ask you to respond to this final question. Admiral Poindexter, in talking about the use of the proceeds of the Iranian arms sales for the Contras, also addressed using it for a series of other covert projects. And he was asked, was that the first time you ever heard about that? And he said, it is the first time that I've heard it discussed in that depth. I don't at all doubt that Colonel North and Director Casey may have discussed that. Frankly, it is an idea that has some attractive features in my mind. Is it an idea that has any attractive features in your mind?
None.
Would you explain why?
Because it is totally outside of the system of government that we live by and must live by. You cannot spend funds that the Congress doesn't either authorize you to obtain or appropriate. That is what the Constitution says, and we have to stick to it. Now, I will join everybody in saying that sometimes it gets doggone frustrating with what the Congress does or doesn't do. And I can be critical. However, that's the system, and we have to accept it, and then we have an argument about it and try to persuade you otherwise. Just as I was saying about the funds for the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, when I was asked about third country solicitation back in 1984, I think that in the end, if this is going to work, we have to persuade the Congress to support it. And when we persuade the Congress to support it, which is the present situation, the results are much stronger. And that's where our long-term bet has to be. We have this very difficult task of having a separation of powers that means we have to learn how to share power. Sharing power is harder, and we need to work at it harder than we do. But that's the only way. And this is not sharing power. This is not in line with what was agreed to in Philadelphia. This is a piece of junk, and it ought to be treated that way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator McClure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As I understand, I have 30 minutes. I will
That's-
use a portion of that time and reserve the balance. I do want to give other members the opportunity to use their time in rotation, rather than using all of my time first. Mr. Secretary, if I want to get back to one portion of the mandate of this committee, which I think has been neglected a little bit in the course of these hearings, and that is, how did we get to the policy that was expressed with respect to Iran, and what that policy was, and in your opinion, what it ought to be? Now, as I recall the testimony and the evidence before the committee up to this time, it was Mr. Ledeen who came to Mr. McFarland and said, I was in Europe recently and I ran into a person there that believes that there is an opportunity to open a dialogue with different elements in Iran that might lead to a different relationship in the future than the one that we have today with the Khomeini regime. Is that your understanding?
I guess that's right. I came on perhaps a little later than that, but you've been studying this more than I have. Nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly good.
Yeah,
That's what we want to do.
if as a matter of fact anyone came to a responsible official of our government and made the suggestion that there was the opportunity to effect a different relationship with a future government in Iran than the one we now don't enjoy, it would be irresponsible for us to turn down any such opportunity, would it not?
Yes, but let me say to you that it has happened quite a lot as we get approaches from this person or that person, and we try to follow them up, but usually they turn out to be fraudulent.
You would do two things. First, you would judge that on the basis of the credibility of the source of information. Did it appear to have substance? And secondly, to explore it to see whether it had substance, if you believed it had any at all. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the world is full of con men, and they're constantly out there.
And some of them get elected
And they
to
know
Congress.
that, and they know that we have certain interests, and they try to put a little bait out there, and you have to watch it and be careful.
I understand that, and I'm not suggesting that just because somebody makes a suggestion to us that we automatically put the whole apparatus of government at the disposal of that particular information. The amount of your effort would depend partly upon the credibility or the apparent credibility of the information that you got, and then you would move forward in that to probe it to see whether it had substance, I would assume.
That's correct.
Now,
I want to point out to you that there are ways in which we communicate with Iran that are clear and, in a sense, official. The Swiss are our protecting power in Tehran. Anytime we want to pass a message to the government of Iran, we can do that easily by writing it out carefully, calling in the Swiss, asking them on our behalf to deliver the message, and they will deliver it.
now that's a
That goes on.
That's a time-honored diplomatic process, is it not? Not just in this instance, but in a lot of different
that
instances.
is a constant process, and it's a very useful convention, and Algeria is Iran's protecting power here, and they can deliver a message if they want, or receive one from us. In addition, there is the claims court in The Hague, and there has been a process that was set up. It's actually been a very good process, pretty good process, and we have our representatives there, and the legal advisor to the State Department runs it from the standpoint of the United States and goes there. His counterpart is there, and They talk, although they don't talk about policy things, they talk about that particular matter. And
Well,
then there
Mr.
are other official ways.
Yeah.
The point I wanted to make is this, that you send messages that way and you have a design and you want to get certain things across. And if you then have all these other entrepreneurs around and you give them any running room, then what you're liable to do if you aren't careful is confuse the signals. So I'm trying to respond to your point. Should we respond to everything that comes along? Well, in a sense, yes, you're always looking and you're always on the alert, and we do. But also you need to be a little careful when you do it, that you don't wind up doing harm. It's not benign necessarily.
Mr. Secretary, I agree with what you're saying, and I appreciate your response. And I think it is a valuable addition to our evaluations to be able to keep that in mind. It is, however, not exactly the point I wish to make or to elicit from you. And that is, if indeed, well, let me preface it with a different question. Is Iran important to us geopolitically?
Iran is clearly a country of importance in the world, and it is a country, I think, that inevitably, at some stage of the game, will want a relationship with the United States.
And inevitably...
We don't have to pay for it. They will want it. We want similarly to have one.
Right.
But there they are with a big border with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union includes territory that at one time was part of Iran. It's not necessarily a benign partner on the border. So having a relationship with the United States is useful to Iran potentially, and sooner or later, I'm sure, it will come about.
And it's
I don't
also
know just
important,
how or when, but we need to be alert to that, and it will be to our advantage to reestablish a better working
it's
relationship
also
with
important
them.
to us.
Yes,
And without
but
going
not
back...
at the expense of our policies on hostages, not at the expense of our policy toward the Iran-Iraq war, not at the expense of our policies toward terrorism. We don't have to pay any of those prices.
but
and
still,
shouldn't.
but still important to us.
Yes.
Now, without going back into all of recorded history, at least there's a recent history we could look to as evidences of that importance to us. Back in the Eisenhower, well, go back before that, the end of World War II, when it was apparent that the Soviet Union was planning to move into and occupy the territory of Iran, and President Truman said, "You do, there's a war." And they didn't. Isn't that correct?
We've had a long struggle, and I think it shows the various incidents that you could adduce,
Yeah.
that it's well recognized in the United States that Iran is an important country, and so we will extend ourselves having that in mind. Right now, of course, our problem is different.
Yeah. And at one time, President Eisenhower, during the Eisenhower administration, had occasion to show the United States interest in what happened within Iran internally.
That's correct.
Those are matters of history, and they're recent history, and although they're not exactly the same as today, obviously, with the change of government, with the fall of the Shah and the substitution of a radical revolutionary Islamic government, that we have a different relationship certainly with that government, but no less interest in the people, the topography, the geopolitical, geostrategic area of the world, and recognizing the Soviet Union's interest in the same area. Isn't that correct?
Correct, and you have to be impressed with the people, and I don't know whether you've been there or not. I've been
I
there,
have.
And as a construction man,
Not
if you go
recently,
into
however.
some of those mosques built hundreds of years ago and see the marvel of construction, the beauty of it, you know that there is immense inherent capability.
Would you suggest, do I get either by direct testimony or an inference that you believe that the conditions in Iran are such today, and the regime in Iran is such today, that we ought do nothing at all except to sit and wait for them to make the initiative?
We have made plain our readiness to have a dialogue with them. We have made plain our views about their policies and what it takes to have a normal kind of relationship.
Well, I was getting from you what I thought to be a rather positive reaction that said, these are bad guys, we're not going to do anything with them until the conditions change when they see it's in their advantage, to do better with us, and then we won't pay any price for that new relationship, they will. Is that correct?
The behavior of Iran now is not behavior that is acceptable as far as we're concerned.
I don't think any of us would argue
that.
So
we say that to them, and we point out what it is that we think stands in the way, from our standpoint, of a different kind of relationship. And of course, it's not so much a relationship with us as such, it is Iran's behavior. And so in working with Iran, or trying to understand Iran and have some impact there, it isn't only what might or might not take place in a dialogue with us, but there are other countries that are undoubtedly better positioned at this time to have an impact, and they do try. Among our chief allies, you have Germany, you have Japan, and among other great friends of ours, you have countries like Pakistan and Turkey that perhaps have a little better understanding of the culture. And so we talk to those countries a lot about Iran.
Mr. Secretary, I don't mean to cut you off, but 15 minutes is a very short time, and 2/3 of my time is already gone. And I'm really trying to get the sense of what it is you're trying to tell us, because there seemed to be a contrast between those who were eager to to exploit what they saw as a breakthrough or an opportunity towards a breakthrough, and I don't want to paraphrase your words wrongly, but it seems to me you're expressing a great coolness to that idea.
I'm expressing a great coolness to the idea of paying for it by arms.
Well,
and that's what always seemed to come forward.
Well, you're jumping way over where I started. Maybe you're so eager to make that point what I'm trying to get at is whether or not you saw any opportunity that was worthwhile in trying to establish a different relationship, and let's don't even talk about arms yet, because they haven't been talked about yet.
Yes, I think we should keep
It's when you got into the question of arms and other concessions that you found unacceptable that you then become cool to the idea of trying.
Well, I think we should try, but we should try in the right way.
All right.
With the right kind of channels and with the right kind of content.
All right. I don't disagree. I'm just trying to find out where you're coming from so that we can know what your motivation was and what your reaction was, and maybe contrast that with other people who may have had different motivation and therefore came to different conclusions. And I don't disagree with you. I think it's a great mistake to barter for hostages or to sell arms to Iran in an attempt to get them back. And if we look at that finding that is referred to as the arms for hostages finding, Mr. Admiral Poindexter said that he objected to it because it didn't state it correctly. It was not simply arms for hostage. If I understand you believe the President also did not see it as arms for hostages at the time this was going on. Is that correct?
The President's policy has always been no arms for hostages, no trades for hostages. That is our policy. And I believe I am correct in saying that the President feels he's never deviated from that policy.
And even though and if that finding conveyed that impression on the face of it, that would not at that time accurately reflect the President's attitude about it.
Well, that would be my impression if somebody had gone to the President flat out and said to him, Mr. President, we have an opportunity to get our hostages by trading arms, and maybe as a side benefit we might have a little different relationship with Iran, but really the point is let's see if we can get our hostages out this way. He would have told them to get lost.
Yeah. Now, there has been another precedent in which we had the same kind of debate in this country, and that was the Danilov-Zakharov, I was going to say exchange, but I know you would not characterize it as such because you've repeatedly stated it was not. And yet the perceptions of a great number of people in this country are just as clearly that that was a trade as that the Iranian venture was an arms for hostages trade. How do you explain the difference between the two?
There are some things about that I would be glad to testify to in a closed session, but I don't intend to discuss it here in this forum. In that case, we made an effort to structure it carefully, and we had a flow of events that was what was really happening here was an effort on our part, which succeeded, to reduce the ability of the Soviet Union to use its UN mission and its mission here for espionage purposes. So we had told them they had to reduce the numbers in their mission in the UN, and we were in the process of having that happen. And of course we are also watching activities of individuals. And in the course of that, having watched Mr. Zakharov for some time, the FBI decided to make that arrest. The Soviet Union arrested Mr. Danilov. We took certain actions ourselves here in their embassy, naming names in the UN. And the overall interaction of this was such that we reduced, the net of it was, we have reduced their numbers in the UN quite considerably. We moved out by name, if my memory is right, well, I don't remember exactly, a fairly substantial number of people, and we had a pretty good idea what they were doing. And they retaliated in various ways. And in the process of doing that, there was also a negotiation about Zakharov, Danilov, Orlov, and potentially others. So that was what was taking place. It was a broad effort which basically succeeded. Mr. Danilov got caught up in it, and for that reason and various other reasons, it seemed to the President, and I certainly subscribe to it, very important that we work at getting him out.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time, but I do want to say that so far as I can see, I think the exchange of Zakharov and Danilov and the other negotiations that went on at that time were as inexplicable to me as the American public seems to have skepticism about arms for hostages in Iran. And I've read the record, the transcripts, I've read all of the press conferences that you and the President and Mr. Whitehead and others had, and I guess if those who stubbornly say, well, Iran was arms for hostages, this senator has to say Danilov, Zakharov were in exchange. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator
Well,
McClure.
Senator, I believe that if I had a private meeting with you under conditions of no leaks,
I won't tell
I
if you
could
won't.
give you some information that would lead you to think that statement of yours was not correct.
Senator
Thank you.
McClure reserves 10 minutes, and the chair recognizes Mr. Fasell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. It's nice to see you again, back in this old familiar room. And let me start off by expressing my appreciation to you, first of all, for the cooperation with the Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as these investigative committees. But I recall that you were a little bit apprehensive at first last year, but then willingly decided that you had to bite this bullet, and you did, and you came up here and testified, as I recall it, willingly, without subpoena, openly, and told us pretty much about everything that's been told us today, except now you've had the benefit of going back and looking at your records and reading your notes and listening to all the testimony. But as far as I can tell, it's pretty much consistent and straight and strong, and it's one of the reasons why you've enjoyed a good relationship with the Foreign Affairs Committee, although we haven't always agreed with you. But the fact is, we know you to be a straight, tough man in charge of foreign policy. We like it that way, frankly, and that's the way I think it ought to be. And one of the things that went wrong with this one, the one that we're interested in right now, is it got skewed in an effort to get around what appeared to be an obstruction, mainly the Congress, and therefore they had to put a CIA covert operation in the NSC run by the director of the NSC. It's that simple. Then it just got out of hand because you couldn't run it. Weinberger didn't have anything to say about it. Nobody had anything to say about it. Just 4 people in the United States government, which, as Senator Sarbanes said, is no way to run a railroad, certainly not a major modern government. Now, I know that you thought the policy was dumb, stupid, and dangerous, and you told the president, and anybody would listen to you. Now, just as a matter of curiosity, did you ever put your concerns in writing to the president, other than the talking points that you carried to the meeting that day?
The only things written by way of a memoranda are the things that you have. And if you look at my response to the draft NSDD and the cable traffic and so on, I think most of the reasons that people have adduced in commenting on this, you'll find them in there in one way or another. But I didn't ever sit down and write a memorandum to the president.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that, frankly. You know, we all have a tendency around here to write letters that cover a position, but you expressed yourself immediately, forthrightly, in opposition to all of this matter as it arose. Am I correct?
That's right, but I want to be clear, Mr. Chairman. I didn't object to an effort to find a different relationship and a different pattern of behavior from Iran. And that is what the president was pointing at, and I didn't disagree with that. I agreed with that. I thought in mid-1985 or wherever that was, that the intelligence upon which the NSC staff's thinking was based was wrong. I didn't agree with that judgment. And they had linked, and one of the problems here, I think, is that even in the intelligence document that was being used, there was in it the notion that because of this intelligence we should reconsider our arms policy. In other words, the intelligence contained that link.
Well,
and I thought the intelligence was faulty. And so therefore the conclusion you drew from it was not warranted. And I'm not so sure I would have drawn the conclusion anyway, even if I had agreed with the intelligence.
I understand. We have the same problem, at least I do. I'm not too excited about accepting right off the top of the printed page what the intelligence assessment is that comes out of any intelligence community. I need to know what the raw data was and who made the assessment. Then I have a better understanding of what it is somebody's trying to get me to do, because they're feeding me the intelligence for the purpose of me acting. And I'm like everybody else. I don't like to be manipulated. And I'm sure you don't. I can tell that every time I've talked to you. Now, I want to get back to something for just a moment. A lot's been made about this 9-point agenda and whatnot, and I don't think it was too good either, Mr. Secretary. But, during the testimony of some of the other witnesses here, they just tried to kiss that off and saying, the end was desirable and therefore it didn't make any difference what we did, and we'd have lied to them, we promised them anything, promised them the moon. It didn't make any difference, just all we're trying to do is get the hostages out and open up a second front. Now, I don't look at it that way, because that means to me they never were going back. As Secretary of State, would you make those kind of promises in an effort to, quote, open up a second channel and try to get your hostages out? And what you've done is made arrangements that you're not going to keep, and you expect to go back and deal with the same people again. Does that make any sense to you?
You have the same problem that we were discussing more generally in the conduct of foreign affairs. And you need to build a posture of confidence around the world. And so if you do something that breaches that in one place, it ricochets around. The United States is a special country. We all are very proud of our country, and in some respects it's different. And as the most powerful country in the world, there are expectations about us that are a little different. And I think that we have to fundamentally basically say what we mean and mean what we say, and have a consistency. And I think we have to display a consistency over time in what we do. That's one of our problems, where people worry about our reliability.
Mr. Secretary, the other thing I wanted to compliment you on, I've done this before. I have some small idea of the struggle you've been in internally that's gone beyond the normal kind of infighting that occurs in an administration. Your ability to run and to do your job and to be loyal to the president has been made immeasurably more difficult because of domestic politics, internal infighting, and a whole bunch of people trying to run your department instead of letting you run it. Not the least of which is you trying to get somewhere internally with respect to your budget problems. Since the State Department now is one of the smallest departments in the government and operating on a budget at about a 1969 level in real dollars, and is really hurting. How you do the job, I don't know, or how your people do the job. When you finally
You can remedy that, Mr. Chairman, and I wish you would give some attention to that.
Well, you and I have
you wouldn't wreck the budget if you did it, because we're talking about peanuts in relationship to this $1 trillion budget that
as you know, Mr. Secretary, and I threw you that football to give you an opportunity to tell the American people why it's so important to have a State Department and to have necessary money to run it. But I want to tell you straight out, if we don't get Republican votes to help us pass the foreign aid bill, there isn't going to be any. Now, that's not your responsibility, so I'm not lecturing to you.
It's one of my responsibilities to work with members of my party, and I try to do it hard.
But Bill Broomfield, my ranking Republican member on foreign affairs, and I have worked very hard to get a bipartisan foreign policy effort to support you, and worked very hard to get the necessary authorization to make your efforts worthwhile. And we're going to keep doing that. We need a lot of help.
Thank you.
Now, let me ask you this. When you finally thought you had control over the foreign policy mechanism, after all of this infighting and whatnot, and your chief spokesman at that time was Elliot Abrams, still is, for Latin American policy, etc. and you instructed him, said, well, you go find out what happened. How are these Contras getting the arms? Curiosity. Did you ever get a report back?
The report came back to me in the same way, basically, as it did to you. Questions were asked in the Congress about Colonel North's activities, as I said this morning, just as I asked Elliott to find out where is this coming from. And while we didn't find out in an affirmative way, we did satisfy ourselves, as you did, basically relying upon the word of Mr. McFarland in one instance and Admiral Poindexter another.
So both the
and
Congress...
the records, and you went through the same process, and we both concluded everything was fine.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, so both the Department of State, the Secretary of State, and the Congress were out of the loop from the standpoint of getting information that was accurate.
I believe the President was also out of the loop, which
So do
is
I.
one of the points here that we have to reflect on.
Now, when you found out about the back-channel operation by Ambassador Kelly operating with Colonel North, that was a disaster. It just, I was thunderstruck. I'm sure you were. You recalled him, you brought him back here, as totally destroys the whole system of operation for the Department of State. Did you want to fire him? Did you want to get rid of him?
Well, I wanted him to know that I didn't appreciate what he had done. The fact that he had been briefed by Mr. McFarland and by somebody, I forget who, in the White House about this operation, and was told that I was opposed to it, but he didn't have to talk to me about it because they would talk to me about it, and he accepted that and then took directions from them. I didn't appreciate that at all, and he knows that. But he is basically a very good man, and I hope he's learned his lesson.
Well, the truth is, Mr. Secretary...
Matter of fact, let me point out to you, and this happens all too frequently, I called him on the telephone the other morning to give him my reassurance, because for most of the night, the ambassadorial residence had been under fire in Beirut. We think probably the fire was aimed at the presidential palace, which we're nearby, but at any rate, Ambassador Kelly was under fire, and we spent half the night struggling to get that stopped, and we did. But life in the Foreign Service, particularly in a place like Beirut, is not the most pleasant, nor is it the safest in the world. And so I think that with all of the problems that we've talked about with respect to Ambassador Kelly, we also have to say he's out there. He is literally on the front line, and he's doing a good job.
He is on the front lines, Mr. Secretary, and I certainly do not demean his service in any way, simply making the obvious point that the Secretary of State doesn't have control over ambassadors the way he wants to. He's got a problem, and it's called politics, and that's in the best sense, not the worst sense, and the White House. You just can't, you cannot move the pegs around at your will, because you got the Congress to deal with, that all-powerful United States Senate, and then you've got the White House to deal with, and then you got domestic politics to worry about. So if you really wanted to move your pegs around, you'd have a big problem anyway. That's the only point, and I'm sure you agree with that.
You and I are both old enough to remember Jimmy Durante. You remember what he used to say? This is the way I feel as Secretary of State. Everybody wants to get into the act. And that's the way it is.
Mr. Secretary, you've been criticized by some because you were so vocal in your opposition to this plan that you thought was not only dangerous but stupid and whatnot, and you were criticized because, quote, you didn't have an alternative which you offered which could give any relief. Now, as a matter of fact, we were following, the United States was and is following a very strong policy with respect to our effort dealing with the hostages. Would you want to tell the American people that there is an alternative and it's different from the one that was presented at these hearings?
Well, there are alternatives, and of course we work on the hostage problem constantly. We have a unit in the Department of State that is in touch with the hostage families constantly to pass them information, hear any information they have, give them reassurance, telephone number that will answer at any time. We are in touch with intelligence services with other countries, and we have our own, trying to find out where the hostages are and to persuade, try to see if there is any way that we can reach those who are holding them. We're ready to talk with anybody about the subject, but of course we have our policies. We're not going to pay ransom or do other things that are against our policy. Now, we know, for example, that those holding the hostages have said in various ways, such as when they released Father Jenko, at least I thought, and it was seemed at the time he was released so that he could give a message, namely, that if you don't get the Dawa prisoners out, the hostages are going to get killed. So we know what they're after. Now, to think it's a great idea and shows the innovative capacities of the NSC staff to think of the notion that you could trade the Dawa prisoners for the hostages. I mean, that's nutty. That kind of great idea I'd like to be saved from. So we work at it. It is hard. It's frustrating because we basically haven't got very far. And I might say we have quite a bit of company. There are 8 countries that have hostages being held, we believe, in and around Beirut. There are 9 Americans there now. I think there are 24 altogether from the 8 countries. And it's very frustrating. I believe people should stay away from Beirut. I think it is like a place that has the plague. And we have tried and tried and tried to get Americans to realize that. And the most recent person, Mr. Glass, that was taken, went there against that stricture. That doesn't mean we are any less interested in helping him. We will work at that as with anybody else. Now, part of the policy of trying to work to get hostages out has to be making it plain that you will not pay ransom, bribes, or whatever for them. The minute you do that, what you do is expose the vast number of Americans who are traveling around to a greater risk, because those who take hostages see that it pays. And furthermore, those that are holding the existing hostages feel that the price of what they've got has just gone up some. So I think we have to work at it. I think it's much better if we work at it quietly. Doesn't do any good for the hostages to have a lot of publicity.
Mr. Secretary, let me interrupt you. From an Iranian point of view, it seemed like this is a pretty good operation. You get some arms and you give up some hostages, and you go out and take some more hostages. Pretty soon you get some more arms. The French found that out. They released some hostages, they went out, they got some more hostages, but in the meantime they got some Miranjas. That sounds like a pretty neat idea to me.
Help
if you're an Iranian.
Chairman.
Where we wound up was at the same level that we entered in terms of our hostages. And that's the danger you just pointed out, that this thing cuts 2 ways, and the other people who are your adversaries, and I put that in quotes, you have to give them credit for having some brains. They're not all raving lunatics.
That is why I feel very confident in what I said a little bit earlier, that if the proposition presented to the President had been, we can get the hostages out by a trade as an incidental part it's conceivable that we'd have a dialogue with Iran, which might be worthwhile, that he would not have taken that proposition, because he fully understands and has always exactly these points that have been made, and that is the basis for the policy that he has set and continues to have.
Mr. Secretary, it was stated during the course of these hearings that this policy could be justified for many reasons, talking about this whole Iran bit. One of them was very important, was that during this period of time, 85, 86, that it was a good policy because Iran stood down on terrorism. Now, do you agree with that assessment?
No.
You want to tell us why?
First of all, because they didn't stand down on terrorism. There is some evidence that the action against Americans was diminished somewhat, although it didn't stop, and I think we should note that some hostages were taken, and of course no one knows exactly who, but I think we have to remember that the Iranians are masters of the plausible deniability theory in all of this, and their influence is there. But there was some evidence of some slowdown in efforts against Americans. Now, I mention that because I believe that while, of course, we always are happy if our citizens are less of a target, we can't afford to look at it that way in this day and age. We have to recognize this is an international problem, and we have to work at it together. And it is not good to help me at the expense of you. And we have made great efforts with other countries where sometimes there has been a tendency with some terrorist group to say, look, we'll make a deal with you. You can have safe haven here, but leave us alone. We've said, don't make deals like that. No safe haven for terrorists. We have to look at it on an international basis. And on looking at it on an international basis, I don't think that you can see Iran foregoing terrorism. For example, I don't know just when, I forget just when the date was, but during this period, a large poundage of plastic explosives was found on Iranian pilgrims on their way to Mecca for the Hajj. Now that's directed not against us, against somebody else, but that's terrorism. And I could give other examples, some against us and some against others. So I don't believe that Iran did or does renounce its policy of the use of terrorism.
Well, Mr. Secretary, during the period of time we're talking about, I have a very short list here, and I'd be happy to have the State Department Counterterrorism Office supply the full list for the record. But June 14th, 1985 was the TWA flight hijacking. July 1st, 1985 was the Madrid bombing. July 22nd was the Copenhagen bombing. November 24th was the car bomb explosion in Frankfurt, wounding 32 people, mostly U.S. military. December of '85, bombing in France, Paris, and so forth and so forth. And I think it would be useful to put in the record, simply to make the point that just because we were dealing with Iran on a matter that of considerable importance, it didn't stop their activities, really. And it's an unfair assessment to leave in the record. So I'd appreciate it if you would supply that information.
We have lists like that, and as I said, it is not possible to connect things precisely, but at least our intelligence suggests that there are connections in enough cases to convince us that Iran continues to use this.
Well, we know it's a serious
tactic,
and important
and it's a
matter, Mr.
serious
Secretary. As you know, the Foreign Affairs Committees of the Congress have worked with you in providing the necessary legislation of the President to support every one of the executive initiatives in supplying the authority and the money. We've also worked with you very diligently to provide and support the international effort, which was being responded to by many of our allies. And I know that from firsthand experience, because I personally went to New York and met with many of the ambassadors of our allies whom you were contacting, as well as the representatives of those countries here in Washington. We had a good program going. It was tough but slow, and we want to do more.
Mr. Chairman, we still have a good program going.
Okay.
And let me just say, just as one aspect of it, over the last couple of years, as a result of this is just the intelligence and intelligence sharing, work with other countries in trying to keep track of what's going on, we have averted about 180 terrorist incidents that would probably have taken place, but because of the work being done, they didn't take place. So that's prevention. And of course, I think that the President's actions against Libya punctured Gaddafi's balloon, and that has helped. And there are a lot of things that have been done. And at the Venice summit here, just a month or so ago, again, we had a strong statement on this, and we see the rule of law, which is something you have emphasized. The rule of law starting to exert itself more and more. As we say to the terrorists, you're not going to have any place to hide. There's going to be the use of extradition. Countries will get you. They will try you. And we're making progress.
Mr. Fasel, excuse me for interrupting. I am informed that a vote is taking place in the Senate. So that's the reason for the senators leaving the chamber.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
in that case, maybe this is a good time to stop. I can reserve the balance of my time.
The chair would like to go until about 6 p.m. If possible, Mr. Fasel. Is that all right with you, Mr. Secretary, to go until 6?
I'll make a deal with you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll take 2 minutes now, or you can leave now and I'll wait 2 minutes.
I'll stay here all night as long as we finish at a reasonable time Friday. And I don't have to come back Monday because I'd like to have a nice weekend in the country.
We're going to...
And if I have to come back Monday, I'll have to stay and study.
We're
All
not,
right, Mr. Secretary,
let me... on bringing you back on Monday, and you deserve a long weekend, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Fasel, why don't you go for a few minutes longer, then we go to Mr. Broomfield until 6 or so.
Mr. Secretary, this whole mess must have drastically affected our capability, both in terms of foreign policy and counterterrorism specifically.
No, it hasn't.
Well, good. Tell me how come.
Because, and here I think it's so important to register on what the President did. And I don't think this has gotten the notice or attention it deserves. The President decided right early on that we had to do two things, and he drummed this into me, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. One is get the facts out. And the volume of stuff that has inundated this committee and the other investigating agencies is unprecedented. And it has been given willingly at the President's direction. And the second thing that he said was, make the stuff available and cooperate and so forth, but you've got a lot of work to do, George, and so get at it. And we kept going, and we have gone to people, and we've talked about our policies, and the saving grace here is that our policies are sound, and people continue to support the policies and work with us, for example, on terrorism. Why? Because it's in their interest to do so, because the policy is a good policy.
Let me
and
interrupt.
the same with other things. People realize around the world that a strong United States is of critical importance to everybody in the free world. They are not anxious to see us beat ourselves to death. They want to see us go ahead, investigate, do whatever, but let's get back on the track as fast as we can. That's the way the world looks at it.
I agree, but Mr. Secretary, problem as I see it, and it may not affect other people, is a constant shift in policy, or apparent shift in policy. We lose 243 men in Lebanon, so we don't blow anybody out of the water. Somebody attacks a hot dog stand or whatever it was in Germany, and we bomb Libya. Iran is on the Hall of Infamy list and has been for a long time as the seat of terrorism, and we don't do anything to them, we wind up selling arms to them. Now that, if I'm on the outside and I'm your friend, it's going to confuse me. I'm on the inside and I'm your friend and I'm confused.
Well, we could go around the world in terms of our foreign policy, and I think it is a strong, positive one, administered with consistency, although we have our problems from time to time, and this Iran business that we're talking about is one of them, and the difficulties we sometimes have in following through is one of them, and I'd have to say, Mr. Chairman, that the Congress contributes, because you don't always follow through with us, and you short us.
Well,
so that's part of the problem, too, and that's why it's so important to learn everything we can out of this about not only our separate tasks, but much more how we go about sharing power more effectively in the interests of a positive government policy. That is, sharing power is much more difficult than just exercising it all by yourself.
I agree with that thoroughly, and I certainly concur in the conclusion that we need to work together. We'll leave it at that note, Mr. Chairman, and I'll reserve the balance of my time for further efforts at philosophical discourse.
Mr. Fasell reserves 30 minutes. The chair recognizes Mr. Broomfield till about 6 o'clock. Mr. Broomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to compliment you on your appearance here today. I've known you for a long time, but I've never heard you any better. You've been extremely candid, and I have really, truthfully been very impressed by the way you've responded to some very difficult questions. I want to make a couple observations about this committee, because we've been at it a long time, and hopefully we're getting toward the end. I think you appeared before the House Foreign Affairs Committee last December. This committee, of course, got organized sometime in January. The reason I'm bringing this up is that I've been very upset over how long this committee has been in operation and how many witnesses and so forth. This has been a very important investigation. But what was the most important question facing the American people and Congress? Well, I'll tell you what it was. What did the President know? Did he know anything about the diversion? That was the important question. The reason I mention it is that Admiral Poindexter took a deposition in May. I understand it was May the 2nd. And it was brought up then, and those were the key statements, that the President didn't have any knowledge of diversion of funds for the Contras. And we in Congress, as well as the American people, have been held hostage all of that time, waiting till just a few days ago to hear from Admiral Poindexter to verify the very thing he gave in the deposition. And I just think it's regrettable that something that important. I understand you even went to Venice with the President at the Economic Summit with this kind of cloud hanging over the administration. I think
I'd have to insert there that the President did a very good job in Venice, and the meeting went off extremely well. And as a matter of fact, I think we're all interested to see this most recent UN vote, and the efforts made in Venice with our friends there helped a great deal. So it's a problem, but the President seems to have managed.
Well, I'm sure of that, but my point was that I believe that that portion of Admiral Poindexter's testimony, deposition, could have been released to the American people, and it would have changed a great deal, because all you had to do was be here in this committee room and listen to Admiral Poindexter. When those words came up, the press started leaving. You could almost feel the relief right in this committee, because the key question had been answered. And again, I say that I think it's regrettable that these hearings have had to go on as long as they have. And I think what you're doing today is extremely important. And I think what Colonel North did was extremely important. I think probably North did a better job, now wait a minute, Dandy, of explaining our Central American policy. I really believe if we had a vote today, probably we could get additional money. I don't know whether it will be that way in 2 or 3 months, but I really believe he did a very, very effective job. And I might say this, that I have been very disturbed at the beginning of these hearings that it appeared, and letters were coming in, that we were treating witnesses as if they were criminals. Boy, I don't think they were criminals. I think whether you talk about Poindexter or North, anyway, those two men were men that were trying to do the right job, but they did a wrong policy. I think what they happened as far as selling arms to Iran and the so-called diversion was absolutely wrong, and it was a flawed policy. And I guess you've said that many times today, that you agree with that. It was a flawed policy of selling arms to Iran and diverting that money to Iran, to the Contras. I think there's been 2 separate and distinct foreign policy decisions made. The decision to sell arms to Iran based on that flawed policy, but conducted pursuant to a presidential finding. The decision to divert profits from a sale to the Contras, I think probably had an idea, it was a little merit to it, but conducted to the exclusion of the President. The President had no idea about it. I believe, too, if the procedures had been followed, foreign policy disasters might have been avoided. I think we got to do more to consult and pursue a bipartisan consensus, though, in foreign policy. I want to say, Mr. Secretary, I was looking over, you've served now for 5 years as Secretary of State. That's pretty distinguished company. There's just 2 others in the 20th century that has served as long, and that was John Foster Dulles and Dean Rusk. And I happen to reflect back that Danny Fasell and I both were here when John Foster Dulles was here, and Dean Rusk and yourself. I thought it was a very interesting thing that you're in that category, and I think one of the great Secretaries of State. Well, I'd like to ask you a basic question. Are you back in charge now? Do you really feel now, after all what we've gone through?
I would like to say yes, but you know that it's a fight all the way, all the time, and that's life in Washington. Just to take an example, I think international economic developments are a very important part of foreign affairs. You people are in the process of putting together a so-called anti-trade bill or trade bill that will have a big impact on us. I wish I were in charge, and I wish I could persuade you not to do what you seem to be determined to do, since I think it will be very bad for us. So that's a sense in which I'm not in charge. I'm not in charge of the trade negotiations. I'm not saying I should be, but I'm just pointing out that the operational aspect of foreign affairs of the United States is a great big ongoing thing, and I'm trying my best to orchestrate it and manage it and have knowledge of and some impact on all the different things that are going on, so that I can look at it from the standpoint of our relationship with a country or a region of the world, and have people have at least a center of reference on that. That's my job.
I'd like to ask you a few questions regarding our Central American policy. I think it's an area that we still need to ask a few questions. Mr. Secretary, we have to spend billions of dollars overseas and far-off lands to advance the freedom and to protect the United States' national security interests. Why do you believe we're unable to maintain a bipartisan policy that advances freedom and protects U.S. interests at our own backyard in Central America? What do you think's really behind that? Why can't we get bipartisan support for that?
Well, I dare to think that we're getting there. When I came here, we struggled to get funds for El Salvador. And you know how many acrimonious sessions we had right here in this room over that. When I came here, you weren't allowed to pronounce the word Guatemala, let alone ask for any involvement. And now we have a strong relationship, and as I said earlier, we have 4 civilian elected presidents. We have much more attention to the rule of law, along with democratic processes. We've had a bipartisan commission that Henry Kissinger chaired. It's a genuine bipartisan commission, and it wasn't sort of House Democrats along with the Republicans. It was very real, and people accepted that. And I thought it was very important, it's been unnoticed, that with all of the budget problems that we have, and they're fierce, that in the supplemental that was voted here recently, an additional $300 million for basically the Central American democracies was there. And of course the money as such, additional money, was controversial, but the fact that we would give that much money to support our objectives in Central America was not controversial at all. It had broad bipartisan support. And we have also seen a much broader and common understanding of the problem that Nicaragua constitutes for those 4 countries and for us. And I'm not trying to say that we have reached the kind of agreement on support for the freedom fighters in Nicaragua that we have for the 4 countries, but I think we have reached a rather common analysis of what that country is about. And last year, both houses of Congress voted affirmatively by narrow majorities, but they voted affirmatively for a reinstitution on a stronger basis than we've ever done it before to support the freedom fighters in Nicaragua. And I just hope and pray we'll be able to follow through on that and in a subsequent vote. But my point is to say that it is possible out of this peculiar process we have of arguing and back and forth and hearings, and you're going down and observing elections and so on. In this case, it's worked. And we have a general support for this line of policy. Not perfect, but it's very, very different than it was when the President addressed a joint session of Congress back, I think, in 1983 and laid out basically the program that he's been following since that time. So I'm not one who says despair, there's no bipartisanship. I think there is. Take the subject of our present situation with arms control, a dual-track decision and so on. That was a decision made in the Carter administration. It was implemented in the Reagan administration with a lot of interaction. And we have a negotiation going on. And while there are arguments about it, each body has an observer group. You do, the Senate does. And I'd have to say I was a little skeptical about these bodies when they were concocted. But Max Kampelman, the chief of our delegation, will tell you, as he's told me, that it's turned out to be extremely helpful. And the members come to Geneva and they are thoughtful and they find out what's going on, and Soviets talk to them and they find out that America is America. And so let's not give up on a bipartisan foreign policy. I don't think we're so far away from it as sometimes the arguments that we have suggest.
Maybe it wouldn't hurt to have every member reread that speech the President gave back in April 27, 1983. Maybe it'd do some good.
Maybe, or read the bipartisan report, which basically, I mean, how did that come into being? That was a suggestion of the late Senator Henry Jackson, one of our great
You bet he was.
people, and that's how that got started. So he was a Democrat.
Mr. Secretary, no one can condone lying or deceiving Congress, but in the strategic sense of the word, as a nation, have we benefited from Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter's effort to keep the Contras alive and fighting against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua and bridging the gap, that theory? How important was that?
Well, I think it's important to keep the freedom fighters alive. My feeling has always been that they're a very legitimate group. And the amount of money they had to get along on, after all, if you think of, I gather it's something like $1 million a month and you're talking about 10,000 people, do that arithmetic. And you see that it's not going to go very far. So their staying power is a measure of their legitimacy, you might say. But I think that the efforts made, I testified earlier about this incident where I complimented Colonel North. As I understood it, he had extended himself personally to try to buck up the leaders and keep them going, and I think that was a service. But I don't, I don't think that desirable ends justify means of lying, deceiving, of doing things that are outside of our constitutional processes. That's not in the picture as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I certainly agree with you. I'm curious, though, how essential was that aid at that particular time?
Well, no one can say about it. I think, as I've said, I think that the freedom fighters have more to them than perhaps they're given credit for in some circles. But obviously they needed to have help, and so they're survived. I can't really answer your question in any definitive way. One of the pathetic things, as you see, as I've been reading about this so-called money trail out of this big diversion of funds and so on, how much did they actually get, the freedom fighters? They got practically nothing out of it.
Well, not only that, but this investigation itself, if you take in all the cost involved, both as far as the independent counsel, this committee probably will exceed $10 million. Incredible. Anyway, Assistant Secretary Abrams testified to the effect that Congress forced the administration into engaging in tin cup diplomacy. I remember that very well. Would you agree that tin cup diplomacy is a demeaning position for great powers like the United States?
Well, it's a good, vivid phrase, and Eliot's good at that. It's not the way a great power should proceed, and as I spoke about my views in 1984 about the process of solicitation, it seems to me that we don't want to depend on another country to do something. If we feel it is in our vital interest, we need to do that ourselves, not become dependent. On the other hand, under the circumstances that existed a couple of years subsequently, when the Congress had expressed a different attitude and there it was in statutes, it seemed to me that we should take a different view. And of course, working with other countries is part of what we do to advance our security and our prosperity and our values. So we don't operate all by ourselves. That's what our alliances are about. They are, we'll do this and you do that, and we'll both achieve something that we both desire. So I think it's not a simple
As you know,
question.
Congress has appropriated $100 million to support the freedom fighters in Nicaragua. And Congress, as you know, also will be asked to provide additional support for the Contras later this year. These funds will largely be spent by agencies other than the Department of State. As Secretary of State, do you feel that you have sufficient control over the way this program is administered to avoid costly future mistakes?
Well, I hope that they will be avoided, not just because of the Department of State, but the President's direction and the and people who are expending them. The Congress, in appropriating that money, placed a special responsibility on the Secretary of State to pay more attention to what, in effect, another agency is doing than you would normally expect. And so we have been working hard to exercise that responsibility in an effective and collaborative way with our fellow departments. It's a hard thing to do, but I think it's working out, and whether you want to continue that or not, I don't know. But at any rate, we have a reasonable system in place that Elliott Abrams has contributed a great deal to.
Are you an advocate of the Reagan Doctrine, and would you explain the importance of supporting those who wish to struggle and fight for their freedom and throughout the world?
Yes. Do you want more of an answer? I'm beginning to get tired, I guess.
I thought I'd give you an opportunity to.
Well, let me say this. Advancing our values is one of the essential ingredients of our foreign policy. The value of freedom, of democracy, of the rule of law, as that spreads, that is good, as I see it, not just because it provides other people a chance to live under conditions that are more decent, but it also makes the world more secure from our standpoint. So we have a major interest in it. And I think one of the most interesting and beneficial things that's happened in the last few years is the spread of exactly this idea. And President Reagan has advocated it and worked at it. His speech to the Parliament in London back in 1982, I think it was, set it out very clearly. And we work at it in various ways, of course. For the most part, the sweep toward freedom and democracy that's taken place, and we don't take all the credit for it, don't misunderstand me. It's basically the credit belongs to the attraction of the idea of freedom. But it has taken place mostly on a peaceful, evolutionary basis, sometimes with considerable trauma, and sometimes with a lot of support from us, and I would say with some real bipartisan and executive legislative collaboration. I think the readiness of members to go, for instance, to El Salvador when they were having those votes and observe was a major contribution. I think in the Philippines, as we worked at that together, there were quite a number of members who went to the Philippines and who were very effective in observing and then reporting back. And all of that gave to the world and people in the Philippines a sense that there was an American policy in support of what was taking place, just as I think in Korea right now. there is at least a good chance, and we've all been working at this, and it's difficult to do, and it's basically the Korean problem, not for us. We can't do it. They have to do it. But if they can put a political miracle alongside that economic miracle, it will be sensational. So that's one way we work at it. Another way we work at it is to support people who are ready to fight for freedom and independence in their country. And I'm much in favor of that. Of course, you've got to pick your spots carefully. I think there's room also in this policy. If you find a country which has been way over here in the Soviet direction, but which seems to be seeing things in a little different way, if you can bring them over, that's good. I don't think we need to have the same formula everywhere, and I'm sure you understand the different layouts. I've studied somewhat the transitions to democracy that we've seen in the last 20, 25 years. It's fascinating. If you go back to Greece, Turkey, Portugal, Spain, Latin America, and so forth, Central America, and each case is unique. And you've got to study each one, and yet there is this thread. But I think it is one of the things that's been happening that is a very powerful trend, and it's one of the reasons why I said earlier that we have a great deal to be proud of about what's happening in the foreign policy area, and in many respects we could say that if we can just get this out of our system and go on, we'll find we can be on a roll here.
Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about Elliott Abrams, and I think you've already answered this, but he has acknowledged that he's made mistakes in misleading Congress and about some of his statements about unlawful solicitation of funds from a foreign country. Do you believe he's learned from his indiscretion?
A real instinct for public service, and the country needs people like that. And he has a rebuilding job to do as a result of this thing that took place, and he knows it. And my effort is to support him because he is good, really good, and to try to help him rebuild the kind of trust that you have to have. And I wish everybody would take part on that, because this is a guy who tells you he made a mistake, tells you he's sorry, tells you he understands why he did it, and that he doesn't intend to do that again.
Mr. Secretary.
So he deserves help, in my opinion, and he is a big contributor to what we're trying to do.
I want to switch to the effects of these hearings and ask you just 2 or 3 questions. These hearings have revealed, sometimes in great detail, the foreign policy making process of the United States as well as certain intelligence operations. Do you feel that this disclosure of foreign policy process, particularly the flawed process that was followed here, will lead to adverse reactions and mistrust of United States foreign policy making by foreign governments and the public overseas?
I think it's important for people to see that there's a lot more to American foreign policy than this Iran, arms, hostages, fund diversion, and so on problem that we have been discussing here. It's basically very good and very positive, and the President has given it strong leadership. And we've worked effectively with the Congress. I mentioned the Philippines here. So we should realize that, and others should realize that. Now, obviously, the world follows this avidly, And as I said earlier, the rest of the world understands, perhaps even our adversaries understand, that a strong United States is a good thing. And they want us to be that way. So they want us to get it over with and conclude whatever we conclude. I do think there is a problem with public emergence of things that were secret. And it's particularly a problem when something that involves another country is involved, because other countries conclude that they cannot do business with us. If they say, anytime I give to the United States a piece of information that I regard as secret, it's liable to be public, they'll cease giving it to us. There has to be a capacity to keep a secret. And that's a problem that I listed in response to Senator Inouye's provocative question. Good question, a number of things. I should have had that on my list. We've got to learn, again, how to keep a secret legitimately. And we've lost that. I'm not looking at Congress about this. The leaks that come out of the executive branch are breathtaking. They also come out of the Congress. And it's a problem that we have here in this town. And we've got to figure out a way to do something about it. And for my money, it isn't polygraphing everybody.
What effect has this investigation had on your ability to pursue United States interests with the countries that you've got that list 1 to 10? I had also add about how about the other 150 you have to deal with? Pretty much the same as what you said.
Yes, we're doing all right. We've had just to take my recent travels, as I had a number of meetings back-to-back in different parts of the world. The meetings in Venice were very productive and worthwhile. And the President, as always, has to be looked to give leadership. They were good discussions. The foreign ministers' meeting in Reykjavik that followed that was the best foreign ministers' meeting I've ever attended in the sense of its productivity, in the arms control field in particular, both in terms of the INF problem and conventional arms. We made a lot of progress. Then the Yes, I do. He made a mistake. He knows it. And he is full of remorse about it. I think he is a very able, energetic, fine person with a real instinct for public service. And the country needs people like that. And he has a rebuilding job to do as a result of this thing that took place, and he knows it. And my effort is to support him because he is good, really good, and to try to help him rebuild the kind of trust that you have to have. And I wish everybody would take part on that, because this is a guy who tells you he made a mistake, tells you he's sorry, tells you he understands why he did it, and that he doesn't intend to do that again.
Mr.
So he
Secretary,
deserves help, in my opinion, and he is a big contributor to what we're trying to do.
I want to switch to the effects of these hearings and ask you just 2 or 3 questions. These hearings have revealed, sometimes in great detail, the foreign policy making process of the United States as well as certain intelligence operations. Do you feel that this disclosure of foreign policy process, particularly the flawed process that was followed here, will lead to adverse reactions and mistrust of United States foreign policy making by foreign governments and the public overseas?
I think it's important for people to see that there's a lot more to American foreign policy than this Iran, arms, hostages, fund diversion, and so on problem that we have been discussing here. It's basically very good and very positive, and the President has given it strong leadership. And we've worked effectively with the Congress. I mentioned the Philippines here. So we should realize that, and others should realize that. Now, obviously, the world follows this avidly, and as I said earlier, the rest of the world understands, perhaps even our adversaries understand, that a strong United States is a good thing, and they want us to be that way. So they want us to get it over with and conclude whatever we conclude. I do think there is a problem with public emergence of things that were secret. And it's particularly a problem when something that involves another country is involved, because other countries conclude that they cannot do business with us. If they say, anytime I give to the United States a piece of information that I regard as secret, it's liable to be public, they'll cease giving it to us. There has to be a capacity to keep a secret. And that's a problem that I listed in response to Senator Inouye's provocative question. Good question, a number of things. I should have had that on my list. We've got to learn, again, how to keep a secret legitimately. And we've lost that. I'm not looking at Congress about this. The leaks that come out of the executive branch are breathtaking. They also come out of the Congress. And it's a problem that we have here in this town. And we've got to figure out a way to do something about it. And for my money, it isn't polygraphing everybody.
What effect has this investigation had on your ability to pursue United States interests with the countries? So you've got that list 1 to 10. I had also add about how about the other 150 you have to deal with? Pretty much the same as what you said.
Yes, we're doing all right. We've had just to take my recent travels, as I had a number of meetings back to back in different parts of the world. The meetings in Venice were very productive and worthwhile. And the President, as always, has to be looked to give leadership. There were good discussions. The foreign ministers' meeting in Reykjavik that followed that was the best foreign ministers' meeting I've ever attended in the sense of its productivity, in the arms control field in particular, both in terms of the INF problem and conventional arms. We made a lot of progress. Then the ASEAN meetings that I had were also excellent. Of course, everybody is terribly concerned about protection in the United States, and it's a matter of great attention everywhere. And then we went on to Australia and had good meetings there. It was interesting there that they had an election campaign going on. My meetings were scheduled long before that was scheduled, but they wanted us to go ahead with the meetings. I met, of course, with the government and with the opposition, and both the government and the opposition wanted to make it clear publicly that they were happy to see the United States around. So that was a little refreshing.
Mr. Secretary, I want to comment about your colloquy with Chairman Fasell about the Congress being tough on the State Department on foreign aid. There are a number of issues. There's no question about that. But regarding the foreign aid bill, we're having our problems, both Fasell and I, trying to work out some kind of a compromise. And I just want to say that I know what my priorities are for foreign aid, and that's meet our security commitments and treaty commitments to our friends and allies, promote democracy and stability throughout the world, and to create the economic opportunities abroad for U.S. and our friends. I'd like to ask you what your priorities are.
Well, that's a good list. Now, let's put our money where our mouth is. We're not doing it.
Pardon?
That's the problem. We're not doing it. I'm going to testify, I think it's next week, is it, Mr. Chairman, before you on this subject. Incidentally, if we recognize that these funds we're talking about
Right.
are funds that we are expending on behalf of the security of the United States, the prosperity of the United States, the values of the United States, the effort against terrorism with which we are concerned, the effort against drugs with which we are concerned. We say that's what this money is, then I think the words foreign aid don't apply. Foreign aid applies, it seems to imply that this is some money we have lying around and we can pass it over to some other people. That's not what this money is for. This money is for the interests of the United States. And when we don't use those resources, we suffer. You know, the Soviet Union, I don't want to justify our policies by comparison with them, but their economy is about 45% of ours, and they outspend us in this field by 2 to 1. They outspend us in Central America and the Caribbean, of course the big is Cuba, in economic assistance, or things that go mainly to Cuba, on the order of 6, 7, 8 to 1. And the same with military assistance. So we have to look at these things in our interests, and we're not doing it.
Well, I'd like to say that we just have to have a better selling job, and I think that responsibility. I understand that, but it. Pardon? Go ahead. I'd be glad to yield it, my friend. But I really believe that. I think this is part of the problem. In other words, we've got to have better consultation and effort on the part not only of the State Department, but on Congress. And when you have a tight budget like we have right now, and you have a foreign aid bill comes up, you know where they're going to cut. They're not going to cut Social Security or any programs affecting the aged.
Why don't we call it a U.S. aid bill?
Well, maybe
This
that's
is all for our interests.
Well, I don't disagree with you. Both Fasell and I have been on the committee for more than 25 years. I think we really understand it.
Mr. Chairman, you know if you keep on like this, Cap Weinberger is going to want equal time.
No. Cap Weinberger, you ask him when he testifies. Cap Weinberger and I agree absolutely on the importance of this money, and the importance of the kind of support needed, for instance, for our base rights countries, and so on. There is no difference of opinion whatever.
Mr. Chairman, I want to reserve the balance of my time, but again, I want to compliment you. I've never heard you any better. You've really answered the question very forthright, and it's been a very important hearing as far as
The gentleman
I'm
reserves 25 minutes, and we will meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I ask unanimous consent to correct the record to show that Mr. McFarland stated that the Boland Amendment did apply to the National Security Council in remarks I made at the end of Admiral Poindexter's testimony. Without objection, so ordered. We will recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.